Devoured by Darkness, a dark fantasy romance, written by R.L. Perez, narrated by Rebecca Winder. Chapter 1. Sweat trickled down my face. Breathing heavily, I ducked, narrowly avoiding a punch to the face. Guillermo grunted as I barreled into his legs, knocking him to the ground. He easily twisted, locking my arms behind me. I wriggled, but his grip was firm and unyielding. I groaned in frustration. "Don't give up," he said in a strained voice. "Use your head. Find a creative way out of your situation." Creative, right. I bit back a sarcastic retort and inhaled deeply. With the calming breaths came a rush of clarity to my mind. Think outside the box, I told myself. I stretched my legs into splits and arced over backward, leaning into Guillermo so far that he had to fight to keep his grip on my arms. Sensing my freedom, I swiveled, pulling my arms free. I vaulted to my feet and cartwheeled in the other direction. With Guillermo now several feet away, I lifted my arms and pushed him backward. Guillermo floated to the other side of the room before he teleported back to me with a soft pop. He crossed his bulky arms over his chest and raised an eyebrow. "You can't always rely on that, you know." I peeled my damp curls from my forehead. Rely on what? Dancing away from an opponent so you can push them. One day you might face a different kind of demon. Someone who is stronger than me, or someone you can't dance away from. I shrugged. Then I'll find a new creative way out of that situation. Guillermo pressed his lips into a thin line, but said nothing. Darkness clouded his eyes, and I turned away, picking up a cloth to mop my face and neck. I suppressed a shudder as I remembered being chained to a wall while El Diablo drank my blood last year. So helpless. So weak, completely at his mercy. Guillermo was right. If I was ever in that situation again, I couldn't exactly pull the same move. But I wasn't about to bring it up. Guillermo had only just started working with the coven a few weeks ago, after transferring from Havana. I didn't know much about him, but when we first met, he told me he was working undercover for El Diablo when I'd been tortured. He'd been there, seen it happening to me. I hadn't noticed him there, but occasionally things got awkward between us as we were both reminded of that dark moment. I glanced at Ramon, who sat quietly at the small square table in the corner, his beefy arms crossed like a bouncer as he watched us through impassive eyes. Our referee, in case training turned nasty. Also our chaperone. Not that we needed it. Guillermo definitely wasn't my type. Too brooding. But for the sake of propriety, I played along and allowed the extra dose of testosterone to linger in my apartment. "What do you think?" I asked, gesturing at Ramon. "How'd I do?" Ramon lifted one shoulder. "Fine. Your footwork is sloppy." I sighed. The corners of Guillermo's lips twitched as he pulled back his shoulder-length black hair. The door opened and Elena burst inside, breathless and eyes blazing with determination. I knew that look. I straightened. "What is it?" "A second-tier demon has been sighted," she said, dropping her bag onto the decorative end table by the door. My eyes widened. Demons who performed a specific blood ritual could ascend to the second and third tiers, making them more powerful. After El Diablo's disappearance last year, the coven and I had tirelessly hunted demons, cleaning up the mess from the demon war and the mortal war. We thought there weren't any left but those of the first tier, easy targets. So if someone had spotted a second-tier demon, this was big news. I set down my cloth and raised a hand toward Guillermo. "We'll meet you outside." Elena darted to her bedroom down the hall. Ramon was already on his feet, and he followed Guillermo out the door. I rushed into my room, which was across from Elena's, and searched for a pair of weather-appropriate trousers. My current leggings weren't exactly suitable for demon hunting outdoors. Elena emerged when I did, also wearing a tight tunic and trousers. I smirked. At some point last year, the huntresses in our coven realized that, however ridiculous I looked in pants, the attire was much more practical for demon hunting. I told everyone we should start calling them Desi suits, as a reminder of my contribution, but the idea didn't stick. Guillermo didn't wear you out with training, did he? Elena asked, pulling her dark hair into a tight knot on top of her head. I chuckled. Hardly. He goes easy on you, you know. He could grind you to a pulp if he wanted to. I wiggled my eyebrows as I slid into my jacket. Oh, Elena, you've got it bad. Got what? You like him. Elena blushed and scowled at me. What? No, not like that. Please. Mr. Sexy Brooding Magic Spy? He's perfect for you. That is, if he'd lighten up a bit. Elena rolled her eyes and tugged at her sleeves. Concern flashed in her expression as we both headed toward the door. Before I could reach the handle, she grabbed my arm, her brows creasing. I just want to make sure you can handle this. She paused, watching me cautiously. Desi, there are rumors that this second-tier demon is American, a teleporter. My face slackened in surprise, and my blood ran cold. I swallowed. Don't panic, don't panic. I inhaled through my nose and exhaled through my mouth, trying to calm my racing heart. But flashes of fire, pain, and blood seared across my vision. El Diablo's laughter, my own screams, Oliver's sobs. A second-tier American teleporter? It had to be Howard, El Diablo's henchman. What would he be doing here? Unless El Diablo's still here? Elena touched my shoulder, snapping me out of the nightmare that threatened to swallow me whole. Are you all right? I nodded, clenching my fingers into fists. Yes, of course. I cleared my throat. It might not be him. Elena raised her eyebrows. I shook my head. Yeah, right. Either way, I can't stay behind for this one. Let's go get him. We stepped outside to find Guillermo leaning against the concrete wall of our apartment, the casual, innocent bystander. He blended in perfectly with the locals who were bustling up and down the street. Where was he last sighted? Guillermo asked, straightening and stepping toward us. I looked around for Ramon, but he'd left, no doubt to go relay the news to Alba. On the outskirts of town, Elena said, near the sugar plantations. Guillermo nodded, his jaw ticking back and forth in contemplation. His eyes roved up and down the road. A few familiar neighbors ambled by, as well as some American soldiers. My stomach twisted. Oliver. Every time I saw a soldier, I thought of him wearing the same uniform only months ago. But he wasn't here. His unit had returned to America after the war last year. He had visited once since then, but I wasn't sure when I would see him again. We're too exposed here, Guillermo muttered, jerking his head toward the end of the road. This way. A breeze tousled my brown curls as we strode down the road. I rubbed my arms to ward off the winter chill. Winter in Santiago was tame compared to what I was accustomed to in North Grove, Wisconsin, but my body had adjusted after 6 months of being in a warmer and wetter climate. My friends back home would have laughed at the wuss I'd become. After we ducked into a narrow alley between two apartment buildings, Guillermo grasped our hands and closed his eyes. Our surroundings rippled and shifted, and with a small pop, we teleported. The blinding afternoon sun beat against my face, no longer hidden behind palm trees and buildings. A wide expanse of grass and fields beckoned to us. Just behind us, the tall buildings of Santiago melded into the horizon. I gazed forward at the small mountains beyond the fields and inhaled deeply. Fresh scents tickled my nose, citrus, sugar, and a woodsy scent that achingly reminded me of Oliver. A sudden burst of exhilaration pulsed through my mind, quickening my heart rate. Adrenaline coursed through me. I blinked and shook my head as Oliver's eager grin appeared in my mind. He was excited about something. Last year, to save him from being enslaved to El Diablo, I'd performed a blood oath with Oliver, which meant our minds were connected. Every so often, I felt a flash of emotion from him, a pang of longing, a twinge of annoyance, a spark of laughter. I swallowed back my desire to be with him, to talk to him about this excitement, and looked at Guillermo. "You ladies ready?" Guillermo asked, flexing his muscular arms. I ensured my athame and stake were secure in their ankle holsters, as Elena did the same. We nodded at each other. Then the three of us set off, combing through the sugar plantations and passing by farmers maintaining the fields. Some workers tipped their hats toward us, and others ignored us completely. Elena and I followed Guillermo, whose senses were sharper than ours. My sense of smell had evolved over the past 6 months, and I could now smell demons, but not from a great distance. Guillermo held up a hand to stop us as he sniffed the air, his eyes closed in concentration. "There are demons here," he murmured to himself, "but it's hard to pinpoint where. If a second-tier demon is hiding here, he's cloaked himself. It makes it harder to smell him." We continued down the road, past massive stalks of sugarcane, some wilting from the winter climate. I gazed up at the enormous plants as their sweet scent tickled my nose, mingling with the faintest smell of... I froze in my tracks and sniffed the air again. Gunpowder. Blood. Black magic. My mind returned to that horrifying magic circle of runes and powder, the demons hooded in black cloaks, El Diablo with Oliver lying there at his mercy, a blade poised to tear through innocent flesh for the blood ritual. "Stop," I hissed. Elena and Guillermo halted, and dirt from the road puffed underneath their feet. I closed my eyes, my ears prickling from sounds that whispered with the wind. My hair ruffled, and the sugarcane stalks whispered. My eyes opened, and I pointed into the maze of sugarcane. "He's in there." Guillermo and Elena exchanged looks. "It makes sense," Guillermo said. "There aren't any workers in this field. It must be cloaked." He pointed 2 fingers at me and Elena. "You two canvass the area. I'm going to port to the other side and meet you back here." With a small pop, he disappeared. It's so weird he calls it port instead of jump, I thought to myself. In my time, we called teleporters jumpers. I jerked my head behind me. "I'll go to the right." I turned to leave, but Elena grabbed my elbow, her brown eyes wide with concern. "Don't do anything reckless, okay? Wait for us." I frowned. Of course. We parted ways, and I slowed my steps to a stealthy creep, my feet barely brushing the dirt as I slid along the edge of the sugarcane. Whispers surrounded me, taunting me. A phantom slice of pain slithered into my chest, a reminder of the sacrifice I'd almost made to empower El Diablo, to save Oliver. A stench of demon stung my nostrils so intensely that I stopped, my head jerking toward the sugarcane. It smelled of blood, black magic, and hot metal. "Howard," I whispered. The sugarcane bristled in response. "He's in there. I know he is." My nostrils flared as I stepped closer to the sugarcane. Elena said to wait, I reminded myself. If the demons outnumber us, we'll need backup. The sugarcane hissed again. El Diablo's fiery red eyes seared through my vision. I had to know if he was back. And if he was, Howard would tell me where El Diablo was so I could end him once and for all. My feet slid forward as I vanished into the tall stalks of sugarcane. It felt like slipping into a corn maze. The long leaves clawed against my forearms as I weaved in and out, following the stench and the whispers. I'd become stronger in the last 6 months. My senses had sharpened, and I felt powerful, unstoppable. If the demons outnumbered me, I knew I could handle it. And if I couldn't, Elena and Guillermo wouldn't be far behind. I brushed past the tall plants surrounding me. Their sweet scent mingled with the filthy demon smell, creating a sickly perfume. Flames flashed in my eyes. My skin burned from the fiery assault. Faster. My legs pushed harder through the sugarcane, my curls flying as I sprinted. I have to end this. He can't be back. He won't haunt me anymore. I stopped short as a figure came into view, his red hair contrasting against the green fronds of the sugarcane. His head whipped toward me, his eyes wide with terror. His body shimmered, but I thrusted my arms forward, pushing him before he could jump. The force of my magic hit him in the chest. He tumbled, knocking over several stalks of sugarcane. I rushed to his side and planted my foot on his chest. Howard coughed and wheezed. Dirt was smeared along his cheek and his mustache. His nervous eyes flew from me to the surrounding plants. "Where is he?" I growled. "He's not here," Howard said quietly. "Then why are you here?" Howard's nostrils flared as he looked at me, his eyes blazing. "I'm a member of the council. I'm neutral. I'm not his slave." "That's not what it looked like last time I saw you." I pressed my foot harder into him, and he grunted in pain. "Tell me." "I'm here for Oliver," he gasped. I eased my foot off, my jaw dropping in surprise. Howard shimmered again, jumping just far enough to evade my hold on him. My arms flew forward, my magic catching him mid-jump as I pulled him toward me. The effort of dragging a teleporter brought me to my knees as if he weighed as much as a bus. I pulled, and we both screamed from exertion. Finally, he toppled over at my feet. I sucked in huge gulps of air, trying to calm my racing heart. "Don't do this," he panted. I pushed, slamming his face into the dirt. He groaned, his head lolling and his eyes blinking dizzily at me. My chest heaved with my breaths as I pointed a finger at him. Why? Something heavy slammed into me, crushing me against the earth. Dirt and rocks scraped my cheek, and a small pop told me Howard had vanished. I swore and grappled with whatever had slammed into me. Then I froze. Oliver's face stared back at me, his green eyes wide with fear and his blonde hair disheveled. My heart stopped, and I shrank away from him, but he pressed harder against me. "Look at me," he whispered. The soft caress of his voice made me shiver. "It's not him. It's not him." I turned my head away from him, pressing my lips together. Without looking at him, I forced my hands onto his chest and pushed him off me. He flew into the air, landing several feet away from me. While he staggered to his feet, I drew my athame. Oliver's green eyes shifted to gray, and he cocked his head at me, smirking. I knew it. "Shapeshifter," I spat. I swiped my athame at him, and he dodged. His body shifted and rippled until he vanished into nothingness. I closed my eyes. They wouldn't be much help anyway. I sniffed the air. Demon stench tickled my nose just ahead of me. It floated closer and closer until My hand shot forward, embedding the athame into the shapeshifter's chest. A hollow gasp rippled through his body as the shapeshifter's scaly gray figure came into view. He wriggled and writhed until he collapsed. Blood oozed from the wound as I yanked the athame from his flesh. Then, something sharp cut into my arm. I hissed as slice after slice dug through my skin. "What?" I gasped. My eyes closed against another stab of agony. I screamed and sank to my knees. Beside me, the shapeshifter cackled and then gurgled, choking on his own blood. Then he fell silent. Teeth cut into my flesh. Needles of agony tore through me. The pain pulsed in waves until I couldn't see anything. My body was on fire. Warm blood soaked my clothes. I jerked and flailed against my assailant, but I couldn't see anything. The stench of demons surrounded me, suffocating me. I flung my arm around, trying to stab whoever attacked me, but it was no use. My body crumpled as the sharp knives dug into me, feasting. A loud shout echoed next to me, and the pain subsided briefly. A ripple of colors drew my attention as 4 shapeshifters materialized next to me, their sharp teeth gleaming with blood. My blood. The one I'd killed had been a diversion, a trick, and I'd fallen for it. Darkness crept into my vision, blinding me. Heavy footfalls pounded towards me. Blades hit flesh and bone. Demons screeched and shrieked. My head fell to the earth as I stared blankly at the blur of motion before me. A blast of blue magic, a howl of despair, and then I blacked out. Chapter 2. I blinked as several familiar aromas filled my nose, spicy and sweet, sharp and powerful. I sat up and my arm throbbed. I glanced down, my mouth falling open in horror. Jagged red scars zigzagged along my arm. They were dry, but the redness of the grooves gleamed like fresh blood. I was almost devoured by shapeshifters. I swallowed down bile and glanced around the room. African masks and jarred herbs lined the shelves around me. The last time I'd been in this room was right after El Diablo stabbed me. I'd been healed by Sophia, who practiced Santeria. I slid off the bed and opened the door. Low voices echoed from the kitchen. My brow furrowed as I tried to identify the speakers. One I easily recognized as Sophia. It was her home, after all. But the other... I stopped in my tracks, my heart jolting. Then I flew down the hallway and into the kitchen. The scene before me froze me in place. Sophia was washing dishes, the beads and trinkets around her neck jingling as her arms moved. A white turban covered her head, but small black curls poked out and rested against her face. Alba sat at the table, her hand pressed against her large, pregnant belly. But my eyes were glued to the figure leaning against the wall, his arms crossed, his lips pressed together, and his green eyes tight with apprehension. Slowly his gaze moved to me, his expression softening, and his eyes exploding with heat and yearning. "Oliver!" I breathed. I rushed forward, and his arms caught me, winding around me as easily as if we were 2 puzzle pieces always meant to fit together. His musky grass and gunpowder scent enveloped me, and I sighed with relief, pressing my face into his shoulder. His fingers wound through my hair as he kissed my forehead. Heat and butterflies swarmed inside me, along with an unfamiliar swelling sensation that I knew must be Oliver's. The emotions from our blood oath mingled and filled my chest until I couldn't tell which were mine and which were his. They were powerful and all-consuming as my chest burst with happiness. I pulled back and kissed him. My fingers pushed through his short-cropped blonde hair. His soft lips roved over mine with urgency and excitement. His hands snared my waist. I pressed my hands against his cheeks. My kisses became faster, more desperate as our tongues met, and a river of pleasure coursed through me. Alba cleared her throat loudly, and we broke apart. Oliver's cheeks were beet red, and I grinned breathlessly at him. My, Sophia said, pressing a hand to her chest. Her eyes were wide with shock, but her lips twitched with a smile. Panting, I tucked my wild brown curls behind my ears and looked from Alba to Oliver. "What are you doing here?" I shoved his shoulder. "Why didn't you write to say you were coming?" "I didn't have time," Oliver said, spreading his hands wide. My smile faltered as I looked him over. He was dressed in his uniform. My heart dropped all the way to my feet. "Where are you going?" My voice sounded hollow and empty. "The Philippines. Manila." I frowned. I didn't remember America fighting a battle in the Philippines. Then again, before I traveled through time, I didn't know anything about the Spanish-American War either. Or rather, the Spanish-Cuban-North American War, according to the locals. Worry wriggled in my stomach as I pressed my fingers along his shoulders, dusting off a few blonde hairs. I swallowed. "When do you leave?" Oliver's lips tightened. "Tomorrow." 1 day? I only get 1 day with him? My heart raced at the thought of him fighting in another country. What if something happened to him? Being separated from him for so long was bad enough. At least he'd been safe in America, working on the council for the past 6 months. But now I had to say goodbye to him, not knowing if he would survive, if I would ever see him again. "Desi, don't worry," Oliver said quietly, ducking his head to meet my gaze. I couldn't tell if he was reading my expression or the emotions he was sure to feel from our blood oath. "I'm a good soldier, and I've got my powers. I'll be fine." A chair groaned against the floor as Alba slowly rose to her feet, pressing her hand against her stomach. Her brows creased, and her dark eyes hardened, indicating she was about to say something I didn't want to hear. "Desi, we need to talk about what happened in the field," she said, crossing her arms over her chest. "What in Lilith's name were you thinking? Guillermo and Elena said you were supposed to search the perimeter before breaching." I dropped my hands against my thighs. "I know. I'm sorry. I thought I could handle it." "Whether you could handle it or not isn't the issue here. The issue is that you disobeyed an order. You superseded our standard procedure. We never breach without knowing what we're up against." My head reared back, my eyebrows pinching in confusion. Disobeyed an order? From whom? "From Guillermo." "He's not my superior. You are." Alba pointed a finger at me, her eyes flashing. "He is your superior, Desi. He has more experience and training than you. Just because you've been here longer doesn't mean you don't have to listen to him. Alba raised a hand, silencing me. "You need to be smart, Desi. I know you're stronger and more capable, but don't get too confident. The demons we fight are smart too. Promise me you'll think next time?" I gritted my teeth, my nostrils flaring. Stiffly, I nodded. Oliver's warm hand gripped my forearm. "You almost died," he whispered. "I felt your pain during the attack and got here as quickly as I could. When I arrived, Sophia was healing you. Your arm had nearly been torn off, Desi." His pain and agony laced through my heart from our blood oath, and I knew it was only a taste of what he'd felt seeing me like that. I swallowed as my anger melted away. I exhaled, my body deflating and sagging with remorse. "I'm sorry," I muttered. I blew air through my lips, my cheeks puffing out. What happened to Howard? Elena found a few drops of his blood in the field and tried scrying with it, Alba said. But he isn't here. He must have left the island. Damn it. My eyes closed as self-loathing consumed me. If I'd only listened and been more careful, he wouldn't have gotten away. Sighing, I opened my eyes. Do we know why he was here? Oliver asked. He said he was here for you, I said quietly. A cold, tense silence filled the room. Even Sophia froze, glancing between us with wide eyes. I shook my head, but it could have just been a diversion. Something to distract me while the shapeshifters attacked. I stared at the cuts still gleaming on my arm and shuddered. Alba frowned. Even so, Oliver, you should exert extreme caution while you're here. Howard may have left the island, but he could still return. Oliver nodded, of course. My gaze shifted to Sophia, whose eyes tightened. Thank you, Sophia. I'm indebted to you. Again. Sophia raised a hand and inclined her head politely. It's nothing, darling. My lips pinched in a small smile. I'd been in Cuba long enough to know the exact phrase in Spanish, no es nada, querida. The innate translation charm between those of us with magic helped me to communicate with the coven, but I had to rely on my own Spanish to converse with the locals. To me, her phrase sounded so much better in Spanish. Silence fell between us, and I rubbed my uninjured arm. Nausea rolled through me as I remembered the shapeshifter's teeth digging into my skin. I shook my head, my stomach churning with regret. What was I thinking? I whispered. Careless, reckless, stupid. Mom and Dad would have been so disappointed in me. Come here, Dulzura, Oliver murmured, drawing me into his chest again. I closed my eyes, pressing my face into his uniform and wrapping my arms around his back. Warmth spread through me from hearing his term of endearment. Dulzura meant sweetheart, and I was more than pleased the word had crept through the translation charm. Last year, Alba told me that when Spanish words leaked through, it meant the word made more sense to me in Spanish, and I loved that. I'm glad you're here, I murmured against his shoulder. I wish I could be here for longer. I shrugged, trying to squash the disappointment in my chest. I pulled back and smiled up at him. You keep me on my toes. It's just a fun perk of being your girlfriend. Humor danced in his eyes as we shared a private joke. Girlfriend was one of those futuristic terms I'd taught him. Heat smoldered in his gaze, and he looked at me so intensely that I glanced at the other women. Alba smiled unabashed, and Sophia wiped her hands along her skirt, averting her gaze from us. Well, I must be off, Alba said loudly, her eyes dancing with amusement. She handed me a thick envelope. Your commission? I took the envelope and peered inside. It was packed with cash, or rather, pesos. My latest earnings for demon hunting. The American Council had adopted the Cuban magical community. So now that we were under their jurisdiction, we received a steady stream of income for keeping the streets clean of demon filth. Alba's sharp eyes widened as she jabbed a finger at me. Be careful, Desi. Next time I expect you to follow orders, or I'll assign you to hunt first-tier demons with the trainees. She waddled out the door, and I wrinkled my nose, thinking of the teenagers still in training to become hunters and huntresses. Though I'd only just turned 18, I still felt so far away from those careless and eager years of adolescence. So much of me had changed since then. I offered a one-armed hug to Sophia, who kissed my cheeks. Take care, Desi. Come visit soon. I want to hear more stories from your time. I grinned. I'd love that. Sophia had seen the time travel spell in action. Years ago, her mother had used it, and Sophia had helped me last year in my efforts to return home. Oliver tugged on my arm.
Come on, I want to see your apartment.
I can't be there too long, I said as we left Sophia's house. I have to go on patrol this evening.
May I join you?
I scrunched up my face in mock disgust. I guess, I said sarcastically. Oliver chuckled and shoved my shoulder. I couldn't wipe the silly grin off my face as I walked him to my apartment. My cheeks felt permanently hot, like I'd been sunburned. I kept my arms at my sides, and the tips of Oliver's fingers brushed against mine, sending shivers of pleasure through my body. He wrapped his hand over mine, his warmth spreading through me as butterflies swarmed in my stomach. I peered over at him and found his lips pinched in a shy smile, his eyes blazing with heat that sent spirals of excitement coursing through me. We reached the apartment, and I held open the door for him. Oliver remained on the porch as he glanced inside, his eyebrows raised. The small apartment was lined with shelves and tables that were stacked with potions, empty vials, and various magical texts. Some trinkets and African masks from Sophia hung on the wall next to the large oval mirror we used for scrying. A teapot and a wash basin rested in the corner. The crimson upholstery of the sofa was a bit faded, but I wouldn't trade the small, cozy space for anything.
It looks nice, Oliver said.
I cocked my head at him. Won't you come in? I just need to change real quick. Oliver's face flushed, and he rubbed the back of his neck. I rolled my eyes and tugged at his elbow until he stumbled inside. In private, of course. As I closed the door behind him, I muttered, although it wouldn't be the first time we've undressed in front of each other. Despite his blush, Oliver grinned, his eyes sparkling with amusement.
I remember. You enjoyed seeing me like that, didn't you?
I set down my envelope of money and crossed my arms, trying not to smile. Don't flatter yourself. I was more concerned with finding clothes that didn't reek of demon filth.
Well, I enjoyed it, catching a glimpse of you like that.
I dropped my arms, my mouth hanging open as flames erupted in my cheeks. What? You saw me? You looked? And here I was thinking you were a gentleman. Oliver's grin widened, his eyes mischievous. He stepped toward me, and my heart flipped in my chest.
I'm only teasing you, Desi. It's endearing to see you get so embarrassed, though that moment did make me deeply curious.
His eyes roved up and down my body. Had it been anyone else, I would have felt violated. But him? I wanted him to do a lot more than just look at my body. I stepped closer to him, and half his mouth quirked up in a flirtatious smile. Curious about what? Oliver's gaze darted to the floor and then back up at me. He raised his eyebrows and tilted his head closer to mine.
Is Elena home?
He whispered, his breath tickling my face. I shook my head. It's just you and me here.
That's a little scandalous, don't you think?
I snorted. Says the man who openly admitted to peeking at a naked woman. Oliver blanched, his eyes widening in terror.
You were naked?
I burst out laughing, ducking my head so I didn't accidentally spit in his face. Well, I guess that proves you weren't looking. And no, I wasn't naked. I drew my face up to his and smiled. His eyes smoldered as yearning palpitated in my chest. Whether it was his or mine, I couldn't tell. My heart hammered madly, pulsing in my ears, but a brief and foreign burst of confidence took over. I hooked a finger through his belt loop and tugged him by the waist until his hips pressed against mine. Oliver inhaled sharply. Desire swelled in his eyes, but caution and uncertainty held him back. I looked up at him, raising an eyebrow. an invitation. Desi. I silenced him with a kiss. His mouth opened willingly, as if he'd been longing for me to open this door, to cross this line. Our lips molded and fused together like we were one.
Wait, Desi,
Oliver said hoarsely, pulling back and closing his eyes. He shook his head. What is it? I panted. Oliver's intense emotions burned through me. My chest ached with several unfamiliar sensations. Guilt, passion, and a sense of moral wrongness. His longing and arousal hit a wall of resistance that I couldn't see behind. The conflicted feelings warred and raged inside me so loudly I wanted to crawl into a dark hole and hide. I searched his face. His broken eyes wouldn't meet mine, and his lips sagged with remorse. Oliver, I want this, I assured him. You don't have to hold back. Oliver shook his head again and sat back against the arm of the sofa, his bare chest rising and falling with labored breaths.
No, this isn't right.
Oliver, in my time, it's perfectly acceptable, I said quietly. You're leaving for another war. Who knows when we'll see each other again? I didn't dare say if. I wouldn't let myself consider that. Oliver wouldn't meet my gaze, and something cold slithered through me. Uncertainty clouded my thoughts, and the sting of rejection pried its way into my chest. I stared numbly at the bright red cut on his arm from last year, the wound from the athame that would never heal. Don't you want this? I resisted the urge to rub my arms, or bite my nails, or fidget with self-consciousness. Maybe he wants a thinner, sexier girl. Oliver slid a finger under my chin, tilting my gaze to meet his.
I want this more than you know,
he said, his voice low and husky.
But I'm not comfortable with it unless...
He trailed off and pressed his lips together. Unless, I prompted, though I knew where he was going. Dread plummeted in my stomach.
Unless we're married.
I groaned and stood to retrieve his shirt. I wadded it up and threw it onto his lap, trying to avoid looking at the beautiful muscles on his torso. Not tonight, Desi. Instead, I focused on the colorful yellow and red diamonds on the woven carpet.
You said it yourself, Desi. We don't know when we'll see each other again,
Oliver said, standing to put his shirt back on. I pressed a hand to my forehead and closed my eyes. I know, but I'm not ready for marriage.
And yet you're ready for this?
He waved a hand between us. Yes, because... I gestured nonsensically with my hands as my mouth opened and closed. Because in my time, this is different from marriage. It's something special two people share when... I stopped short as heat flared in my cheeks.
When?
It was Oliver's time to prompt me, though his lips quirked into a smug smile. I narrowed my eyes. When they feel what we feel...
And what exactly is that?
He crossed his arms and smirked. He's enjoying watching me squirm. I clenched my teeth. I am not ready to tell him I love him. Whatever, forget it. I stomped toward my room to change, but Oliver caught me by the elbow.
Desiree.
His voice was tender and stopped me in my tracks. I looked up at him and his expression softened, his smirk vanishing. Heat and uncertainty mingled in his eyes.
When I was last here, I asked you to come back to America with me. Why did you refuse?
My mouth opened and closed. I hadn't expected him to ask that. I shook my head, trying to form a coherent sentence. My place is here. I love the city and the people. I have a responsibility to the coven, And you have your position on the council. I don't think either of us should have to give those things up. I couldn't be that puppy dog girlfriend who followed her man everywhere. I had to live my life, and he had to live his. But I knew that was too progressive for him to understand. Too modern. Something this culture, this time, didn't grasp yet. Agony flared in his eyes. He nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed.
Is the idea of marrying me so repugnant?
Seeing his broken expression made my heart split open, like an axe was cleaving it in two. No, but I'm not there yet. I'm only 18. I know that's the perfect marrying age in your time, but in my time, people don't get married this young very often. My mother didn't marry until she was 25, and my parents had been courting for 2 years. Oliver's eyes widened. He blew air through his lips and ran a hand through his hair, tussling it until it looked infuriatingly sexy.
Wow. Okay.
He rubbed his jaw, his eyes uncertain.
But Desi, you have to consider what my perspective is. In this time and circumstance, marriage is the expectation, and I'm ready for this. With you.
I shrugged, my eyebrows raised and my stomach twisting from his words. His declaration, his certainty, I envied that. Either way, one of us is uncomfortable, I said. I don't know what you want me to say. Oliver didn't answer at first. His eyebrows lowered and his lips pressed together. His gaze fixed on the carpet, he said,
"What if I asked you to choose? Either be with me and marry me, or don't be with me at all."
I stepped back, shock dropping in my stomach like a pile of bricks. "Are you really going to ask me that?" I whispered, my heart racing. Cold, devastating silence fell between us. It lasted an eternity. Then Oliver's face slackened. Surprise flitted in his eyes, followed quickly by hurt and resignation. He shook his head. In a strained voice, he said,
"No, of course not. I'm sorry, that was unfair of me."
More silence passed between us, broken only by our breathing and the conflicted emotions churning between our blood oath. Rejection, unease, pain, regret, uncertainty. It was enough to make me choke. I closed my eyes and inhaled through my nose. I can't do this. I have to go change. Without looking at him, I strode into my room and closed the door softly. Chapter 3. For a moment, I leaned against the door as panicked breaths tore through my chest. Am I going to lose Oliver? The fear of losing his heart mingled with the fear of losing him in battle. I just wanted things to go back to how they were an hour ago. After changing into a fresh tunic and trousers, I emerged to find Oliver pacing the length of the sitting room. When I approached, he looked up at me with frightened eyes. His messy, misshapen hair indicated he'd run his fingers through it several times.
"Look, Desi, if you're not ready for marriage right now, I can respect that,"
he said, as he stepped closer to me.
"As long as you can respect that I'm not ready for physical intimacy until you're my wife."
Wife. The word sent coils of discomfort through my stomach. I twisted my fingers together and nodded. Of course I can. We both remained silent. I pressed my lips together. Oliver shifted his weight. "Are we okay?" I asked quietly. Oliver exhaled, his eyes warming. He opened his arms and I stepped into his embrace. He pressed his hands against my back, and I buried my face into his shoulder, letting his scent carry me away.
"Yes, Dulzura, we're okay."
I grinned as he kissed the top of my head. For a moment we held each other, enjoying a comfortable silence as the uncertain emotions in our blood oath settled into a soothing rhythm.
So, are you going to tell me what happened with the shapeshifters?
Oliver asked. I stilled, my smile vanishing. What do you mean?
I mean, what happened? Why did you jump in there without backup?
He pulled back to look at me, his eyes searching.
I know you, and you're never careless like that, not without a good reason.
I swallowed. I knew Howard was in there. I had to get him. I was afraid if I waited,
he'd disappear,
Oliver finished.
I understand.
And then, when he said he was here for you, I just panicked and... I trailed off with a sigh, closing my eyes. Oliver ran his thumb along my cheek.
I'm certain he was lying. I didn't tell anyone I was coming here before reporting in Manila. How could he know? I haven't been here in months.
You're right. I'm sure it was just a ruse to throw me off. I paused, absent-mindedly fiddling with a loose thread on his sleeve. One of the shapeshifters morphed to look like you, too. It's no secret we care about each other, especially after... I stopped short, my throat closing before I could finish the thought.
After what happened last summer,
Oliver finished, his voice low and empty.
With my father.
I flinched. Oliver's father. Last year, El Diablo had revealed the truth to us, that Oliver was his son. It still haunted me, knowing they shared blood. The man who tortured me, stabbed me, was related to the man I'd fallen for.
Do you have nightmares too?
Oliver asked quietly. His eyes finally met mine, and they were open, vulnerable, afraid. Ordinarily, I would have shrugged it off and said no, but last year, I'd learned how to open up to him. And here he was, opening up to me. Yes, and flashbacks, memories triggered by the smallest things. Oliver ducked his head, closing his eyes under creased eyebrows.
I keep envisioning myself as him, becoming him.
He pressed his lips together, shaking his head as if to rid himself of the nightmare. I pressed my palms against his cheeks. Oliver, that will never happen.
How do you know?
He asked in a strained voice, opening his eyes, which burned with agony and regret.
Dark magic has a different pull for everyone. I might not thirst for power or freedom for demons like he does, but there's always an appealing side to darkness. I'm terrified that one day I'll find that appeal, and I won't be able to refuse.
His face was so tortured, so broken that I couldn't stand it. I clasped both his hands in mine and guided him back to the sofa. We sat next to each other, and I leaned forward, forcing his eyes to meet mine. Oliver, the fact that you're haunted by this is a good thing. It means you have a moral compass. I don't know anything about dark magic, but I feel like most demons don't have that kind of guidance, that conscience, so the choice is easy for them. I pressed my hand against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. He closed his eyes as if soothed by my touch. Trust your instincts, I continued. They're pretty damn good. You might not ever face the day when you have to choose between dark and light. But when you do, I'm sure you'll make the right choice. Oliver's lips stretched into a pained smile that looked more like a grimace, his eyes meeting mine with affection and admiration.
And how are you so sure of that?
The light, taunting tone of his voice brought a grin to my face. I'm not. I shrugged one shoulder. It just felt like the right thing to say. Oliver laughed and shoved my shoulder. I grinned at him mischievously, and he pulled me against his chest in another embrace. I'll never get tired of this, I thought as I closed my eyes in contentment. He can hold me all day if he wants to. I let Oliver borrow Elena's spare set of weapons so he could go on patrol with me that evening. His scent for demons was much better than mine, so he took the lead. Besides, I didn't trust my judgment after what happened in the sugarcane field. We walked arm in arm through the neighborhood as if we were on a romantic stroll, pausing occasionally to smell the air for any magical activity. We weaved up and down the residential hub of apartments, climbing uphill through a narrow side street and alley that opened up to a wide road filled with taller buildings, a 2-story restaurant, a library, a church with sweeping turrets and pillars, and a produce market. At the end of the road was a small square of 3 or 4 shops that were pulsing with music and laughter. The area smelled of alcohol, tobacco, and spices, but the chatter and rhythm emanating from the square brought a smile to my face. It was so different from the Santiago I'd first seen last year, where mothers, wives, and daughters fretted over their loved ones fighting in battle. Demons had run rampant, attacking innocent mortals and sacrificing them for rituals. Now, U.S. soldiers still occupied the area, and hunks of concrete and rubble littered the city as a reminder of the war. But for the most part, the Cuban people could live freely again, and that was why I loved it here. A light smile pulled at Oliver's lips as he gazed at the scene. The square was filled with people adorned in colorful dresses and shirts. The people were swirling enthusiastically to the rhythm of the upbeat music pouring from the musicians' drums, guitars, and trumpets. After a moment, Oliver's smile faded. He looked at me and jerked his head toward the road, indicating we should continue onward. With a sigh, I followed him, weaving my fingers through his as we quietly made our way downtown. Shop signs creaked in the wind, and the number of passers-by dwindled until the road grew quiet and still. I stiffened, and Oliver halted, his eyes wide with alarm. He smelled it too. Werewolf. We both drew our athames. My heart raced as my eyes raked over the courthouse, the printing shop, and the postal office. An eerie wind rippled over us, strengthening the wet dog smell. I wrinkled my nose. Where is he? A high-pitched whine rang in the air, and I jumped, my wide eyes flickering to Oliver and then to the source of the noise. On the other side of the postal office appeared a large creature that limped toward us. Its black eyes bulged and it bared its teeth, but it looked weak. A bloody gash on its hind leg prevented it from walking normally. I looked at Oliver, my eyes questioning him. What do we do? He didn't move. His eyes remained on the wolf that slowly approached us before it slumped to the concrete, its snout closing over its fangs in defeat. He's completely vulnerable here. He's not even willing to defend himself right now. I clenched my fingers tightly over my athame before drawing closer to the wolf. Desi, Oliver hissed, but I ignored him, continuing forward with slow, cautious steps. A low moan rumbled from the wolf's throat, and its eyes closed. Oliver, help, I pleaded. He could be dying. Or it could be a trap, Oliver muttered, but he stepped forward anyway. Long, slow breaths poured from the wolf's snout as its eyelids flickered open at our approach. Blood oozed from its wound. I looked at Oliver again. His eyes were grim as he gazed at the wolf's body. "Where is your alpha?" he asked softly. The wolf moaned again and slowly shook its huge, hairy head. "What does that mean?" I whispered. "He could be dead or gone rogue. Whatever it means, this wolf has no one to protect him." "Protect him from what?"
My eyes fell on his injury. What had attacked him? Another wolf? Maybe the alpha? But why? I was so accustomed to hunting demons to protect mortals that it felt wrong to sit here pitying this werewolf. But the logic within me knew there were law-abiding demons out there, demons who kept to their own and didn't break the rules. I rarely saw demons like those because they posed no threat to my coven. This scene before me warred with my instincts, with everything I knew about the demons I found on the streets. Tears glistened in the wolf's eyes, and my heart wrenched. I sheathed my athame and crouched next to the creature. We have to do something. Oliver sighed. There's a spell I know from the council for emergencies like this. I'm not sure if it'll work here. Cuba doesn't have a council, so there's no one here to respond to a call for help. But I'll try it. I nodded at him, encouraging him to go on. He closed his eyes, his brows furrowing, and he pressed a shaky hand against the wolf's fur. The wolf twitched, but otherwise didn't seem to mind. Magical beings of light and dark, hear this call and see my mark. Send a beacon and gather near to rescue this soul who suffers here. Oliver's hand glowed blue, encompassing the wolf's form with an energy so bright I squinted against its vibrancy. A jet of blue flames shot into the night sky like a flare, but it froze high in the air, lingering to serve as a beacon for our location. Oliver stood, but the wolf's form continued to glow blue. We should leave before anyone shows up. It could get messy if the demons think we did this. I hesitated, gazing at the wolf's weak form. Will he be okay? The spell puts him in a kind of stasis, freezing him in place. If he is dying, there's nothing anyone can do for him anyway. But if he can be saved, the spell should hold him until help arrives.
That's incredible, I whispered, awestruck. That could really come in handy someday.
Oliver grimaced. It only works if the caster is a council member. Sorry.
I raised an eyebrow at him. Still, that's so much more effective than using the clock tower, I thought, remembering how Elena had come to my rescue last year when I'd traveled through time. What would she have done if she found this instead? An injured demon in need of help. She would certainly have known more than I would. She would have known what to do. But I was lost, floundering. I felt like everything I knew about magic, everything that made me feel confident and capable, was slowly slipping away from me. Was there anyone out there to protect demons like this wolf? Demons who didn't hurt anybody and just wanted to live their lives? Were there hunters and huntresses in demon covens?
Desi.
Oliver stretched his hand toward me. Swallowing, I took it and stood next to him, my eyes still glued on the wolf. Reading the confusion and conflict in my eyes, he whispered,
Not all demons are evil.
I finally gazed up at him, my eyes wide. I touched his shoulder. Thank you, Oliver. He nodded.
It's part of my job.
I frowned at the bitterness in his tone, the tightness of his eyes. Anger and regret flared in my chest from our blood oath, but before I could ask him about it, he pulled my elbow forward. Together we strode down the street away from the glowing blue beacon and the forlorn wolf who had shaken me to my core. Chapter 4. After finishing our patrol, Oliver and I walked hand in hand in silence as we headed back to my neighborhood. A light rain trickled from above, moistening our clothes and making the roads slick. Moonlight peered through the rain clouds, and gas lanterns cast a yellow glow on the street, illuminating the puddles for us to dodge. Aside from the injured wolf, we hadn't come across any other demons. At long last, I asked, "What do you think happened to that wolf? Who injured him?"
Oliver shrugged. Judging by how quiet the area is, I'd say he was attacked by a rogue alpha, and he probably killed the alpha in self-defense. But where's the rest of his pack? Sometimes they flee when an alpha loses control, seeking out another pack for refuge. Other times they assist with overthrowing the alpha. Have you seen this happen before? He shook his head. No, but I've heard stories. I know someone who works in magical law enforcement and has had to intervene in cases like this. I swallowed, eyeing the tightness in Oliver's expression and the hardness in his eyes. I didn't know very much about his work on the council. Until now, I hadn't thought about it that often. But of course, he knew more about this than I did. The council was neutral, a body of government that served both light and dark magic, so naturally Oliver encountered demons on a regular basis. I wanted to ask him about it, but his face was closed off. The reluctance and bitterness floating down our blood oath convinced me to drop the subject. Are you getting along well with the coven? He asked. Yeah, absolutely. You know, when I'm not barging into dangerous situations with reckless abandon. His eyebrows lifted at the bitterness in my tone. I sighed. Sometimes I feel weak, I said, fixing my gaze ahead of us toward the bustling square of activity and dancing. The rain had finally let up, leaving the air a bit chillier than before. I remember how El Diablo had me at his mercy, and all I can think about is how helpless I am, defenseless, pitiful, an easy target. Sometimes I feel like I have to dive into demon hunting just to prove I'm a fighter, to prove that if he finds me again, I won't be so easy to trap. Oliver watched me for a long moment. I crossed my arms, avoiding his probing gaze. I didn't want to see pity in his face. It was hard enough for me to say it, to show the raw, exposed part of me that sometimes I even tried to hide from myself. You're not weak, Desi, he said quietly. Inexperienced, sure, but you're doing everything you can to learn and grow stronger. I pity the demon who decides to pick a fight with you, especially if it's El Diablo. A sarcastic chuckle burst from my lips, and I arched a doubtful eyebrow at him. His eyes twinkled with amusement, but his soft smile soothed my aching heart. Do you still dance? He asked, his gaze flicking from me to the crowd in the square. I thought back on my ballet. Less than a year ago, it had been the most important thing in my life. I'd planned to run away for an intensive summer camp in Miami, which was exactly how I wound up in Santiago in the first place. Sometimes, not as often as I used to, I try to incorporate it into demon hunting, but it doesn't always work out. I laughed, and he grinned back at me. Do you miss it? My smile faded but didn't disappear. I still find peace when I dance. It's nice to know it's always there to calm me when I need it. But no, I know this, I waved a hand around us, is far more important. We looked at each other, heat, affection, and desire rippling between us and our blood oath. My heart thrummed with anxiety at the thought of him leaving again so soon. It was late, but I didn't want to say goodnight just yet. We had less than 8 hours before he would leave. How could I waste that precious time sleeping? I grinned widely at him. Come on, I said, snatching his hand. Oliver's eyes lit up, and his mouth quirked upward in that heart-stopping half-smile I loved so much. I laughed and dragged him into the throng of dancing people. Vibrant colors swirled as men swung their partners, the women's skirts flowing with their movement. The musicians bounced to their tune,
and laughter and singing surrounded us.
"This is the Cuba I remember before the war,"
Oliver said loudly over the music. His face pulled into a huge smile that crinkled around his eyes. My heart raced at the pure joy on his face. I pulled both his hands until his hips pressed against mine. My eyes raised to his, which burned with desire and excitement. He swayed with me, his form stiff and his movements a bit forced, but his face was relaxed, at ease. He needs this, I thought. We need this. I tugged at his arms, trying to loosen him up. "Relax," I told him with a smile. "Let the music flow through you. Don't think. Just dance." Oliver's eyes sparkled, his feet stepping forward and backward, mirroring my movements. He lifted his arm and spun me. I rotated a few more times in a pirouette and slid back into his arms. He laughed and dipped me low, and then pulled me back up, now closer than I was before. Heat seared between us, scorching my skin and roiling in my stomach. The rhythm pulsed in my ears and heart until I became part of the music. Our bodies flowed along with the bustling movement and merriment around us. Warmth caressed me, inviting me into its embrace. I was lost in the music, in Oliver's eyes, in his body. There was nothing else around us, nothing but the trilling of trumpets and the rapid beating of the drums that matched the beating of my heart. Nothing else but here, now. My chest pressed to Oliver's as we swayed together, our movements still in time with the music, but less energetic than before. Our hearts beat as one, pleasure, longing, and desire churning along our blood oath. Our hips still moved as Oliver tucked his thumb under my chin, bringing my lips to his. His mouth slid over mine, and I snatched his shirt, drawing him closer, my lips urgent and desperate for more. His arms snaked around my waist. With no space between us, it felt like we could somehow merge our bodies into one unit, one soul. He kissed me, held me, and danced with me for hours. And even when rain trickled from the sky, dampening my curls and running down our clothes and faces, we still danced and laughed. Despite how I longed for Oliver to stay with me every minute he was in Santiago, we both agreed it would be better if he stayed with Alba and Ramon. Early the next morning, I dressed and headed to Alba's house. The cool winter air tickled my arms, but my brisk pace warmed my body. My heartbeat quickened at the thought of saying goodbye to Oliver, again. Oliver stepped out the front door before I could knock. His uniform was cleaned and pressed, and he slung a bag over his shoulders. He smiled warmly at me as I approached. I nervously tucked my curls behind my ears and rubbed my arms. "Leaving now?" I asked. Oliver nodded. "Ship departs in an hour." Despair lodged in my throat. I swallowed and nodded. Oliver stepped closer to me, and the nearness of his body sent flames searing through my chest. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against his chest, just listening to his heartbeat. His arms encircled me, bringing me closer to him. "You be careful over there," I said, my voice muffled against his shirt. "You're not allowed to get hurt. Understand?"
"I understand."
I heard the smile in his voice. "And come back to me as soon as you can." "That's an order, soldier."
"Yes, sir."
I snorted and swatted his arm, pulling away to look up at him. Heat and yearning swam in his eyes. His eyebrows pinched with regret as he ran his thumb along my cheek.
"Desi,"
he said in a low voice.
"Our conversation in your apartment yesterday."
I shook my head. I'm sorry about that, Oliver. I won't ever push you to do something that makes you uncomfortable. Oliver pressed his lips together.
Yes, thank you. But the possibility of marriage between us.
He trailed off, his mouth twisting in a grimace. My heart racing, I stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. They were warm and soft and perfect as they captured mine. He pressed into me, deepening our kiss as heat fused between us, molding us together. Arousal scorched in my chest, and Oliver's desire from our blood oath swarmed within me. I pulled away, panting, and whispered, I can't tell you yes right now, Oliver, but someday I might be able to. Hope sparkled in Oliver's eyes, but it mingled with something else, something unreadable. Regret pulsed through the blood oath, and I searched his face, trying to understand where this feeling came from. Before I could decipher it, he kissed me once more, long and slow. When we broke apart, he rested his forehead against mine.
Be safe, Desi.
You too. And then he left. The walk back to my apartment was slow and careful. I feared any misstep would send me hurtling down the pit of sorrow I was hovering over. Icy despair choked me, cutting off my breath as agony coursed through me. Oliver's own remorse mingled with mine until the emotions were so strong I felt like collapsing. But I held on to my resolve, clenching my fingers into fists and willing myself not to cry. If I cry, I won't stop. When I opened the door, I found Elena sitting on the sofa. As I approached her, she watched me with hard, merciless eyes. It reminded me of last year when we'd first met and hated each other. What's wrong? I asked in a tired voice. I heard Oliver was here, she said stiffly. I raised an eyebrow. Is she seriously harping on me for being with Oliver? I thought we were past this. Elena,
look, I know you've been busy spending time with him,
Elena said, rising to her feet and clenching her fingers into fists.
But now that he's gone, I have to know. What the hell were you thinking?
I stumbled backward at her raised voice, my eyes widening. What do you mean?
I mean those shapeshifters. You took them on by yourself. If you had waited 5 minutes, Guillermo and I would have been there to help you.
My mouth opened and closed incoherently as I stared at her dark, angry eyes. Her nostrils flared, and her lower lip quivered. Then I understood. Her brother, Pablo, had been killed by shapeshifters. He died to save her. I swallowed and shook my head. I'm sorry. It was reckless and stupid, and I'm so sorry. Elena stared at me, her expression cold. I didn't flinch, but I didn't fight either. I knew Elena well. She lashed out when her emotions overwhelmed her. I can't take this personally. It's personal for her, but not for me. Tears sparkled in Elena's eyes, but her jaw clenched as if she was determined to cling to her anger. She jabbed a finger toward me.
I can't work with you if you're going to make decisions like that.
I can't. She cleared her throat, choking on her words. She can't lose someone again, I realized. Not like that. I stepped closer to her, and her eyes swam with more tears. I'm sorry, Elena, I whispered. If you want to work with another huntress for a while, I'll understand. Elena shook her head, pressing her lips together as tears flowed freely down her face. I stepped toward her again, and Elena punched my arm. Ouch! I shouted, rubbing my arm as it flared in pain. My brow furrowed as I stared at her in accusation. Elena's lips twitched with the ghost of a smile, and then trembled as more tears fell. Then she threw herself forward and buried her face in my shoulder, weeping freely. I clung to her, gritting my teeth as tears from Oliver's departure leaked out, summoned by Elena's sorrow. And together, we sobbed until the apartment echoed with our grief. At long last, Elena pulled away and sniffed, wiping her cheeks. "Thanks," she muttered thickly. "It's been a while since I've been able to do that." I pressed my lips together and nodded, rubbing my nose. "Any time," I said with a hoarse laugh. "If you need to use me as a tissue or a punching bag, feel free." Elena's brow creased in confusion. "Punching bag?" I blinked. Something to beat up, to take your anger out on." Elena nodded. "Thanks," she said again. She rubbed her arms and sighed, her breath shaky. "So, Oliver's gone?" "Yeah." "I'm sorry." I shrugged one shoulder, trying to appear nonchalant, though my eyes stung with the threat of more tears. "It's just one of the disadvantages of being with a soldier. He had to go be all stupid and heroic." Elena laughed, her eyes warm. "I don't envy that." She nudged my shoulder with hers, her expression sobering. "I heard about the wolf you two found. Alba said he has a new pack now, thanks to you and Oliver." I blew out air from my lips and tried to smile. "That's great." But I couldn't squash the lingering doubt within me. Deep down, I knew if I'd found that wolf on my own, I would have killed it or left it to die alone. The notion made me shudder. Chapter 5. A week later, I sat cross-legged on the carpeted floor of my apartment, with our large oval mirror propped on the wall in front of me. 2 candles were lit on either side of the mirror, and I stared at my nervous reflection. "You can do this," I told the frizzy-haired Desi in the mirror. Her blue eyes stared doubtfully back at me. I sighed, releasing a long, slow breath until my body calmed and the rhythm of my heartbeat soothed my nerves. Several deep breaths later, my vision lost focus. I no longer saw Desi looking back at me, but rather a muddled collection of shapes and images. Magic in the air and space, reside with me in this place. Open the portal through which I scry, bring answers to my seeking eye. Magic prickled through my fingertips, and I focused on it, channeling it throughout my body until it flowed like an electric current. The images in the mirror swirled faster and faster. I waited for it to slow down, like the wheel on The Price is Right. The images spun, and then gradually slowed down. A blurry face swam in my vision. I resisted the urge to squint and fidget, since that would break my focus and end the spell. As the image sharpened, I made out light brown skin, a small, flat nose, and dark black eyes. It was a man, about 40 years old. His nose was pierced with a white object that looked disturbingly like a bone. Something sliced through the vision, bringing me back to reality. My mind slammed forward painfully, and I winced, bringing a hand to my forehead. "Yeah, it hurts to fall out of it like that." I blinked, disoriented, and found Elena standing by the door. The bag slung over her shoulder indicated she'd just arrived. "And don't get too discouraged," she went on, dropping her bag on the table. "It took me several tries before I reached a full-blown trance. You'll get there." She flopped down on the couch and watched me, her eyes curious. "Did you see anything?" "Just some face," I said vaguely, shaking my head. "I'll try again tomorrow." I hoisted the heavy mirror back onto the wall opposite the sofa. Elena smiled grimly in understanding. With Oliver gone and the streets so quiet, I needed a distraction. Sophia had taken a sudden, unexpected trip to visit her uncle in Jamaica, which meant I couldn't visit her like I'd planned. Instead, I focused on finding demons to hunt by scrying. It wasn't the most reliable method, but if there were any disturbances in the city, scrying was the best way of finding them. Suddenly, loud, frantic knocking echoed from the front door. After sharing an alarmed look with Elena, I hurried to the door and threw it open. Ramon stood there, heaving with labored breaths, and pointed behind him. "Alba, is it the baby?" Elena asked, jumping to her feet. Ramon shook his head, still panting. "Vision." My eyes widened. Alba had visions all the time, but if Ramon was so worried that he left her to find help, it couldn't be good. Elena joined me at the door, and we sped after Ramon. The door slammed shut behind us, and we ran past the apartments and homes, weaving through children playing and men and women dancing as someone strummed a guitar. Within minutes, we reached Alba's house. I took a moment to gasp for breath as a painful stitch formed in my side. Elena, unfazed by the sprinting, rushed inside without preamble. Ramon grasped my arm and helped me inside. I offered a small, grateful smile and followed him into the living room. Alba lay sprawled on the floor, her eyes open and completely white. Her arms and legs twitched, and she groaned like a zombie. My heart stopped as icy horror trickled down to my stomach. I'd never seen her like this. "How long has she been like this?" Elena asked Ramon, her eyes hard with determination. 20 minutes, Ramon said. Elena knelt next to Alba and felt for a pulse. "Has she responded to you at all?" Ramon shook his head. I crouched next to Elena and bit my lip, unsure of how I could help. What would happen if Alba never came out of it? What would happen to her baby if her vision continued like this? I grasped Alba's hand, hoping to offer something warm and reassuring. As soon as my fingers touched her, Alba stiffened and hissed like a feral animal. I jumped backward in alarm, my eyes wide and my heart racing. "Desi, do that again," Elena said quickly. I wanted to protest, but I knew Elena well enough to not question her. Slowly, I crawled back to Alba's side and pressed my palm against hers. She hissed and moaned loudly, her back arching as if she was in pain. Her arms thrashed violently, threatening to shake me loose. But I gritted my teeth and held on. "She's going to hurt herself," I shouted over Alba's groans. Elena rushed to Alba's other side and clutched her hand. In Spanish, she muttered hastily, "Magic above, reveal the reason and uncover this disturbance." When Elena finished the spell, Alba froze, her body as still as a corpse. I held my breath, watching her eyes for any sign of the warm presence I was so accustomed to. Alba's face snapped toward me, but her eyes were still white. Inky black magic emanated from her hands, like puffs of smoke. I sucked in a sharp breath. Only demons had black magic. Light casters like Alba normally glowed blue with their powers, which meant someone else was controlling her. A demon. Alba bared her teeth, and in a deep voice that wasn't her own, she growled, "Desi Campbell, so lovely to see you again." My blood ran cold, and my heart stopped. I knew that voice. Fire and bloody fangs flashed before my eyes. "What do you want?" I hissed. "I want to finish what I started," Alba said. Elena leaned forward and pressed her free hand against Alba's chest. Elena's eyes closed as she slowly lifted her fingers. A bright blue glow encompassed her hand. Alba thrashed under Elena's magic, but a pearly white tendril of smoke coiled from the center of her chest as Elena pulled it from her. Alba's back arched again, her chest rising with the tendril. When the white smoke was free, Alba's body slammed against the floor, her head lolling to the side. "Alba!" Ramon shouted, rushing to her side and cupping her face in his hands. His fingers roved over her cheeks as he tried to rouse her, but her eyelids remained closed. Elena lifted Alba's arm, pressing 2 fingers against her wrist. Her pulse is steady. Her steely gaze shifted to me, her brows lowering. "Desi, who was that?" I swallowed as dread climbed up my throat, clawing its way through my head and plunging me back into the nightmares I strove to escape for so long. My voice barely above a whisper, I said, "El Diablo." For hours, Elena and I bustled around Alba's kitchen, trying to stay productive despite agonizing over Alba's unconscious state. Elena burned incense while I rummaged around looking for herbs and spices that I knew could help her heal. "What did he mean, finish what I started?" Elena asked me in a low voice, her eyes darting to the sitting room where Ramon sat with Alba's head propped up in his lap. I set down the bloodstone I'd just found and sighed, staring absently through Alba's window as the palm tree in the front yard swayed with the wind. He wants to bring justice to all demons, to help them rise to power. In order to do that, he plans to ascend. Elena stiffened. "To the 4th tier? Is that even possible?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but he thinks it is." "Merciful Lilith," Elena breathed, her eyes wide as she slumped against the counter. "She's awake," Ramon shouted from the other room. Elena and I hurried to the sitting room where Alba's wide eyes gazed around like she was seeing the house for the first time. "Alba," I whispered, leaning forward. Her eyes found me, and clarity flooded her expression. She struggled to sit up, but Ramon held her down. "You're weak," he said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Rest." Alba shook her head. "I saw him, Desi. I saw El Diablo." Elena and I shared a solemn glance. "We know," Elena said. "He possessed you." Alba's face drained of color. How?" "He must have tapped into a powerful source of magic," Ramon muttered, his thick eyebrows lowering. "Oliver's in danger," Alba whispered, shifting again as she tried to rise. My heart stopped. "What?" Ramon grabbed Alba's wrist, but she yanked it free. "Ramon, help me stand." Ramon sighed and gripped her elbow, lifting her gently to her feet. I shot up as well, my pulse racing a mile a minute. "You saw Oliver?" I asked. Alba shook her head. "I saw El Diablo in Manila." "Lilith, no. But why? What is he doing there? Does Oliver know?" My frantic voice rose several decibels with each question. "Desi, stay calm," Alba urged me, taking my hand in hers. "We need to talk this through and form a plan. We need to know what he wants." My mouth opened and closed several times, but my mind was a numb and incoherent mess. I couldn't form any words. "He wants to ascend to the 4th tier," Elena said for me. Alba's brows creased, and she stared absently at the floral rug on the floor. Her gaze shifted to me. "He tried to do this before, right?" I nodded. "How many did he try to sacrifice?" "Just me and Oliver," I whispered. Alba's eyes widened. "What? How? That couldn't possibly—" "Because I'm a timecaster," I said in a small voice. Silence pressed in on us, blanketing the room in icy tension and terror. Alba inhaled sharply. "Now Oliver is too." My eyes snapped to her. "What? No, He said he wasn't as powerful a timecaster as me. It's why we only traveled 1 week. Alba shook her head.
Regardless of how powerful a timecaster he is, he has still cast the same spell as you. He still holds enough power to do it, and his aura is marked with it.
My brow furrowed and I blinked several times. His aura? What does that mean?
Each spell we cast marks us with light or dark magic,
Alba said, wringing her hands together and pacing the length of the sitting room.
It all compounds together to form our auras, our life essences, our souls. When a magical being is sacrificed for a blood ritual, that aura is drained and funneled into the caster. So, if El Diablo sacrifices a timecaster to ascend,
Elena said slowly, her eyes widening in horror.
Then his aura will possess that mark,
Alba said gravely.
And he will be able to cast the spell, too.
Fear gripped me, merciless and all-consuming, numbing all my other senses. I didn't feel myself move, but suddenly I was sitting on the sofa, slumped sideways. My head spun with dizzy nightmares of Oliver being sacrificed hundreds of miles away with no one to save him. "We have to warn him," I said, my voice trembling. "We have to save him. He doesn't know El Diablo is there." Alba's jaw ticked back and forth as she contemplated this.
You're right, but if El Diablo is using magic to possess seers, then he's more than just a threat to Oliver. He's a threat to the entire magical world.
She pressed her lips together and looked at Elena.
Elena, you must find Guillermo. Tell him to prepare for a long journey. He will transport you to Manila. While you find Oliver and protect him, I will send our other hunters by boat to assist you.
"What can I do?" I asked, sitting forward on my cushion.
You can stay here.
My head reared back in shock. "What? No, I want to help."
El Diablo needs a timecaster to ascend, Desi. If you show up in Manila, you'll provide him with 2 targets instead of 1.
I jumped to my feet, determination pulsing through me and flushing out all fear from my body. "Alba, I'm a huntress. You can't just bench me for this mission. If El Diablo is as dangerous as you say he is, you'll need all the help you can get." Alba sighed and smoothed the wrinkles of her skirt.
Desi, you have only been a huntress for 6 months. But if you insist, I'll allow you to sail with the other hunters.
I shook my head. "I'm going with Guillermo." Anger blazed in Alba's eyes as she jabbed a finger at me.
You will follow orders, Desi, or I swear to Lilith
Alba, wait, Elena said quietly, her eyes sliding from me to Alba.
If it makes a difference, Desi is the only huntress I feel safe with. She's a solid partner, and she protects me at the expense of her own life every time.
I stared at Elena, my mouth hanging open as warmth and shock mingled in my chest. Part of me was touched that she felt that way about me, but another part was appalled that she would stand up to Alba like that. Alba's nostrils flared, her furious eyes darting from me to Elena.
"Very well, but I'm instructing Guillermo to port Desi back the minute the situation escalates."
Her gaze cut to Ramon.
"I need you to go to the docks to start preparations."
"Can't Guillermo come back and forth to bring the rest of the hunters?" I asked.
Alba shook her head. "Even taking 2 people is dangerous. He will likely need a few days to recover once you 3 arrive. If he goes back and forth too many times, he risks tearing a hole through the portal he passes through and possibly damaging his powers permanently."
I swallowed and nodded. "Just 1 trip, then."
"You 2 go and prepare for your journey,"
Alba said, lifting her skirts and striding purposefully toward the kitchen.
"I will gather the essentials for you to bring with you."
I opened my mouth to speak, but Elena tugged on my elbow and dragged me out the door. When it closed behind us, I turned to face her. Her brows pulled together with worry, and she chewed on the inside of her lip. "Thank you," I said quietly, "for having my back in there." Elena offered a half smile, but her eyes tightened. "I was just trying to prevent you from doing something stupid, like casting another time travel spell to get there yourself." Her eyebrows raised, her eyes widening as if she was chastising me for this imaginary scenario. I chuckled. "I might have considered it." "Do you really think Oliver is in danger?" Elena asked in a quiet voice. "Of course he is. Alba wouldn't be so worried if he weren't." I mean, Elena pressed a hand to her chest. My eyes widened. "Oh, the blood oath?" I hesitated, searching inward for any foreign emotion that might not belong to me. "I haven't felt very much from him since he left. A little irritation and some amusement, but nothing else." "Will you tell me if you sense something big?" I nodded. "Of course." We returned to our apartment and each packed a satchel. I threw in a few outfits and some spell ingredients. I didn't exactly want to pack an entire suitcase for Guillermo to teleport along with us. I also packed the rest of my pesos, though I had no idea what kind of currency they used in the Philippines. Elena tracked down Guillermo while I returned to Alba's house to pack the essentials she'd prepared. When I walked into her kitchen, she thrust 2 small leather sacks into my hands. "Each one has bloodstone, a vanishing potion, and the ingredients for a locator spell," she said in a low voice. Her eyes darted to my collarbone where my necklace rested, a small vial containing ingredients for the time travel spell. "I'll leave this here," I said quickly, removing the necklace and offering it to her. Alba hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and took the necklace from me. "Trust the Nephilim," she said, her eyes wide. I gaped at her. "What?" "Trust the Nephilim." My mouth opened and closed like a fish. "I don't understand." Before she could answer, the door opened, and Elena and Guillermo strode inside. I blinked as Elena approached me and pointed to the leather sacks in my hand. "Is that it?" she asked. I nodded, frowning as I handed Elena one of the sacks to put in her satchel. "Have you ever ported this far before?" Elena asked with a nervous glance toward Guillermo. "Once or twice," he said vaguely. My eyebrows flattened as I stared at him. If we were in my time, I would accuse him of being a CIA agent because of all the secrets he kept. Alba snatched my shoulders and pulled me into a stiff embrace. "Take care of each other. Protect Oliver. Come home safely." I patted her shoulder and nodded. She smelled of hot bread and fragrant spices. My eyes closed as I held her for a long moment. Her hold on me soothed my fears and grounded me. When we pulled apart, my gaze fell to her belly. "Take care of yourself too, Alba, and your little one." She smiled, her eyes glistening. "Ready?" Guillermo asked. Elena and I stood on either side of him. He grasped us by the elbows, and I clutched my satchel tighter against me, my knuckles turning white and my teeth clenching with anticipation. My heart raced, pounding hysterically in my chest as apprehension coursed through me. Guillermo closed his eyes and muttered, "Magic above, carry me. Deliver us to where we need to be." I frowned. That spell rhymed. Guillermo speaks English? Then an invisible force pulled me forward, and Alba's house melted away into nothingness. Chapter 6. Shapes and sounds swirled around me. My stomach dropped, rolled, and cartwheeled. I clenched my teeth and closed my eyes so I wouldn't vomit. When everything finally settled, Guillermo's arm became limp in my grasp. Something moist tickled my arms and intensified until heavy torrents of rain cascaded over my body. I gasped and opened my eyes. We stood on a darkened road that was surrounded by tall, magnificent buildings, with balconies and archways that reminded me of Santiago. These buildings were simpler, though, boxier and a bit less European. Small lanterns lit the road, highlighting the thick jets of water that were streaming from the night sky. With my free hand, I pushed my sopping wet curls out of my face and squinted at the sign on the nearest building, Tuluyan. Guillermo slumped forward in my grip, and Elena shouted something that was swallowed by the heavy rain. Guillermo's limp form shifted, and I took Elena's cue, helping hoist him toward the building. Elena pulled open the door, and the three of us hobbled inside. Inside was a wide room with a few armchairs and tables. Gas lanterns on the wall bathed the room in a soft glow, and on the left side was a wooden staircase. A short man with balding black hair hurried to our side, speaking quickly in a language I couldn't understand. Unfortunately, I knew absolutely no Filipino, or whatever language they spoke here. At least last year in Santiago I had gotten by with my broken Spanish. "Do you speak Spanish?" Elena asked him. The man nodded, and I almost laughed in surprise. That will make this a lot easier. "We need a room for the night," Elena said. "Can you accommodate us?" In Spanish, the man said, Yes. Do you have money?" Elena's gaze cut to me and then back to the man. "Do you accept pesos?" The man's head reared back in surprise, and he frowned and shook his head. "Philippine pesos, yes. Coins." Elena sighed and swept her wet black hair behind her ears. Nodding her head at me, she muttered, "Help me?" We backed against the wall toward the staircase and propped an unconscious Guillermo against the banister. Then Elena unclasped her gold necklace and handed it to the man. The man held the necklace up to the lantern against the wall to inspect it. Then he nodded, his lips pressed together, and shuffled away. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, leaning against the wall next to Guillermo, whose shoulders rose and fell with heavy breaths. "Was the necklace special to you?" Elena waved a hand. "No, I never wear it. I brought all my mother's jewelry because I figured we'd need something to barter with." I cocked my head at her, watching her lips tighten as her gaze fixed on something that wasn't there. The only thing I knew about her mother was that she died of yellow fever several years before the war. "You shouldn't have to use her jewelry," I said quietly. "We'll find another way to get by." Elena shrugged one shoulder, but wouldn't meet my gaze. Her jaw clenched, and I dropped the subject, glancing toward the hallway where the man had disappeared. "How does he know Spanish?" I asked. "The Philippines were under Spanish rule almost as long as Cuba. The war last year started here in Manila, freeing the Philippines from the Spanish." My eyes widened, and chagrin flooded through me, warming my cheeks. I had no idea. I felt so foolish and idiotic for not knowing this. Santiago had been my home for the past 6 months, but I knew next to nothing about its history or the events leading up to the Spanish-American War. I didn't even know the U.S. fought in the Philippines at all, let alone during an entire war. The man returned and waved his hand, indicating that we should follow him. As he headed upstairs, I glanced doubtfully at Guillermo. Elena looked at the man's retreating figure and then widened her eyes at me. She flexed her fingers and placed her hand on Guillermo. If I were a bystander, I would have thought she was merely lifting him up, but the magic thrumming and pulsing in the air told me Elena was using her powers. I smirked and summoned energy into my fingers as well. Together, we lifted Guillermo and pushed him gently from behind as we climbed the stairs. After a few flights, the man led us down a narrow hallway with crimson wallpaper and creaky floorboards. He unlocked a door and held it open for us. We carried Guillermo inside and laid him on the full-sized bed, which was covered with an ornate quilt of multicolored shapes. In Spanish, the man asked,
"Do you need a second room for your friend?"
His eyes fell to Guillermo, his lips tightening with disapproval. "He's my brother," Elena said quickly and pointed at me. "Her husband. He's had a little too much to drink tonight. One room is fine." My eyes widened, but as the man glanced at me, I smoothed my face into a mask of nonchalance and nodded. The man inclined his head.
"Very well. Please tell me if you need anything."
He swung the door shut, and Elena and I looked at each other. Her lips twitched, and I snorted. Then we burst out laughing. "You should have said he was your husband," I teased, pointing a finger at her as more chuckles burst from my lips.
"Oh, really? And how would you have fit into the equation? You're too pale to be related to us."
A loud snort escaped Elena's mouth, and she covered her face, her cheeks reddening. For a few minutes, we laughed uncontrollably. My cheeks throbbed from smiling, and my stomach ached from my laughter. Tears streamed from my eyes as I sank to the floor, propping my elbows on my knees. Elena joined me as our laughter faded and silence fell, sobering us from our momentary lapse of sanity. "So, what now?" I asked. My eyes fell to Guillermo, who was fast asleep on the bed. "He'll be fine," Elena said, answering my unspoken concern. "We'll wait until morning and then seek out the local witches and warlocks." I nodded, my brow furrowing. I didn't know anything about the Philippines, let alone how their magic worked. Was it like in America? Or was it more like the rituals of Santeria? Elena lifted the lid of the trunk at the foot of the bed and removed several thick quilts. She passed one to me, and we laid them on the floor like sleeping bags. After a nervous glance toward Guillermo, Elena removed her wet dress and wriggled herself in between two quilts. I bit back a smile and removed my own dress. I felt more than comfortable being in these thick, ridiculous undergarments, even in the presence of a man. By my standards, it was still more than modest. Elena turned off the lamp. Long after her snores filled the room, I stared at the ceiling, thinking of Oliver. He was here. I would see him soon. And though his life was in danger, a small part of me worried that he wouldn't be happy to see me, that he would resent me for not immediately agreeing to marry him, that he might seek out another, more willing and compliant wife. "Don't be ridiculous, Desi." I shook my head and forced my eyes shut, telling myself I had nothing to worry about. But I didn't believe it. Loud creaking stirred me from my sleep. I blinked, dazed, and rolled over, my back aching from the unyielding floor I'd slept on. I groaned and sat up, my eyes widening when I found Guillermo rising from the bed. His face was paler than normal, and red lines rimmed his eyes. He frowned at me, and his gaze lowered to my lacy undergarments. His mouth fell open, and redness spread across his cheeks. He turned his face away and coughed.
I'll give you a minute to dress yourself."
I laughed as Elena shifted next to me. Before she sat up and embarrassed herself, I poked her and muttered, "My husband is awake." Elena's tired eyes gazed to Guillermo and then back to me, her lips twitching in amusement.
"Husband?"
Guillermo asked loudly from the bed. Elena and I laughed. While Guillermo faced the wall, we dug through our satchels until we found fresh clothes. "How do you feel?" I asked Guillermo once I was dressed.
"Exhausted,"
he said, peeking nervously over his shoulder before he faced us again.
"I won't be able to port for a while, but I should be able to walk.
Elena tied her hair up into a tight bun and nodded. All business. Good. Then we can track down the magical community together. Shouldn't one of us find Oliver? I asked as I braided my thick, unforgiving curls.
If there's a council here and they find out witches and a warlock from another country are fraternizing with an enemy soldier, that will not end well,
Guillermo said, his jaw tense.
We need to make contact first and follow the proper channels before we interfere.
But if El Diablo is here, I started. Then we don't want to attract too much attention, Elena said. If we seek out Oliver first, we're bound to lead El Diablo right to him. I sighed, knowing they were right, but disappointment sank in my stomach. We went downstairs for a quick meal of seasoned beef topped with eggs sunny side up. The atmosphere was tense as we ate. The other lodgers sat stiffly in their seats, casting furtive glances our way and murmuring gravely to one another. Pinched eyebrows and tight lips showed the people's distress and nervousness. A small family in the corner wore nothing but rags, their faces ashen and forlorn. At first glance, they appeared homeless. Then, with a tug in my stomach, I realized they probably were. Perhaps their home was destroyed in a battle, and they had nowhere else to go. They're at war, I reminded myself. This is similar to when I first met Alba and Ramon. The circumstances were so different, though. Most of the people in Santiago had either evacuated or volunteered to fight. Then, a few days later, the war ended. But here in Manila, another war had just begun. The citizens went about their lives, not because they wanted to, but because they had to. Eyes narrowed at me with suspicion. I realized as an American I was an enemy here, unlike in Santiago where I was an ally. The hostility in the air made me scarf down my food faster than usual so I could escape. Where should we go first? Elena asked when we emerged outside.
It's likely the locals are tracking us,
Guillermo said.
In my experience, magical law enforcement usually senses big teleportation, but they may be too distracted by the war.
Are you saying they already know we're here? I asked.
It's possible. And if they don't, I know a few places we can look.
We looped our arms through Guillermo's and guided him down the street. As we climbed up a hill, I gasped at the scene before us. Huge, glorious green mountains surrounded us, reaching higher toward the sky than the small mountains of Cuba I'd grown accustomed to. Palm trees, shrubs, and other foliage lurked nearby. And downhill below us stretched the wide, massive city of Manila. Hundreds upon hundreds of buildings, some big and some small, littered the city with wide and narrow streets zigzagging throughout. It would have been magnificent if not for the plumes of smoke climbing into the sky, or the burned rubble and charcoal ruins from a recent battle. Though the atmosphere around us was quiet, I heard echoes of screams and explosions, bringing me back to the fear and danger of last year. A rush of haunting memories returned to me. Flames, blood, death. Oliver's screams, Manuel's shirt covered in his own blood. I shivered and closed my eyes, focusing on my breathing. But the humidity wouldn't let me. Instead, I lifted my left leg and clutched at my toes, forming my favorite and most calming yoga pose. I'd lost some of my flexibility from disuse and lack of practice, but the muscles pulled and strained in a satisfying way as I held my toes, my leg stretched high into the air.
Whoa!
Guillermo straightened and cocked an eyebrow at me.
What are you doing?
She stretches when she's stressed, Elena answered for me. It's how she copes. Though she smirked at me, her eyes softened with understanding. We knew each other's coping mechanisms, and we accepted and understood them. I smiled gratefully at her as I released my hold on Guillermo to stretch my other leg. My eyes closed and I counted my breaths. 1, 2, 3. I lowered my foot. Okay, I'm good. Ready to go. Hold on, Elena muttered. She grabbed Guillermo's hands and mine, closed her eyes, and muttered, I call upon the surrounding magic to cloak us from watchful eyes. A blue glow surrounded us and then vanished. I glanced down my dress and at Guillermo and Elena, but we still looked the same. It won't cloak us from those with magic, but it'll help us blend in among most mortals, Elena said. It'll be like we're wearing camouflage. Guillermo nodded, his eyebrows raised as he looked at Elena with a mixture of gratitude and admiration.
All right, stay close to me and don't look anyone in the eye. Let's go.
Chapter 7. I looped my arm through Guillermo's again as we descended downhill. The farther we walked, the more the sounds of gunfire and devastation rang in my ears. My eyes found a wide stretch of buildings tucked between trees, and I noticed smoke pouring into the sky. A crowd of American soldiers bustled by us. A nearby explosion shook me to my core. Do we know where we're going? I muttered as we entered a wide expanse of forest and foliage. Between the trees were hundreds of white tents, no doubt a military encampment. Is Oliver in there? But I shoved the thought away. Not now, Desi.
Yes,
Guillermo said in a strained voice.
Not too far from here is an inn run by a local coven. If they still own it, they should be able to point us in the right direction. If not, we'll try a clock tower to draw attention to us.
At long last, we stumbled onto a wide dirt road surrounded by trees. Just ahead were small residential homes, and beyond that were the taller and more urban buildings of Manila, nestled between large mountains. So, you've been in Manila before? Elena asked, her voice a little too casual. I chanced to glance at her, but her eyes were fixed ahead, her expression unreadable.
Last year, during the battle with the Spanish,
Guillermo said. We waited for more information, but he didn't offer any. Elena cut a gaze at me, and I raised my eyebrows. Well, she tried. We approached a small house with a white picket fence just as several American soldiers hurried past us, carrying a stretcher with an injured soldier. The entire left side of his abdomen was covered in blood. My stomach churned, and I averted my gaze. The soldiers didn't even glance our way. The blasts and explosions grew more distant the farther we walked, and I assumed Guillermo knew the safest route into the city, though I wasn't sure how. The houses drew closer until there wasn't room for a yard or a garden. Apartments were just squashed together, similar to the apartments in downtown Santiago. We passed 2- and 3-story buildings with white balconies and gray bricks. The dirt road became a wide stretch of cobblestone. More and more American soldiers passed, and I realized this area was already captured by the U.S. I hadn't seen a single Filipino since we'd left the inn. My eyes roved over the face of each soldier we passed, secretly hoping we would run into Oliver by accident. It was ridiculous, but I couldn't help it. We approached a wide stone bridge arching over a vast river of murky water. Soldiers lined the edge of the bank as well as the bridge. The 3 of us stopped as we stared at the bridge. How are we supposed to get past them? I whispered. The soldiers formed a blockade across the bridge, no doubt to discourage Filipinos from trying to cross. But it also meant we couldn't cross without drawing their attention either. Elena looked at me, and then Guillermo, whose face was pale and clammy. We can't just wait around for an opportunity, she muttered, sliding her arm free of Guillermo's grip. With hasty steps, she turned away from the bridge and raised her hands. Blue magic emanated from her fingers as she flexed them toward a tall palm tree along the road. With a mighty crack, the palm tree split and fell forward. The crash echoed around us, and the ground trembled from the impact. The tree now dissected the road, creating an obvious obstruction. Alarmed exclamations echoed from the soldiers. After shouting at one another, a handful of them hurried toward us. Elena tugged on Guillermo's arm and mine, dragging us toward the buildings. Hiding in the shadow of an overlooking balcony, we waited, our bodies completely still. The soldiers flocked toward the fallen tree. One of them pointed and gestured with his hands, and a few soldiers hurried down the road in search of the culprit. "Now," Guillermo grunted. Together, we hobbled toward the bridge and the wide gap between the soldiers. It felt like a three-legged race. Guillermo's weight pulled down on my arm, but we had to go faster before the soldiers came back, before they filled that gap on the bridge. My pulse roared in my ears, my heart thumping loudly against my chest. "Don't trip," I told myself. "Don't draw attention to yourself." Our feet shuffled against stones and dirt. A few soldiers stiffened as we approached, their eyes wide and nervous, as if they could sense our movement. But they didn't see us. We slowed as we drew nearer. I held my breath, my heart racing and my palms sweating. Our steps careful and precise, we slid between the soldiers. Some of them looked up and down the bridge, trying to locate the source of our footsteps. Others nervously watched the other soldiers who were inspecting the fallen palm tree. At long last, we crossed to the other side. Elena and I let out huge breaths, but Guillermo sagged forward, his body limp. "Can't," he gasped. "Must rest." I looked up toward the road, which curved and wound in the direction of the tall cathedrals and monuments ahead of us. "Can you make it down the road?" "He needs to rest now," Elena snapped at me. I sighed and helped her drag him off to the side against another palm tree. Guillermo's head fell back against the trunk, and he exhaled loudly, his eyes closing. "Just a few minutes," he assured us. "The inn is close, if I remember correctly." Elena slid to the ground next to him and propped his head on her shoulder. Her eyes and expression were so soft that I turned away before she noticed me watching. A flash of pain seared through me. I clutched at my shoulder and inhaled sharply. In an instant it was gone, but my shoulder still throbbed. I glanced at it, but it was unharmed. "Oliver." My heart rate accelerated as I waited, searching through our blood oath for some strong emotion, some crippling fear. But nothing. Then, a twinge of annoyance. I released a breath of relief. If Oliver were seriously wounded, he would feel a bit more than just annoyance. "Everything all right?" Elena asked. I turned to face her and nodded. "Oliver's injured, but it's nothing serious. He'll be fine." Elena nodded and glanced back toward the soldiers on the bridge. The men who had investigated the palm tree returned to their station on the bridge, muttering nervously as they cast their eyes around the area. I bit my lip and shuffled my feet, watching Guillermo as he breathed heavily. I clenched my fingers into fists and resisted the urge to pace the area. Clearing my throat, I said, "I'm going to scout ahead and see if I can find us some food and lodging." "Desi," Elena said warningly. "I'll be careful," I said, raising my hands. Elena sighed and stood, withdrawing a pearl bracelet from her satchel. "Use this as currency." She thrust the bracelet into my hands. I fingered the soft, delicate pearls in my hand, my brows creasing. I opened my mouth to protest, but Elena stopped me. "Just take it." Her tone was clipped. "I'm not the jewelry type anyway." I swallowed and nodded, watching her as her gaze drifted away from mine. She clearly didn't want to talk about it, but I knew this was bothering her.
With a sigh, I slid the bracelet into my own satchel and strode down the dirt path leading away from the river. My arm and shoulder ached from carrying Guillermo's weight, and my legs throbbed from walking all morning. But I pressed forward, my head racing with thoughts of Oliver's injury and the danger he was in. Of course, I wanted to see him and hold him again, but more than anything, I wanted to protect him. He didn't know about the threat of El Diablo looming in the shadows. His guard might be down. He might be overconfident, thinking the only danger was in this mortal battle. Get a grip, I told myself firmly. Oliver's a big boy. He can take care of himself. But something dark and foreboding pressed into my chest. A warning. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible would happen, ripping me away from Oliver and the possibility of a future with him. The dirt road opened up to a town square filled with towering buildings. A tall, magnificent cathedral that rivaled even those of Santiago. A mansion-sized building that looked to be some kind of town hall with its majestic pillars. A collection of smaller shops with several gas lanterns and tiny balconies alongside a sidewalk, and a large, empty market with crates of all kinds of fruits, papayas, mangoes, oranges, apples, and several I didn't recognize. A lone figure coaxed a horse and wagon through the square. I squinted and made out a short, overweight man. He wore a hat and trudged slowly, the wheels of the cart clattering against the stone road. I hurried forward and waved my hand. In Spanish, I called out, "Excuse me, sir? Sir, do you speak Spanish?" The man stilled. As I drew nearer, he glanced around and tried steering the horse in the other direction. The horse whinnied in protest. "Sir, I mean you no harm," I pleaded as I stepped in front of him. "I need help. Do you speak Spanish?" The man eyed my clothes and narrowed his eyes, assessing me. I was clearly no soldier, but I was also American. "My friend is hurt," I went on. "We need food and a place to stay. Can you help us?" The man watched me warily, his hand clutching his reins so tightly his fingers shook. I dug into my satchel and retrieved Elena's bracelet. "I can pay you." I held it out toward him. The man's eyes flitted from the pearls to my face. He glanced behind me as if expecting a squadron of soldiers to ambush him. "Please," I said quietly. The man swallowed and pointed a shaking finger behind me. "American soldiers," he said in Spanish. "That way. They help you." He tried to pass around me, but I stepped in his way. "No, sir, please. We're in trouble and we can't ask the soldiers for help. We'll stay out of your way, but we need a place to rest." The man sighed, his shoulders sagging as he gazed around the courtyard in resignation. He pointed again, this time to a tall 4-story building with wrought iron balconies and a burgundy door. "Lodging," he said. I smiled in relief and handed him the pearls. He shook his head, waving his hand. No. Pay innkeeper." My heart twisted as he steered the horse and cart around me. "Thank you, sir," I said. "Thank you so much." The man glanced over his shoulder at me, his brows creasing, but he said nothing and continued walking through the square. I hurried to the building with the burgundy door and opened it. A sharp, minty smell overwhelmed my nostrils as I stepped inside. A woman sat behind a desk, her back straight and stiff as she watched me enter. Her eyes grew wide, and she rose to her feet. I extended my hands to show I came in peace. "Can I purchase a room for 3? I paused and decided to go with Elena's cover story. "My husband is hurt and needs to rest. His sister is with us and we need a place to stay." Something prickled past me like a whispering wind. I stiffened, and magic surged within me. The woman's face paled, and she ducked behind a curtain, her footsteps echoing in another room.
My blood ran cold. There's magic here. Had the woman sensed it? Or was she afraid because I was a stranger?
In all my years, said a deep voice from the shadows, I've never met a timecaster before.
I whirled around but saw no one. A wide spiral staircase rested to my left, and to my right were shelves filled with books and potted plants. I swallowed down my fear. Really, I said, sounding braver than I felt, because I've met too, including myself, I added privately. Magic thrummed around me. The mint scent intensified, stinging my nose. I resisted the urge to cough and wave my hand in front of my face to disperse the fumes. Then a figure stepped toward me from the staircase, but I knew he hadn't been there a second ago. He wore a long, colorful robe and had a turban with feathers sticking out of it wrapped around his head. Along his neck were an assortment of beads that reminded me of Sophia. When I looked at his face, my heart stopped. Light brown skin, a small flat nose, dark black eyes, and a piercing through his nose that resembled a small animal bone. I'd seen him before. This was the man from my scrying vision. Chapter 8. My heart pounded a warning rhythm in my chest, but I composed myself and watched the man approach. Wrinkles framed his dark eyes that sharpened with each step toward me. "Who are you?" I asked. Fear rippled within me, but I tried to squash it, reminding myself that I was a huntress. If he meant me harm, I could protect myself. Unfortunately, I didn't know if he was a friend or a foe. Scrying was subjective. The visions sometimes didn't convey what was expected, but it was always something important. So I had no idea if I'd seen this man because he would harm me or because he would help me.
My name is Ulan,
the man said.
I'm the albulario in charge of this coven.
I squinted at him. Albulario?
A native term, similar to witch doctor.
My gaze swept around the small lobby. My eyes narrowed. This coven? I repeated. Ulan spread his arms wide.
Yes, this inn is run by witches and warlocks. I assumed you knew that when you entered.
Guess Guillermo led us in the right direction. I swallowed, thinking of the man who had helped me in the courtyard. Had he known? Had he sensed magic on me? I lifted my chin. Yes, that's why I'm here. My friend is hurt and needs to recover somewhere safe. We weren't sure where else to go. Ulan ran his fingers along a frayed piece of his robe.
And why are you here? In Manila.
His eyes raked over my form.
I presume it isn't to fight.
His lips curled upward in a smirk. I raised an eyebrow. Hardly. I exhaled and glanced behind me, thinking of Guillermo and Elena. I needed to wait for them before pleading our case to Ulan. We are here on a mission of our own, I said carefully, but I wish to secure lodging for us first and allow my colleague to speak with you. He is much more, diplomatic than I am. Ulan chuckled, but it didn't reach his cold eyes.
Such a shame. Conversing with you is so amusing.
I wasn't quite sure that was a compliment. Will you help us? Ulan inclined his head.
You may have a room for one night, but if your mission causes disruption for my coven and my city, I will have to ask you to leave.
I nodded. Of course, thank you. I stretched my hand to offer him the pearls, but Ulan shook his head.
Consider the one night a favor. For you, Timecaster.
He bowed his head as if I were royalty. My stomach twisted in discomfort, but I offered a weak smile. Thank you. He vanished behind the curtain and returned with the woman from before, who quickly secured us a room and handed me the key. I felt Ulan's shrewd eyes on me as I slid the key into my satchel and went to fetch Guillermo and Elena. His icy gaze still flashed in my head after I'd left, rippling through me and raising the hairs on my arms. I wanted to believe Ulan could be our ally, but something about him felt off. A shiver coursed through me as I broke into a run. A few minutes later, I returned to Elena and Guillermo and filled them in on what had happened. Elena and I helped Guillermo walk back to the inn and climb upstairs to our room. When the door closed behind us, Guillermo hissed,
"What were you thinking, talking to an albulario?"
My head reared back in surprise as I leaned against the wall. What? He approached me. Besides, I assumed you knew him. This is the inn you were talking about, right? Guillermo shook his head, his eyes roving around the room.
"It is, but it's different. Another coven must have taken over. And no, I don't know the innkeeper, which means we need to be careful."
My eyes shifted to Elena, who looked as confused as I felt. What is an albulario? Ulan said it was kind of like a witch doctor? Guillermo sank onto the bed, propping his head up on the wall. Clarity had returned to his expression, but he still seemed exhausted. With a sigh, he said,
"Yes, an albulario is a witch doctor, an herbalist and healer. But last year there was an operation I was part of."
He trailed off, his gaze cutting from me to Elena. Elena sat in a chair next to a desk in the corner, her eyebrows lowering. "If you don't trust us, Guillermo, this mission has no chance of succeeding," she said, her tone hard. Guillermo ran a hand through his long black hair.
"You're right. I'm sorry."
He breathed deeply and continued.
"Last year, a group of dark warlocks infiltrated the area, posing as albularios to gain clients and access to all kinds of ingredients and potions and spells. True albularios practice light magic and healing, and they pose no threat to us, but some of them are frauds. Practitioners of Kulam in disguise."
My brow furrowed. Dark warlocks? I didn't know much about them, but I knew that technically they were classified as demons because they practiced dark magic. What is Kulam?
Kulam,
Guillermo repeated.
"It's a form of dark witchcraft. Voodoo, curses, that kind of thing."
I shuddered. "So you're saying Ulan might be a Munku person?"
"A dark warlock? Perhaps. Especially because he appeared when you were scrying. Dark magic penetrates through visions more often than light magic."
I dropped my arms. "Well, what are we supposed to do? He's the leader of this coven. I don't think we can exactly go around him." Guillermo scratched his chin.
"No, we can't. We'll just have to tread carefully. And if either of you get a whiff of dark magic, come find me. We banished several dark warlocks last year, so I'm familiar with the spell."
"Why don't you just teach us the spell?" Elena asked, her jaw hardening. Anger flickered in her eyes. The idea that Guillermo still didn't trust us probably didn't sit well with her.
"I will,"
Guillermo said, though I didn't believe him.
"But without the ingredients, you can't cast it anyway. Once we prepare a stock of the potion, I'll make sure you two are well prepared."
My gaze cut to Elena, and she raised her eyebrows at me, sharing my doubt. I ticked my head to the side and shrugged. Give him time. He had already opened up about one of his mysterious and dangerous spy missions. That was enough for now. Suddenly, magic tickled the air. A fierce wind swirled around us, stinging my eyes. My first thought was that Oliver had appeared in our room and summoned his powers. But the wind was different. It smelled crisp, like flowers in bloom, or the morning dew as it clung to grass. I'd never smelled magic like that before. The three of us turned, and Elena gasped. A figure stood before us, tall and elegant. Huge white wings that were covered in smooth feathers spread from her shoulder blades. My jaw dropped. An angel? The wings folded back, withdrawing into the figure's spine and disappearing completely, as if they'd been a figment of my imagination. I squinted, getting a better look at the wingless person in front of us. She was a woman about my age, with jet black hair tied up into a tight bun. Her sharp, icy blue eyes pierced through me, and her long, narrow arms crossed over her chest. She was stick-thin, like a Barbie doll, and part of me hated her for that. I glanced at Elena, whose face was pale. She shook her head numbly at me as if to say, "I have no idea."
"May we help you?"
Guillermo asked politely, unfazed by her appearance.
"I'm Gwendolyn Peters from the American Council,"
the angel said, her voice much deeper and more authoritative than I'd anticipated.
"I've been sent here to investigate an unsanctioned teleportation."
My eyebrows shot to my hairline. "We're from Cuba. Why should the American Council care where we travel?"
"Because the Philippines is under the jurisdiction of the United States,"
Gwendolyn said sharply,
"at least for the duration of the war."
A knot formed in my stomach. The way her eyes speared right through us made me think she wasn't here to offer a friendly greeting.
"Of course," Guillermo said easily. "What can we do to help, Miss Peters?" "You may call me Gwen. I simply need to ask a few questions of your teleporter."
Guillermo inclined his head.
"That would be me."
Gwen's gaze cut briefly to me and Elena, her raised eyebrows implying, "Then who are these nobodies?" I stiffened and shared an eye roll with Elena.
"May we speak privately?"
Gwen asked. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." I crossed my arms, my mouth opening to snap at her when Guillermo quickly interrupted.
"They're with me. We're here on the same business. You may ask your questions with them present."
Gwen pressed her lips together in a thin line, her eyes blazing.
"Very well. What has brought you here to Manila?" "We received intelligence from our seer that a known Cuban fugitive is hiding here. We've come to intercept him and impart punishment for his crimes against the people of Cuba."
"And why did you not consult the American Council before your teleportation?" Guillermo shrugged, frowning.
"We didn't realize we had to."
My heart raced, and I struggled to keep my breathing even. He knows that's a lie. He even said we had to do this through the proper channels. It made me wonder why we hadn't checked with the council first. Perhaps because Alba or Guillermo had known they would have said no.
"I see,"
Gwen said icily. Her eyes tightened, her gaze raking up and down Guillermo's form, assessing him. She probably saw a seasoned soldier, someone capable and smart, someone who obviously wouldn't overlook such a step in the process of teleportation.
"And how do you intend to go about your business here?" she asked. "We intend to seek help from this local coven,"
Guillermo said, gesturing to the room around us.
"We don't want to step on any toes while we're here."
"Indeed," Gwen said, widening her eyes with a look that said, "Yeah, right." Lilith, I really didn't like her.
"And if this coven leader refuses," Gwen asked, "what will you do then?" "I will consult with my superior in Cuba and see what she wants us to do. But we will not intervene in local matters without the blessing of this coven."
"So you will leave?" Guillermo hesitated.
"I don't know. Like I said, it depends on my superior's orders.
Gwen was silent for a moment, twisting her mouth as she chewed on her tongue. Her eyes drifted from me to Elena and then back to Guillermo.
Well, my superior wants it made clear that we are to work together on this, Gwen said finally. Criminals found sneaking around the city are our council's business, and we wish to bring them to justice as you do.
I highly doubted this girl gave a rat's ass about El Diablo or what he had done to the people of Santiago. Seeing the indifference in her eyes made my blood boil. Guillermo offered a tight-lipped smile.
As you wish. We shall be in touch to discuss the coven's response to your request and where to go from there.
Gwen's wings sprung out from her shoulder blades. Wind whooshed against my face, tickling my nose with that sickly sweet smell again.
Very well,
Guillermo said. Gwen leveled her gaze at each of us, as if warning us not to step out of line. Then she vanished, leaving feathers and dust particles floating in her wake. After a long, tense moment of silence, Guillermo deflated, looking like it had taken all of his energy to remain upright during Gwen's visit. I asked quietly, "So, what is she?"
Nephilim, Elena said. They're descendants of angels. I've never seen one before, but I've heard stories. Their light magic is unparalleled, the strongest light magic in the world.
I resisted the urge to scoff. Of course. She did strike me as the type who thought way too highly of herself. Elena turned to Guillermo.
What does this mean? It means we have to be careful,
Guillermo said, his arms shaking and his face ashen. Slowly he lowered himself onto the bed.
Gwen's comments were more a warning than an offer of assistance.
Yeah, I got that much, I said with a snort. Let's just see what Ulan says, Elena said, crossing her arms.
He may offer to help us, and then we won't have to deal with her again.
I nodded absently, though I seriously doubted our encounters with Gwen were over. Chapter 9. After Guillermo rested, the three of us crept downstairs in search of dinner. The woman behind the desk pulled back the curtain, jerking her head to indicate we should enter. Elena and I let Guillermo stride in first. His back stiffened and he clenched his fingers into tight fists, but his gait was even and firm. I knew it took him great effort to appear that way, but he needed to be a powerful warlock right now, not a weekend traveler. The crimson cloth slid back into place behind us, blocking the reception desk from view. Warm, sweet aromas filled my nose as I gazed around the small room. It was exactly where I pictured a psychic or fortune teller would do business. Narrow shelves lined the walls and were filled with candles, jars of herbs, ancient books, and a few small mirrors. In the middle of the room was a round table with bowls of soup and glasses filled with a thick yellow liquid. Ulan sat at the table and spread his arms wide to welcome us. His lips curled in an amused smile that didn't reach his cold eyes.
"Welcome, travelers," he said. "Please sit. Dine with me."
Elena and I exchanged wary looks, but Guillermo smoothly took a seat opposite Ulan. Elena and I slid into the seats on either side of Guillermo. I looked into the bowl of soup and sniffed. Spices mingled with the smells of sweet incense and the burning candles, confusing my nostrils and taste buds. Chunks of meat and cabbage swirled in the soup. I took a bite, and warmth caressed my tongue and soothed my aching stomach.
"Tell me of your plans here,"
Ulan said, taking a bite of his own soup. Guillermo took a long sip of his drink, his steady gaze never leaving Ulan. After he swallowed, he said,
"A demon overlord has infiltrated your city. We are familiar with his methods and his allies. We wish for your assistance in apprehending him and bringing him to justice for the crimes he committed against our coven."
Ulan kept his gaze fixed on his soup as he absently swirled the contents with his spoon.
"A demon overlord, you say?"
"Yes," Guillermo said.
"What's his name?" "We know him as El Diablo, but he also goes by the name of Matthias."
I stiffened, my blood running cold. Matthias? Guillermo never mentioned he knew El Diablo's first name. I stared hard at the wall across from me, resisting the temptation to glance at him. He worked undercover with El Diablo. Of course he knows. I looked at Ulan, but his expression betrayed nothing, no hint of recognition, no surprise, only careful composure.
"And how did you come to know he is here?" "Our seer had a vision of him here." "I see."
Silence fell, broken only by the clinking of our silverware and bowls as we slurped our soup. Elena and I glanced at each other, and then back to Ulan. Ulan set his spoon down and placed his hands on his lap.
"I am afraid we can't help you."
My eyes narrowed. I opened my mouth to object, but Elena kicked me from under the table. My mouth clamped shut as pain flared in my ankle.
"May I ask why?"
Guillermo took another sip of his drink, his own expression as impassive as Ulan's. Two worthy opponents in this standoff.
"My city is under attack,"
Ulan said, his tone sharpening.
"My people are dying. This coven is overwhelmed enough as it is. We simply cannot spare the resources to assist you."
Guillermo frowned and nodded.
"I understand. Then we will apprehend him ourselves when the rest of our coven arrives."
Ulan cocked his head at Guillermo.
"All to find one demon?" "He is a third-tier demon who has found the means to ascend to a fourth tier."
Ulan's eyes widened, at last betraying surprise before his expression smoothed again.
"That is distressing indeed."
My brows flattened. This guy is acting as if Guillermo's great-aunt has a cold or something. How can he not realize what this means for his people? As if reading my mind, Guillermo said,
"If your coven is overwhelmed by the destruction this war is causing, you will be even more so if this demon achieves his goal." "I'm not so sure about that. Perhaps he will leave. He left your city, didn't he?" "Not by choice. We pushed him out."
Ulan spread his hands.
"I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to hunt a demon who has committed no crime here."
Guillermo's eyes darkened.
"But he has committed grievous crimes, and he will continue to do so. So you say—"
Anger boiled in my chest. I clenched my teeth, biting back a scathing retort, and looked at Guillermo.
"If you don't believe me, I have several connections in Manila who can vouch for my credibility as a warlock and extractor,"
Guillermo said.
"I have met this demon lord and have experienced his cruelty firsthand. He's not to be trifled with."
Extractor? I frowned and looked at Elena, who offered a tiny shrug. Ulan sighed and looked at Guillermo with a sad, patronizing smile.
"Again, I am terribly sorry, but you have to understand what's at stake here. I'm trying to keep my people calm so they can focus on surviving and healing those in need. If I let you run rampant through the streets in search of this demon, who has not even revealed himself here, you will cause more panic, and I can't have that."
Guillermo's nostrils flared.
"We'll be discreet. I'm sure you're familiar with how extractors operate." "Indeed I am. But you also say your coven will be joining you, and no matter how discreet you are, you can't hide numbers like that from the magical community. Your coven will stand out. People will ask questions. Then simply say you have requested assistance from overseas. And what? Admit to my subordinates and enemies that I am incapable of dealing with the problem myself? That the resources in this city aren't enough?
Ulan shook his head, his eyes glinting. He seemed to be enjoying this.
I'm sorry, but I'm denying your request. You're welcome to stay the night here, but in the morning I must insist you leave. If you're still unfit to teleport, I have a teleporter here who can take you off the island to a safer location, and you can travel onward from there.
Guillermo snatched a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth and chin. I wondered if he did this to hide his scowl, because when he dropped it, his face was blank, his mouth a thin line of indifference. Anger blazed in his eyes, but he inclined his head politely and said in a soft voice,
"Thank you for your consideration, Albulario."
"No," I thought in a panic, my eyes wide. "No, this can't be it. Guillermo can't give in. What about Oliver? We can't just leave." "Don't you understand?" I blurted out. "El Diablo wants a war. He thinks demons are treated unfairly, and he wants to fight, to battle all who practice light magic so that demons can rule and kill and thrive, not just in Cuba, but around the world. Do you really want to subject your people to another war?" Elena kicked me under the table again, and I clamped my mouth shut, closing my eyes against Guillermo's sharp gaze. My heart thumped loudly in my chest, echoing in my ears. Ulan's icy stare drilled into me.
"Bite your tongue, child,"
he said in a clipped tone that was so different from the cool, cordial voice from earlier.
"You speak of what you do not understand. Forgive my companion,"
Guillermo said, bowing his head.
"We thank you for your hospitality."
Composing himself, Ulan offered another cold smile.
"Of course. I hope the accommodations here are to your liking. Please, send for Delisa if you need anything else."
His gaze dropped to his soup as he took another bite, a casual dismissal. Guillermo stood from his chair, and Elena and I followed suit. Without another word, Guillermo swept from the room. I stared hard at Ulan, but he didn't even look up as Elena and I followed Guillermo through the curtain. Chapter 10. Guillermo quietly closed our bedroom door after we entered, then turned to face us. His frame drooped, and his arms shook as he carefully lowered himself onto the bed as if our meeting with Ulan had drained him. "I'm sorry," I said immediately. "I shouldn't have spoken up like that." Guillermo shook his head.
His mind was made up the minute he met us.
Panic pulsed in my chest as a torrent of worries and fears raced through me. I glanced from Elena's hard expression to Guillermo's weary eyes. "What now?" I asked. "We can't leave." Guillermo ran a hand down his face.
"You heard him, Desi. Disobeying a direct order from the coven leader would be enough for them to declare war."
"They're already at war," I snapped. "You really think they would risk another one?" When Guillermo didn't answer, I sat at the foot of the bed and stared at him intently. "Can't we just sneak to Oliver ourselves and warn him? Keep an eye on things from the shadows? We aren't breaking any laws by staying here." Guillermo fixed a flat look at me, his eyebrows lowering. Before he answered, Elena jumped in. "Those were Alba's orders. We obey her, not Ulan. Regardless of what Ulan says, she's sending the hunters here anyway. It's already in motion." "Right," I said, though I hadn't even considered this. "And if we eliminate the threat before they arrive, then the problem is solved and we can chalk it up to a misunderstanding. The hunters can head back home before crossing any lines."
"And what about Gwen?"
Guillermo asked, eyebrows raised. Damn, I forgot about her. "We stall her. Tell her Alba is deliberating and taking her time getting back to us. See what we uncover in the meantime. Maybe if we can provide Gwen with some valuable intel, she'll side with us." I forced the words out, though I sincerely doubted Gwen would ever side with us of her own volition. Guillermo closed his eyes and sighed.
"We'll be towing a dangerous line by doing this."
"When are we not?" I said, raising an eyebrow. His lips twitched as he glanced at Elena.
What do you think about this?
Elena's eyebrows rose. Her lips parted as she looked from me to Guillermo. I'm with Desi on this. Warmth and gratitude swirled in my chest, and I tried not to grin at her. Guillermo waved a hand.
Then I'm on board, but you two have to check in with me every 6 hours. With no backup, we'll have limited resources if one of us gets attacked or abducted.
I suppressed a shudder. Elena cocked her head at Guillermo. What is an extractor? Guillermo pressed his lips together, his eyes flicking from me to Elena.
An interrogator. Someone who uses magical methods of obtaining information.
My eyes widened as I sensed what he wasn't saying. Torture. He tortured prisoners for information.
For the council?
Elena finished uncertainly.
Yes, but for other bodies as well. Both international and private.
He's being very careful. He won't even tell us the names of these places he's worked for. An uncomfortable silence fell among us as I imagined all the horrifying things Guillermo must have done for his former employers. Guillermo stood from the bed and dug through the closet until he found several thick quilts. He spread them onto the floor at the foot of the bed.
You ladies take the bed tonight.
Elena frowned.
No, you're still healing. I'm more comfortable on the floor. I'm used to it.
Before we could object, he slid in between the quilts and rolled onto his side, away from us. Elena and I stared at each other, brows furrowed. I shrugged and then undressed before climbing into the bed. Elena joined me and turned off the lantern. Silence pressed in on us, every now and then broken by intermittent gunfire in the distance. I flinched, remembering the blasts of cannon fire when I first arrived in Santiago. This sounded different, more scattered. Not a battle, perhaps, but some kind of skirmish with the civilians. The thought made me feel nauseous. I rolled on my side, trying not to think of Oliver in the crossfire. He'll be fine, Elena whispered, as if reading my mind. Why didn't Guillermo mention to Ulan that we were here to rescue another warlock? Part of me already knew the answer, but I needed to hear it. Because that's a personal reason, not a logical one. And do you really think it would go over well if we explained we were here to rescue an American soldier? I sighed. I guess you're right. I swallowed, thinking of what Gwen had said about the Philippines being under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Why is America at war with them right now? Elena was silent for a moment. Guillermo says it's about their independence. When Spain lost the war, they left the Philippines to the U.S., but the Filipinos unofficially declared their independence and are resisting American control. I scowled. Are you kidding me? The U.S. declared their own independence from Great Britain just over 100 years ago. Now they're stopping the Philippines from doing the same? I felt Elena shrug next to me. After a moment, she whispered, Was all that true, what you said about El Diablo? Yes. He said it last year when I almost died. He thinks there's an imbalance in the world between light and dark magic, and he thinks obliterating light magic will solve that? I didn't answer. It wasn't too long ago that I thought that obliterating dark magic would solve everything too. That every demon was evil, a criminal. I remembered the injured werewolf Oliver and I had come across in Santiago. The sight had rattled me, challenging what I thought I knew about demons. I shook my head. Whatever, it's fine. I know we'll be fine. We're in this together, Desi. We'll find El Diablo, and we aren't leaving until we do. I swallowed and nodded, though she couldn't see me. Her words made sense, and I loved her for saying what I needed to hear. but my stomach still twisted and churned as that same dark sense of foreboding covered me like a shadow. Oliver lay on the ground, covered in blood, his face crumpling in despair. I reached for him and screamed his name, but he grew farther and farther away from me. A burst of flame seared through my vision, and El Diablo laughed as Oliver was dragged away from me. El Diablo's blade pierced through me. A stab of pain sliced through my chest. Blackness crept into my vision. I whispered Oliver's name, but it was too late. I jolted awake with a gasp, my heart racing. I rubbed my hand along my chest, still feeling the phantom presence of El Diablo's blade. Just a dream, Desi, just a dream. I closed my eyes, trying to return my heart rate to normal. I glanced at Elena next to me, who still slept, blissfully unaware of the terrors that plagued my dreams. Sighing, I settled back in the bed, turning on my side. I knew I wouldn't fall back asleep knowing what waited for me on the other side, so I lay there until the sun rose, letting my thoughts wander to the most mundane things, trying to get those flaming eyes out of my head. Finally, Elena woke up, and we began to get ready for the day. Once we were dressed, Elena cast a locator spell to find Oliver using a few of his hairs that Alba had been wise enough to pack in our bags. Part of me was disturbed by this and wondered who else had random loose hairs missing that Alba kept with her in case of emergencies. After eating breakfast, we followed the wispy blue embers out the door. The receptionist, Delisai, raised her eyebrows at us but said nothing as we exited the inn. Guillermo's pace was slow but steady. He didn't tremble or lean on us as he walked, but Elena remained close to him just in case. The same man with the card I'd seen yesterday trudged through the square, and I frowned and cocked my head at him. He didn't meet my gaze. I remembered speaking Spanish with him, which meant he wasn't a warlock. But his furtive and uncomfortable expression betrayed what I'd suspected yesterday. He had some connection to magic. Perhaps he was out here on the lookout for anyone magical to send Ulan's way. The blue ember swirled and floated under the bright morning sun. The humidity pressed in on me, and I was grateful I'd braided my hair again. I was used to the frizz and untamable mess from living in Cuba for so long, but with the cool winter air fading, we were fast approaching the always wear your hair up season. We climbed downhill past long strips of 3- and 4-story buildings, cobblestone streets, and gaping archways. We passed a courtyard that overlooked a cathedral with scorch marks and jagged holes that exposed the rubble and devastation within. In the center of the courtyard were the crumbled, concrete remains of what appeared to have been an ornate fountain. My heart twisted at the sight of the beautiful architecture that had been unceremoniously destroyed. I nervously looked around the courtyard, afraid soldiers and weapons were still lurking around somewhere. But it was eerily quiet. The wide road curved, and as we followed the blue ember around the corner, we found a wide plain stretched before us that was filled with hundreds of small white tents. At the head of the camp, an American flag billowed in the wind. My breath caught in my throat. Oliver is here somewhere. A gust of wind burst against us, and a sweet floral scent clogged my nostrils. I frowned, trying to place the scent, when Gwen appeared, her angelic wings outstretched before her. The sun streamed behind her like a vision of holy light. "Nice to see you three again." Gwen didn't smile. Her gaze cut through me like razor-sharp blades. "Likewise," Guillermo said, smiling pleasantly. How he managed to never look surprised was a skill I definitely wanted to learn. "Do you have to intrude like that?" I asked, glancing around the ruins, which were thankfully empty of any civilians. Gwen scoffed. "These people will hardly notice, thanks to my superior cloaking skills. Besides, they'll soon be under my protection as I'm a member of the American Council."
Those who have the gift of sight of a Nephilim will be grateful to see someone like me frequenting the streets of Manila. I cocked my head and narrowed my eyes at her. You seem so certain that the U.S. will remain here, but that has yet to be determined. That is, after all, why this war is going on, correct? I silently thanked Elena for cluing me in about the purpose of the Philippine-American War. Gwen arched a single thin black eyebrow. If you think these Filipino rebels will win the war, you are sorely mistaken. Guillermo raised his hands. We aren't here to debate the outcome of the war. Tell us what you need from us, Gwen. Gwen shook her head, a stiff movement that reminded me of a bird twitching. I need to know what the coven leader said to you. What was his response to your request? I shot a quick look at Elena, whose eyes remained fixed on Gwen. Guillermo didn't look at either of us, but I sensed him deliberating. He rubbed his chin and sighed. I didn't dare glance toward the encampment where I knew the blue ember hovered expectantly, waiting for us to follow. Did Gwen see it? Did she know why we were here? Of course, Guillermo said at last. Without looking at either of us, he said, Elena, Desi, go ahead without me. I'll catch up to you. Gwen's brow furrowed. You can't. We're on a time restraint, you see. Guillermo interjected. If they don't report back soon, my superiors may think something has gone wrong. They may see fit to intervene. Gwen stilled. Then she blinked rapidly, her nostrils flaring. Very well. She waved a hand at us as if we were her fracking servants. I swallowed down a nasty retort and nodded, trying to keep my face composed. I'm not letting this runway model stop me from helping Oliver, even if she does have angel wings. Elena and I walked past Gwen and Guillermo. The back of my neck tingled with her presence behind me, and I waited for her to object. But she didn't. We strode down the road in silence for several minutes. Finally, I asked quietly, How long do you think we have? Elena shrugged. Probably not long. Gwen doesn't seem like the type to waste much time. I snorted. She also didn't seem like the type who enjoyed being told what to do. Having Guillermo interrupt her like that probably enraged her. I tried not to take too much delight in the thought. Yeah, I didn't like her either, Elena said with a smirk, casting a sidelong glance at me. She talked down to us, to Guillermo. Oh, yes, heaven forbid anyone talk down to Guillermo. Hush. Elena elbowed me as I snickered. As we got closer to the encampment, figures clad in pale blue uniforms came into view. Elena caught me by the elbow and quickly cast the cloaking spell on us once more. I thanked her, and we continued, our steps slow and careful. The blue ember matched our pace, hovering silently and floating toward the looming white tents before us. We crept past the soldiers, weaving through bodies and tents. Laughter and chatter swarmed around us. Some men gathered around a fire and ate. Others snored loudly from their tents. Some cleaned their weapons. Others stretched and sparred with each other. Sweat and dirt and alcohol stung my nose. I breathed through my mouth, my eyes darting around nervously as I waited for someone to notice two young women intruding on their camp. But no one did. The blue ember stopped in front of a tent, and my heart rate tripled, thumping madly as my stomach churned with apprehension. I'm not the type of girl to just show up and follow her boyfriend. What will he think of this? Will it be too much for him? Will he be annoyed? Shut up, Desi, another part of me argued. You're not here for a vacation. You're here to save his life. Of course he'll understand. He would do the same for you. Elena ticked her head toward the tent, and we stepped through. The tent had 2 cots inside. One was unoccupied, but on the other was a familiar tall figure with short blonde hair. His arm was in a sling, and he snored softly as he slept.
My heart jolted with recognition, longing, and desire as I watched Oliver's relaxed expression. His face was smooth and unperturbed by his circumstances. An insane part of me didn't want him to wake up. Elena had no such qualms. In 2 short strides, she approached him and poked him sharply in the side. Oliver gasped and doubled over, eyes wide and bloodshot. What? His incoherent gaze fixed on me and Elena, and his brows creased. He glanced around the tent, and I knew he was checking to see if he was dreaming. When realization set in, the color drained from his face, and he jolted out of the cot. I swallowed down the heat in my throat as I realized he was shirtless. He must have realized this too. He snatched his shirt from the ground and struggled to slide his injured arm through it. Elena crossed her arms and watched, eyebrows raised impatiently. All I could do was mutter a feeble, "Hi, Oliver." He managed to wriggle both arms in his shirt sleeves and choked out, "What are you two doing here?" "Alba had a vision of El Diablo being here," Elena said before I could answer. "She sent us to warn you and track him down." Oliver ran a hand through his hair and shook his head, blowing air through his lips.
Are you sure? Here in Manila?
"It wouldn't be the first time he's hiding behind a war," Elena said. Oliver wouldn't look at me. Why isn't he looking at me? "Guillermo's here too," Elena added. "He got held up by someone from the American Council. The local coven here forbade us from moving forward with the mission, so we have to be as discreet as possible." Oliver shook his head, the shock finally wearing off.
Then why are you still here? I can handle myself."
"Oliver, you have to take this threat seriously," Elena said sharply. "Alba's sending all our hunters here by boat to assist us. Until they get here, The flaps of the tent peeled back as another person entered. I assumed it was Guillermo, until that flowery smell tickled my nose again. I stiffened. Oliver's face went paper white. His eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. Slowly, I turned to find Gwen watching us with raised eyebrows, her lips pinching in disapproval and dismay. "You two again?" She didn't even bother to ask our names.
"Gwen, what are you doing here?"
Oliver asked, his voice shaky. He still didn't look at me. Gwen crossed her arms.
"Investigating them?"
She jerked her chin toward me and Elena. "You two know each other?" I asked. I couldn't keep the bite from my tone.
"We work on the council together,"
Oliver said, his words tumbling out in a rush. Gwen cocked her head at him, eyes narrowing.
"Yes, and I'm also Oliver's fiancée."
Chapter 11. Thunder roared in my ears. I heard nothing but the frantic beating of my own heart threatening to burst from my chest. The muscles in my arms twitched and trembled. I rubbed at my chest, feeling a sharp pain, a tightness that squeezed the breath out of me. Gwen said something to me, but I didn't hear it. My eyes found Oliver. His pale face and thin lips betrayed his guilt, as did the devastating regret pulsing in waves through our blood oath. His regret. Then came the numbness. Gradually, my hearing returned. Elena shouted something incoherent, jabbing a stiff finger into Oliver's chest so firmly he stumbled back. Gwen cried out in outrage. Her angelic wings burst from her shoulder blades, and an ethereal white glow surrounded Elena, freezing her in place. I snapped back to reality and pushed Gwen away from us, freeing Elena from Gwen's magic. The white glow faded as Gwen toppled onto Oliver's cot. Her disheveled hair and enraged expression only offered a semblance of satisfaction before my gaze slid back to Oliver. "You bastard," I whispered.
"Desi."
He stepped toward me. I smacked his cheek so hard his head swiveled. Rage quivered through me. I clenched my teeth and stormed out of his tent with Elena at my heels. His shouts echoed behind me as we weaved through tents and soldiers. I quickened my pace, and Elena didn't object. I didn't want Oliver to catch up with me. I didn't even want to look at him. We made it just beyond the encampment near the cathedral ruins when I heard heavy footfalls behind us. I knew it was him. My nostrils flared, and I clenched my fingers into fists. Elena watched me with wide, questioning eyes. I shook my head. "I'll meet you back at the inn." I glanced around, unsure of where Guillermo was. Perhaps he was waiting for us in the room. Elena's brows pinched, and she pressed her lips together. Then she nodded and left. Slowly, I turned to Oliver. My blood boiled at the pained expression on his face, the agony in his eyes, the creases above his eyebrows, as if he were the victim, the one who had been wronged.
"Desi, can we please just talk about this?"
he asked quietly. "Talk about what? How you cheated on me? You made me feel guilty for not marrying you, and now you're off in America getting engaged to who knows how many other women."
"Desi, no. This isn't my choice. It's an arranged marriage."
I blinked and stared at him through lowered brows. "What?"
"It's the council,"
Oliver said, stepping toward me with one hand outstretched since the other was still in a sling.
"Look, before I left for Manila, they told me I wouldn't have a job when I came back unless I united with someone with powerful light magic. Someone who could restore my neutrality. The Nephilim are the most powerful light magic wielders in the world. They agreed if I married Gwen, then I could keep my job."
"That's a load of garbage. Your mother was a witch and your father is a demon. You are neutral."
"Colonel Greenwood doesn't see it that way."
"Who's Colonel Greenwood?"
"He's my superior on the council, and my commanding officer in the army. He was recently promoted within the council. He has radical ideas for who we are and who we represent. Howard told him of our infiltration into demon territory last year. That, plus the blood bond, plus my father's identity, is a little too much dark magic for his liking."
"So he arranged a marriage for you and threatened your job?" I crossed my arms and narrowed my eyes.
"Don't look at me like that, Desi. Do you think I want this?"
His nostrils flared as he shook his head, his eyes burning with anger.
"They overstepped, encroaching on my personal life. It's despicable and disgusting, and I hate them for it."
Suddenly it made sense, why he'd been so cold and distant whenever his job came up. "Then quit. Leave. Why work for someone who threatens you like that?"
"You don't understand. This job is my life. It's the only thing I have left."
"No, you don't get to pull that crap on me," I said, dropping my arms and jabbing a finger at him. "You had me, and you gambled me to save your job."
"No. I originally agreed to it to save my job, but then I came to you because I love you, Desi. You were the one I wanted to marry, but you—"
His voice trailed off, but his unspoken accusation rang in my ears. "Don't you dare!" My voice shook. Anger churned and roiled within me so fiercely that electricity sparked in my fingers as my magic responded to my fury.
"Desi."
"So this is my fault? For not immediately agreeing to marry you even though I told you I wasn't ready for that?"
"No,
And you made this agreement? You got engaged and didn't even bother to tell me. You kept that from me."
"I couldn't break your heart like that,"
Oliver said, his voice cracking.
"Not when I was about to leave for another war."
"Well, great job, because you broke my heart anyway."
I don't—"
"Leave me the hell alone, Oliver," I growled. "We're done. I don't ever want to see you again."
"Desi, please."
"Congrats on your engagement." Despite my attempts to keep it together, my voice broke, and something in his eyes shattered at the sound. I turned away before he could see my tears. "Desi!" I rounded the corner, following the road back to the inn. Then I heard Oliver's footsteps behind me. My shoulders quivered with broken sobs, but I turned to face him one last time. Tears streamed down my face as I stretched my palms toward him and pushed him away. Oliver tumbled downhill. I didn't wait to see if he recovered or crashed into anything. I turned and ran back to the inn, my chest heaving with the torrents of agony pulsing through me. Thankfully, the lobby was empty when I returned. Even Delisai had abandoned her vigilant post at the reception desk. I hurried upstairs before Ulan or anyone else could confront me. Guillermo was pacing restlessly in the room while Elena sat at the desk. She stood when I entered, and Guillermo froze, no doubt taking in my puffy eyes and tear-stained cheeks.
"I'll, be downstairs,"
he muttered. Before he could leave, I grabbed his arm. "Are we in trouble?" I asked hoarsely. Guillermo offered a tight smile.
"No, I took care of it. We can talk about it later."
The door shut behind me, and I sank to the edge of the bed. Elena rubbed her arms.
"Do you want to be alone?"
I had no idea what I wanted. I didn't know anything anymore. More tears leaked out of my eyes. My lower lip trembled. Elena sat by me on the bed and wrapped an arm around me. I leaned my head on her shoulder and cried. My heart smashed into 1,000 pieces, like it was made of glass and the shards were cutting right through me. I clutched at my chest, like I could stop the pain or rip my heart right out from inside me. Anything to end this agony. An echo of my anguish resonated within me. Pain, regret, and loss. Oliver. But I didn't care. He did this to himself. To me. I gritted my teeth and stood up. I hefted my leg high into the air and clutched my toes, counting my breaths and closing my eyes. After switching to the other leg, I held the stretch for a full minute and then spun on my toes. I didn't remember my routine as well, since it had been so long, but my body spun and twisted with as much grace as I could muster. But then I faltered. My foot slammed down awkwardly as I saw Oliver's face, his hands on my hips as we danced together in the rain. My hands shook. I couldn't do this. It reminded me of him. I couldn't... Desi. I blinked and saw Elena watching me, her eyes glistening. "What?" I asked. It came out as more of a snarl. Silence. Elena bit her lip. "What? Just say it." "You won't like it." I snorted. "What else is new? Out with it." "It was an awful and insensitive thing that he did." I waited. When she said nothing else, I prompted, But did you want to marry him?" I stilled. Anger boiled through me. Through clenched teeth, I growled, "No, but that doesn't give him the right." "So there was no understanding between you two?" My cheeks burned and my heart ached. My throat felt raw as I said, "No, but..." "Then what did Oliver do wrong?" I groaned and covered my face with my hands. "Elena, in my time, when two people are spending time together and are romantically involved, there's a certain commitment between them. Even if we aren't engaged or married, it's still honorable to be loyal and faithful until our relationship is ended." Elena smoothed the wrinkles from her dress. "Would you consider yourself committed to Oliver if you live in different countries?" A lump formed in my throat. Heat burned behind my eyes, and I closed them, trying to hide from the agony that consumed me. "Look, Desi, even if there were some kind of commitment between you two, he was about to go to war,
And you two share a blood oath. So what? I snapped, crossing my arms. So he's probably feeling your rage and hurt right now. And he knew that if he'd ended things in Santiago, you would have felt the same thing then too. And he would have had to feel everything right along with you while fighting a battle. He still should have told me. I know, Elena said softly, but it's just something to think about when your anger simmers. No, you don't understand, I said, pacing the length of the room. He and I, we... Flames erupted in my cheeks. Elena's brow furrowed. I gestured incoherently with my hands, and her eyes widened. Oh, yeah. But you didn't, right? Well, no, I muttered. He stopped it. But I would have kept going, and he didn't even tell me. I almost slept with an engaged man, Elena. What kind of person does that make me? You didn't know. I still feel sick, I said with a moan. And dirty. And he made me feel this way. He did this to me. I know, she said again. Then why are you defending him? Elena lifted her hands in surrender. I just wanted to give you something logical to think about, because it's something you might not have considered. My throat burned. I tried to swallow, but the ache lingered. More tears burned behind my eyes. She was right. I hadn't considered any of it. This stupid time period, these different customs, the miscommunication about our level of commitment. I was so angry. Angry at him, but mostly angry at myself for getting so attached, so involved. Even though I'd tried to keep my distance and keep things casual with him like with Jose, my ex-boyfriend from my time. Things were so light and easy. Because I hadn't felt anything with him, not like I had with Oliver. But it didn't matter. Oliver was engaged to someone else now. Slowly I nodded. Thank you, Elena. You're a great friend. Elena blushed and grimaced. You're welcome. Sickness swirled in my stomach, and I slowly sat back down on the bed next to Elena. For what felt like hours, she remained next to me, a silent companion, as more tears slid down my cheeks and onto the floor. I wept in silence, pouring my sorrows onto the floor, until I had nothing left to give. For Ulan's sake, we made a show of packing up our things and leaving the inn the next day. Ulan himself stood next to the reception desk, arms folded and eyes cold and vigilant. Guillermo politely inclined his head toward him, but I fixed him with an icy stare. Elena didn't look at him at all. Once we entered the courtyard and the door had closed behind us, I whispered to Guillermo, "What happened with Gwen?" "She warned me of the consequences of unsanctioned teleportation," Guillermo muttered. "She said we needed to run it past the council first." I raised an eyebrow. "But her council isn't in charge of Cuba." Guillermo tilted his head and grimaced. "Technically they are. Cuba doesn't have its own council, so we're under their jurisdiction." I groaned. Of course. "So did she tell you to leave too?" "No. When I explained what was at stake, she agreed to assist us with the mission." I scowled. That news should have made me feel better, but now it meant we had to work with her. I sighed. So what now? Guillermo adjusted the strap of his bag over his shoulder. "I know a place where we can go, but you won't like it." Instead of looking at me, his gaze cut to Elena. She halted, her eyes narrowing. "Why not?" "It's a hideout for demons." My blood ran cold. Eyes wide, I stared at Guillermo, speechless.
Elena's brows furrowed with angry indignation. What? How can that be a good idea?
Because we need to lie low, and we need information from demons,
Guillermo said with a hint of impatience.
That's the only place where we can do both.
Elena clicked her tongue and crossed her arms, scowling. Alba won't like it.
Would she prefer we came home?
Guillermo faced Elena, his eyes hard. Elena mirrored his firm gaze and lifted her chin, though he still dwarfed her by almost a foot. Her jaw ticked back and forth. Then she dropped her arms. Fine. My legs shuffled forward, but Guillermo remained frozen. This time he looked at me.
That is, assuming you don't want to return home, Desi.
Why would I want to go home? I asked, bewildered. Guillermo and Elena shared a brief look, their eyes shining with concern. Guillermo dropped his gaze, and Elena wrung her hands together. Realization sank into my stomach. Oh, I said in a flat voice. Right, well, Oliver might be an asshat, but I still care about him. No matter what he did to me, I don't want to leave him to the whims of El Diablo, so yes, I'm staying. Elena's brow furrowed, but she nodded. Guillermo mouthed the word asshat and cocked his head at me. My lips twitched, forming a ghost of a smile. Lead the way to Demonville. Chapter 12. We walked a couple blocks so Guillermo could ensure Ulan hadn't sent anyone to follow us. And then he ported us. We landed in front of a narrow street full of ruined houses. Some were scorched, as if they'd burned down, while others were nothing more than rotted wood and dark, gaping holes, like the house had caved in on itself. Some didn't have doors or windows, and one had a foul stench that assaulted my nose. I sniffed deeply. I knew that smell. Demons. Guillermo gasped for breath, doubling over, while Elena held his shoulder so he didn't fall over. You shouldn't have ported us, she hissed. We could have walked. Guillermo grunted and shook his head as he slowly straightened.
No, too far. I'll be fine.
I followed my nose and approached a 2-story house that looked like it belonged in a horror movie. Shattered windows, concrete splattered with mold, wild and thorny vines climbing up the walls. Lovely, I said quietly.
It's meant to be looked over,
Guillermo said, staggering up to me as we gazed at our destination.
By mortals as well as witches and warlocks.
So Ulan won't find us here? I asked. Guillermo shrugged one shoulder.
Hopefully not.
I didn't ask him how he knew about this place. I didn't want to know. A sharp slice of pain clawed through my heart so intensely that I inhaled sharply and pressed a hand to my chest. Darkness crept into the corners of my eyes, and I swayed. Then it faded. I blinked and found Guillermo and Elena watching me. I swallowed. It's nothing. I'm fine. Despair clawed at my stomach until I felt nauseous. My throat closed. I couldn't breathe. Desi? Elena gripped my arm, grounding me. I nodded my thanks and inhaled through my nose and out through my mouth. Gradually, the pain faded to a dull throb in my chest. But it was still a reminder of what I'd lost. And a reminder of Oliver's pain, too. I cleared my throat. Screw him and his pain. He did this. It's okay to love him and still be angry, Elena whispered to me. My eyes cut to her. Her lips pressed together and her eyebrows creased. She understood. Perhaps not the intensity of this pain, but she still understood. Oliver had broken her heart once, too. I'm good, I choked out. Let's go. Guillermo's eyes tightened, but he nodded stiffly. He took a deep breath and straightened, taking even steps.
Let me do the talking.
Elena and I linked arms, following him inside the eerie, haunted house. We approached the front door, which was missing a hinge. The door hung loosely, groaning and creaking in the wind. As we stepped through the threshold, darkness fluttered over me like a black curtain of ice. I shuddered as magic tingled around me. The atmosphere changed, and the musty, moldy smell vanished. I blinked. Within the house were several lit lanterns along the wall. A small, simple staircase was on the left, and on the right was a tidy sitting room with 2 upholstered sofas. The floorboards were clean and intact. There was no hint of mold or dust or decay. My mouth fell open. It was cloaked. A part of me just assumed demons liked to live in filth. A shadow rippled in front of us, and I tensed, clenching Elena's arm tightly. When the form materialized, I bit back a scream. My blood ran cold, and even Elena stiffened next to me. The figure had the body of a large, bulky man with rippling muscles along his arms and chest. He wore a dark suit with the shirt unbuttoned at the collarbone. But where a human head should have been was the head of a wolf. His teeth were bared, and large black eyes narrowed at us. His ears stuck upright in warning, and a growl rumbled from his throat. Guillermo, unfazed by this monster, raised his arms as a sign of peace.
We mean no harm. I'm a dark warlock, and these are my associates. We seek refuge from the light magic coven.
The wolfman's fangs withdrew slightly, but his sharp eyes watched us for a long, tense moment. Then he inserted a hand into the pocket of his jacket and withdrew a small vial of a murky gray substance. Alarm raced through me, but Guillermo stepped forward without hesitation and took the vial. With a swift motion, he uncorked it and swallowed the contents before Elena or I could object. My heart hammered painfully against my chest as I watched him, waiting for him to morph into some terrifying monster. His pupils dilated slightly, and his eyes widened. His jaw clenched, and then he said in a strained voice,
My name is Guillermo, and I possess dark magic. These are my colleagues. We have angered Ulan, the leader of the Light Coven, and we hope to stay here to avoid his wrath.
I possess dark magic? Was Guillermo lying? I sucked in a breath and stared at the wolfman. His black eyes narrowed slightly. Then he nodded, satisfied. Once again, the wolfman reached into his pocket and retrieved a handful of thin metal bracelets. He held them out to Guillermo, who accepted them wordlessly. He slid one over his right wrist and nodded to me and Elena. I took a bracelet and slid it over my own wrist. Energy seeped out of me, and I slouched over, suddenly exhausted. A hollow emptiness settled in my chest. Deep down, I knew my magic was gone. It felt a bit like losing a friend. The presence had been such a comfort, and now the absence made me feel alone and afraid. I looked at Elena as she put on her bracelet, too. Her alarmed expression matched my own. The wolfman nodded again and lumbered to a small closet under the stairs. He pulled open the door, on which hung dozens of keys on hooks. Then he removed a key and handed it to Guillermo.
Thank you,
Guillermo said, his voice stronger now. His eyes slid to me, and he jerked his head toward the staircase. My insides quivered as Elena and I followed him up the stairs. A vampire swept past us, its foul stench of decay burning my nose. I shivered and drew closer to Elena. Guillermo led us down a narrow hallway. Behind closed doors, growls, moans, and chomping sounds made my blood ice over. It reminded me of being in the demon caves with Oliver last year. My heart twisted at the thought, so I shoved it from my mind. Guillermo held open the door to our room and closed it after we entered. A feeble lantern hung from the wall, illuminating the tiny cot and dresser in our room. I raised an eyebrow, certain we wouldn't find extra quilts for sleeping on the floor like at the last 2 inns. Guillermo exhaled a shuddering breath and leaned against the door. "What the hell was that potion?" Elena demanded, her eyes blazing. "You can't just go drinking whatever a demon gives you."
"Relax, Elena. I've been here before," Guillermo said. "It's a truth-telling potion to ensure we pose no threat to this hideout. This place is a well-kept secret, and the owner goes to great lengths to keep it that way."
"Then how were you able to lie like that?" I asked quietly.
"I didn't," he said, not meeting my gaze. "I was just careful about what truths I said."
Elena and I exchanged looks, and I knew we both thought the same thing. Guillermo possesses dark magic. I shook the frightening thought from my mind, reminding myself he was on our side. Elena raised her arm, and the metal bracelet slid down her forearm. "What is this?"
"A dampener,"
Guillermo said, running a hand through his long black hair.
"It's a precaution. They can't just let everyone use whatever magic they like. It would expose the hideout. We can remove the dampeners once we're outside the premises, but don't bother trying to while we're here. There's a sensor built in, so the owner knows if someone removes it. It's against the rules for guests to remove dampeners while they're staying here, so it'll get us kicked out if we do."
"What's to stop the other demons from killing us?" I hissed.
"They're wearing these too."
"That wolfman thing wasn't," I grumbled, crossing my arms.
"He's a wolftar,"
Guillermo said, as if this were the most normal thing in the world.
"A shapeshifter who's been turned by a werewolf."
I gulped down my fear, but it lingered in my chest, suffocating me. "Is he like that permanently?"
"In his human form, yes, but he can shift to other things."
A shaky chuckle escaped my lips. "So, if a human is bitten by a demonic horse?" "Hush," Elena said, elbowing me, but the corners of her mouth quirked upward.
"Actually, that's called a tikbalung,"
Guillermo said, fixing me with a solemn expression.
"And no, they're nothing like the centaurs from your mythology."
My lips twitched. I felt Elena shaking with silent laughter, but I refused to look at her. Instead, I cleared my throat, dropping my eyes to the floor and focusing on something serious. Like being in a hotel full of demons. Guillermo's gaze hardened as he looked from Elena to me.
"No demon hunting here, understand? This is a safe haven for demons, and if you draw attention to yourself by hunting them, it'll blow our cover and risk our lives."
A light knock sounded at the door, and Guillermo straightened, facing the door.
"That's my contact. I'll be downstairs trying to mingle with the demons and get information. You two stay up here for a while just in case. I'll return when it's safe."
I swallowed as Guillermo opened the door. What kind of horrifying demon contact did he have? Did I even want to know? I drew closer to Elena, hoping to keep the visitor from seeing us. "You need a haircut," a familiar voice said on the other side of the door. Guillermo chuckled.
"Pleasure to see you again, Kismet."
I stiffened and my heart stopped. Kismet? I staggered forward to see for myself. Kismet wore a long black cloak with the hood obscuring the top of her head. Heavy shadows framed her blue eyes, but her smile was soft as she gazed at Guillermo. Then her eyes fell on me, and the blood drained from her face. She slowly lowered her hood. Her glossy blonde hair was a bit shorter now, but it was still past her shoulders. A smile broke across her face, and she burst past Guillermo into the room and embraced me. "Desi," she said, "I wasn't sure when I'd see you again." I wrapped my arms around her, half laughing and half sobbing into her shoulder. I hadn't seen her since last year, when El Diablo had vanished. El Diablo. I withdrew and gaped at her. My eyes flew to the door, expecting to see El Diablo himself behind her. "He's here, isn't he? That's why you're here." Kismet pressed her lips together and nodded. "He's not in this hideout, but—" She trailed off, her jaw clenching and her arms trembling. She exhaled and said, "I'm sorry. He's forbidden me from—" She choked off and closed her eyes. "It's okay," I said, touching her arm. "I understand." She was bound by blood to serve El Diablo, just like Oliver had been before I'd sworn a blood oath with him.
"I'll be getting a drink downstairs,"
Guillermo said, pointing to the hallway. His eyes glinted as he smiled at us before leaving. I raised an eyebrow. He knows about me and Kismet. Why didn't he say anything? Elena cleared her throat, shuffling her feet in discomfort. "Oh, sorry," I said quickly, shaking my head. "Kismet, this is Elena, my friend and fellow huntress. Elena, this is Kismet, my—" I trailed off, frowning at Kismet. I wasn't sure how much she knew. Kismet offered a feeble wave. "Pleased to meet you. Desi and I have a complicated relationship. It involves mixed-up timelines, past and future events, and other things we're not supposed to share with each other yet." She offered a small smile. My eyebrows rose with interest. She knows a lot more than I thought. Elena crossed her arms. "You're a dark witch." Kismet's smile faded. "Yes, I work for, well, you know who I work for. But my allegiance is to those who practice light magic. Like Guillermo, I'm working undercover." "That's how you two know each other?" I asked. Kismet nodded. "He withdrew after what happened last summer, but I don't have such a luxury." She smiled without humor. My gaze dropped, my head spinning. Then my eyes snapped back to her face. "Then how are you here? Won't he know?" "I'm here on assignment," Kismet said with a sly smile. "So if I visit other occupants in the hideout, it isn't technically violating his order." I winced. His order? To be bound as El Diablo's slave? I wouldn't wish that on anyone. "Let me perform blood magic with you, to free you." Kismet's brow furrowed and she stepped back. "No. Absolutely not." "Why not? You can't honestly prefer to be his slave. Besides, it would free me from this stupid tether to Oliver, too." Elena inhaled sharply beside me, but I ignored her. Kismet frowned. "Why?" I rubbed my nose, avoiding her gaze. Kismet blinked. She must have read something from my face because she said, "No, Desi, this is how it has to be. I have to be tethered to El Diablo to bring about his downfall, until the very end." I suppressed a shudder at the ominous tone to her words. "But I appreciate the offer," she added softly. "You aren't the only one to make such a proposal." I stared at the closed door behind her. "Guillermo." Elena stiffened next to me, but I didn't dare look at her. Kismet blinked. "How could you tell?" I shrugged one shoulder, torn between wanting to hear more and wanting to shield Elena from this discussion. "I couldn't drag him down like that," Kismet said, her voice almost a whisper. "Or anyone. Besides, I won't be here for much longer. It's better this way." I nodded, my heart racing in my chest. I didn't know much about her timeline, but I knew at some point she would travel to the future, to my time, to become my familiar. "How do you know I've been in touch with your seer?" Kismet said with a smile. "She's informing me of visions that are essential to our timeline." My heart warmed at the thought of Alba looking out for my future, even if it wasn't something she would be alive for. The thought twisted through me like a knife. Kismet stepped closer to me, her eyes wide. Trust the Nephilim. My blood ran cold. What? Trust the Nephilim. Stay with your comrades. Be safe. Kismet glanced briefly at the door behind her before turning back to me and clutching my hands in hers. I have to help Guillermo, but we'll see each other again. She kissed my cheek. Goodbye, Desi. My mouth opened and closed, but I faltered, unable to speak. With a polite nod toward Elena, Kismet drew her hood over her face and left the room. Chapter 13. Trust the Nephilim. I'd completely forgotten. Alba had told me the same thing before we left Santiago. Trust the Nephilim. So, I was just supposed to trust the self-righteous, condescending angel girl who stole my boyfriend from me? I groaned and ran my hands over my face. She was nice, Elena said quietly beside me. I glanced at her. Her arms were crossed and her gaze was fixed on the floor. Her small mouth and empty eyes made her look feeble and very un-Elena-ish. What's wrong? Elena blinked and exhaled. Nothing. I turned to face her. Is it about Guillermo? Elena's face paled as she watched me, confirming my suspicions. You don't have to worry about Kismet. It's not that. I paused and cocked my head. Then what is it? Elena closed her eyes. I can't do this again. I raised my eyebrows, waiting. Lilith, you're going to think I'm so selfish, Elena muttered, raising a hand to her temple. I can't fall for another man who's in love with someone else. My heart stopped and guilt slithered in my stomach. I swallowed. Elena, Don't, Elena snapped, raising a hand. I've made my peace with it, really. I don't resent you for it. But my heart can't handle that again. If Guillermo is in love with Kismet, even if she leaves, his heart won't be... well, it won't be available. Not the way I need it to be. I pressed my lips together. I didn't know what to say. My heart twisted and writhed in agony, and I stepped closer to her. You can't tell yourself who to love, I said quietly. You can't just turn those feelings off. Elena's gaze bore into mine, her eyes softening. She took my hand in hers. I'm sorry. I nodded as heat stung my eyes. I sniffed. This isn't about me, it's about you. And maybe it's not too late for you to distance yourself. Maybe you aren't doomed like I am. If that's what will bring you peace, then I say do it. I met her gaze as something hollow formed in my chest. End it before it begins. My voice came out in a monotone. It didn't sound like me at all. Elena's mouth opened, her eyes wide and almost afraid, as if she didn't recognize me either. The door behind us opened, and Elena dropped my hand. Guillermo slipped inside and shut the door. When he turned to face us, I gasped and covered my mouth. 3 long gashes stretched from his cheek to his chin. Fresh drops of blood oozed down his neck. Lilith! Guillermo! I cried, rushing toward him. What happened? Guillermo waved a hand. I'm fine. A werewolf downstairs didn't like the looks of me. He groaned as he sat on the cot. He reached into his bag and withdrew a small vial of orange liquid. I vaguely remembered Kismet using something similar on my injuries last year with El Diablo. Guillermo poured the liquid on a cloth and brought it to the cuts on his face. I blinked and gaped at him. You're lucky he didn't shred you to bits, Elena said, crossing her arms. Guillermo fixed her with a flat look. I'm not completely useless without my magic, you know. Thank Lilith for that, Elena muttered, raising her eyebrows at me. Where's Kismet? I asked.
El Diablo summoned her,
Guillermo said, his eyes tightening. Elena stiffened. What if he orders her to tell him?
She won't,
Guillermo said sharply.
She's been doing this a long time. She knows how to tell half-truths.
An awkward silence fell between us. Elena's lips became very small, but her eyes hardened as she stared at Guillermo. I cleared my throat. So what now? Guillermo sat on the cot and removed his boots.
Now we rest and try again tomorrow.
My body ached to move, or dance, or hunt, something. I bit my lip. Just stay here? In this room? Guillermo raised his eyebrows.
Do you have somewhere else to be?
I clamped my mouth shut and shook my head. Elena frowned at me, but I looked away, twisting my fingers together. This is fine. I can stay here. I can wait. The cot was only big enough for one of us, so after Guillermo wordlessly lay on the floor without argument, I insisted that Elena take the cot. I stretched out on the floor, tugging my extra dress around my arms for warmth. The floor smelled dusty, and the horrifying sounds of the demons around me bled through the walls. Moaning, crunching, howling, slurping. For a moment, my mind was transported to the underground demon caves from last year. Heat seared against my skin, scorching my flesh. Blood dripped down my neck. Fangs pierced through my throat. El Diablo's chuckle brushed against my ear. I shuddered, blinking feverishly to rid myself of the haunting memories. I wouldn't be sleeping tonight. Moonlight streamed in through the window. Guillermo's snores filled the room. I glanced at Elena and found her shoulders rising and falling with heavy breaths. How are they sleeping right now? I fixed my wide eyes on the ceiling. Nausea and agony roiled in my stomach. A sharp stab of grief sliced through me. Oliver was thinking about me. About us. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't do this anymore. My foot automatically lifted in my usual stretch, but I faltered, remembering the heat and delight in Oliver's eyes the last time we danced together. Damn him. He'd ruined dancing for me, possibly forever. I stood and crept over to the window. My fingers gently coaxed the window open, and a cool midnight breeze ruffled my hair. I breathed deeply. Inhale, exhale. It helped ease some of the tightness in my chest. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the air. I stilled and listened hard, my eyes roving over the dark expanse below me. There it was again. Someone was screaming. I glanced at Guillermo and Elena, who were undisturbed by the faint noise. I turned to rouse them when the scream echoed again, more urgent this time. I couldn't wait. I had to help now. I swung one leg over the windowsill and gripped the edge of the window tightly before swinging the other leg around. My heart racing, I shimmied sideways to the edge of the roof. My feet slid, and I gripped the edge harder. I breathed heavily, adrenaline pulsing through me. With these past 6 months of demon hunting, the adrenaline was familiar and strangely soothing. Another shout. Whoever was in trouble was speaking a language I couldn't understand, which meant they were mortal. My legs slid into splits, and I stretched my left arm to the side. One hand still gripped the windowsill, and the other grabbed hold of a nearby tree branch. I sprang back up and straddled the branch until I reached the tree trunk. Wrapping my arms around the trunk, I climbed down until I was close enough to jump. I landed on my feet and exhaled, a light layer of sweat coating my forehead and neck. I glanced at the dampener on my wrist and slid it off, dropping it on the porch beside me before sprinting away. I followed the shouts and pleas of the mortal in danger. The stench of demons stung my nostrils. Then the voice stopped. An eerie silence pressed in on me. No, I thought in a panic. No, please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. Using the moonlight to light the way, I ran down the narrow dirt road that opened up to a wide field of tall, narrow grass. A light wind hissed through the field, and the plants waved at me like long fingers. I slowed to a walk, frowning at the grass. I knew it had to be some kind of important crop, but I didn't recognize it. It reminded me of the sugarcane fields in Santiago. A chill raced down my spine. I stiffened. I could feel something, watching me, following me. I kept my pace even, focusing on my senses. The air reeked of black magic, the smell of ash mixed with sharp lime. I wiggled my fingers. Magic surged through my body like an electric current soothing me. My powers were back. I could handle this. When the demon was close enough for its soft footsteps to whisper just behind me, I whirled around and pushed. A hooded figure soared backward and collapsed into the dirt. I rushed forward and lifted my hands. Before I could push again, inky black magic slammed into my chest, knocking me to the ground. My head throbbed from the impact, and I struggled to rise. Hasty footsteps approached as the attacker drew nearer. I swiveled around and thrust my arms forward, lifting the demon high into the air while I rose to my feet. I flexed my fingers, my hands shaking as I held him midair. My arms spun in circles, and the demon's body mimicked the movement, swirling around and around like a sickening carousel. A huge gray bubble formed around the demon's hands, swelling until it completely surrounded him. His magic tugged and pulled at my own, until he broke free of my powers and floated easily to the ground. I threw my hands forward again, but the demon's black magic wrapped around my throat, strangling me. I clutched at the invisible fingers clawing at my neck, but I felt nothing but my own skin. My hands flew forward in a useless attempt to push again, but my lungs were screaming for air. The force on my throat pushed harder and harder until darkness clouded my vision. I sank to my knees, a rattling gasp ripping from my throat. With an oof, the demon fell over, and his magic released me. I choked and inhaled, my throat burning as oxygen returned to my body. I swallowed and gulped again and again, my heart hammering and my pulse throbbing in my ears. A scuffling sound drew my attention. I staggered to my feet, and my jaw dropped. A tall, muscular man with short black hair wrestled the demon to the ground. He pinned the attacker's hands down and drew his hood back, or rather, her hood back. My attacker was a woman. Her dark black eyes narrowed as she bared her teeth at the man. What was going on?
"You know better than this,"
the man spat, grabbing the woman by the collar and lifting her to her feet. He shoved her forward.
"Leave. Now."
The woman's nostrils flared, but she pulled her hood up and vanished into the night. My brow furrowed as I watched the man turn to face me. Darkness seeped into his eyes, and I smelled black magic emanating from him. He wore simple clothes, all black, with a few khaki-colored beads hanging from his neck. "Why did you do that?" I asked, finding my voice at last. "I don't even know you."
"My job is to keep the dark witches and warlocks in check,"
the man said, raising his eyebrows.
"We have rules to follow, and she broke them. I apologize."
I'd been attacked by a dark witch? Why? What did she want with me? The man shrugged, wiping dust and dirt from his sleeves.
"Most likely your aura. She wanted to sacrifice you for a blood ritual."
My blood ran cold. Had she known I was a timecaster? I suppressed a shiver and shook my head. There was a mortal. Someone was shouting. The man's eyebrows pulled together.
No one was shouting. She cast a spell to lure you out here.
I stared numbly in the direction she'd disappeared. That would explain why Guillermo and Elena hadn't reacted. They hadn't heard it. I'd almost gotten myself killed by being so reckless. How had I not sensed the trick? I thought I'd gotten better at detecting magic. Perhaps I'd just been so desperate to get out that I hadn't cared. I just needed a reason.
You're welcome, the man said with a smirk.
I scowled. I didn't need help. The man bent at the waist, snatching something small on the ground. He straightened and held it out for me to see. My eyes widened. It was a tiny rag doll with 2 black dots for eyes and a string tied around the neck. Several small pins protruded from the doll's neck. My neck. My fingers brushed against my throat, which still burned from the attack.
Voodoo, the man said simply. You didn't stand a chance.
I reached out to grab the doll, but the man pocketed it. What's to stop you from using that on me later? I demanded, leaving my hand outstretched, waiting for him to give it to me. The man smiled and removed it from his pocket. He pulled on the end of the string, which fell to the ground. With a swift motion, he withdrew a pin and stabbed it into the doll's stomach. I gasped, grabbing at my own stomach, but I felt nothing. I blinked at him.
I removed the tether to your soul,
he said.
You're safe.
He pocketed the doll again. I cocked my head at him. Who are you?
My name is Bayani Matapong.
Bay ni? He laughed.
Bay is fine.
I nodded. Right, Bay. I'm Desiree. Call me Desi. Bay inclined his head.
A pleasure, Desi. But I really should be returning now.
I stepped toward him. Thank you. Half his mouth quirked up in a coy smile.
You're welcome.
In a puff of black smoke, Bay vanished, leaving me standing there gaping at the empty road before me. Chapter 14. I rubbed at my throat as I returned to the demon hideout. My steps faltered when I saw a huge shadow waiting for me on the porch, the wolf-tar. My heart stopped. In his fingers, he twirled my discarded dampener. I trudged toward him, fear clawing through my chest. He growled when I stood before him. I cleared my throat. Evening, I said, my voice trembling. May I return to my room? The wolf-tar bared its teeth and withdrew a familiar vial from his pocket. He thrust it toward me. I recoiled and shook my head. We already did that. I tried to sidestep him to enter, but he blocked my path.
Enough, Olin.
A deep voice rumbled from behind the wolf-tar. A man emerged. He was completely bald with thick black eyebrows and large dark eyes. His prominent chin lifted at me in recognition, and he touched the wolf-tar's shoulder.
Bayani has vouched for this one,
the man said quietly. The wolf-tar grunted before pocketing the vial. He snatched my wrist and slid the dampener back on my arm. I jerked my hand free and scowled at him as he lumbered back into the house. The man gazed at me, his eyes wide with interest. He was covered in flowing black robes that reminded me of a monk. Several tan beads, similar to those Bay had worn, hung from his neck. I wrung my hands together, my stomach swirling with uncertainty. Why did he offer me the truth-telling potion? My colleague already took it when we first arrived.
Yes, but you left the premises,
the man said, clasping his long, narrow fingers together.
To preserve our secrecy, we subject our guests to questioning when they come and go.
My heart rate accelerated, and I swallowed, trying to control my panicked breaths. If I drink that, I'll expose our whole operation. I took a deep breath and smoothed my expression. You drug them and interrogate them, you mean? The man cocked his head, his lips curving upward. He reminded me of Ulan, but his amusement seemed authentic instead of patronizing. His eyes glittered.
What's your name, child?
Desi Campbell.
Isco Mendoza.
He bowed low, his arms stretched wide.
My humblest apologies for the disturbance of the Dark Witch, but I must caution you against roaming so freely among this area. Biani was lucky enough to have found you in time, but next time you might not be so fortunate.
My eyes narrowed. Was that a threat? Thank you for the warning.
May I ask what you were doing, wandering outside in the middle of the night?
Fear roiled in my stomach. Remember, you're undercover, Desi. I wanted to practice my magic where no one could get hurt. I've only recently become a dark witch, you see, and I'm still learning. Isco nodded, pressing his lips together.
I see. Well, Biani is at your disposal should you need an escort. I do not recommend venturing alone, however. We strive to maintain order, but there are demon renegades that we've been unable to apprehend.
I nodded. Thank you. Anxiety clenched in my stomach. Have I ruined things for Guillermo and Elena? Have I put a target on our backs now? I cleared my throat. Am I still welcome to stay here? Isco smiled and spread his arms again, stepping to the side.
Of course, and as an apology for your distress, consider your readmission a sign of good faith. However, please note that from now on, you will be treated as a normal guest and be subject to questioning in the future.
His smile widened, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth, like those of a shark. I suppressed a shiver. Understood. As I moved to enter the building, he murmured,
It's an honor to have a dark witch among us with an aura such as yours.
I stiffened. He bowed his head again, low enough to hide his expression. For a moment, I watched him as my insides churned. He knows I'm a timecaster. Without a word, I hurried inside and up the stairs to our room. I reached for the doorknob, but the door swung open before me. Guillermo, eyes blazing, stood back for me to enter. The hardness of his jaw betrayed his fury. I strode inside to find Elena pacing the length of the room. Her nostrils flared when she saw me. What the hell, Desi? I rubbed my temples. I know, I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry.
It was more than just not thinking,
Guillermo said, his voice soft and somehow more frightening than Elena's rage. The gleaming red scars on his face made him seem even more sinister.
It wasn't just a stupid mistake, Desi. You deliberately snuck out and drew unnecessary attention to yourself.
I swallowed, but lifted my chin. How do you know I wasn't kidnapped? Elena rolled her eyes. Guillermo glared at me.
We spoke with Isco. He says one of his men rescued you from a demon attack.
I deflated and nodded.
We can't have that kind of carelessness on this mission,
Guillermo said.
Our lives are at stake here. If you pull something like that again, we could be killed. Or worse, they could declare war on our coven, on our country.
I raised my fingers to my temples. You're right. I'm sorry. I heard someone screaming, but it was just a trap to lure me out. I should have woken you both first. It was wrong of me to go out on my own. I swear it won't happen again. Guillermo's gaze cut to Elena, their eyes communicating. I frowned. What is it? Guillermo cleared his throat.
We think Perhaps you should return to Santiago. Your personal feelings are clouding your judgment, and we can't afford the risk.
My stomach dropped to my knees. What? I whispered. My eyes found Elena, who avoided my gaze. How could she do this to me, after she fought to bring me here? My fingers shook, and I balled them into fists. No, you have my word. I'll control myself and be obedient. Please, just give me another chance. I promise if I step out of line again, I'll return home without argument. Please. I couldn't return to Santiago, not when it reeked of memories of Oliver. Not when this wound was still fresh. It would destroy me. Guillermo's eyes closed as he ran a hand over his face. He sighed. His mouth opened to reply when a gust of wind swirled around us, tussling our hair. A familiar, sickening, and flowery scent stung my nose. Oh, hell, I muttered. In a flash of blinding white light, Gwen appeared before us, her wings outstretched in all their glory. Her eyes blazed as her wings folded back into her shoulder blades. The air rippled around us like a transparent bubble. I frowned and glanced at the walls and doors. They coiled and pulsed like waves in the ocean. My eyes flew to the door. If Isco could sense when someone took off their dampener, surely he would sense when someone used magic within his walls. My eyes fell to Elena, who shook her head, her eyes closing briefly as if to say, "Don't worry about it." Gwen's icy blue eyes sliced into Guillermo. "Perhaps I didn't make myself clear in our previous conversation. The Council will allow you to proceed with this mission as long as you work with us." She gestured to the room around us. "Now I find out from my sources that you have infiltrated a demon hideout. And this one," she jabbed a finger at me, "is running rampant, attacking demons and drawing attention to herself." "I am not," I said, anger surging through me. "Enough." Gwen raised a hand to silence me. Her eyes never left Guillermo. "Mr. Suarez, can you explain this to me?" My nostrils flared as I looked to Guillermo, but his expression remained smooth and composed. His voice cool, he said, "I wasn't aware I needed your permission to proceed." "Then let me make myself perfectly clear now," Gwen said quietly, stepping closer to Guillermo. "You don't make any decisions without consulting me first." She pointed to me again. "This one stays on a tight leash, and if any of you are caught, the Council will deny ever affiliating with you." Anger pulsed through me, clouding my vision with red. A tight leash? She didn't even have the gall to look at me when she said that. Guillermo cocked his head at Gwen, his eyes narrowing. "You're not my superior. We're equals in this collaboration." "Not anymore," Gwen hissed. Guillermo's spine straightened. Gwen was tall, but Guillermo still towered over her, his impressive muscles bulging as he crossed his arms. "And if we do not agree to your terms, then the Council will send a unit to extract you by force," Gwen said. I held my breath as an awkward silence filled the room. Gwen's sharp eyes drilled into Guillermo, but he didn't flinch or waver. He simply raised his eyebrows, challenging her. Then he dropped his arms and inclined his head. "Very well." Gwen exhaled and nodded stiffly. Her gaze cut to me. "You're not to go anywhere unescorted. Do you understand?" I bristled. "I'm not a child." Gwen's eyebrows lowered. "Then stop acting like one." I stiffened, my heart jerking and my blood hardening to ice. "Desi?" Elena whispered beside me, but I ignored her. I stepped toward Gwen. "Now listen to me, angel face. You can assert your authority all you like. We'll behave and comply with your conditions. But you cannot talk to us like this. We're not your servants. We're not your children. And for Lilith's sake, I'm American. And I'm embarrassed that you are the one to represent my council." Elena sucked in a breath. Guillermo's lips twitched. Gwen tilted up her chin, her jaw clenched.
"Those are tough words from someone who's only been a huntress for 6 months," Gwen said softly. "Do you think your opinion matters to me? Do you think you're the first person to try to insult me? I have bigger things to worry about than the likes of you."
I clenched my teeth, fury swirling in my chest, but I remained silent. She's not worth it. Leave it be, Desi. Gwen took a deep breath and closed her eyes, as if cleansing herself of our filth.
"Now then."
She shook her shoulders, and 3 pearly white feathers fell to the floor.
"Each of you take one of these. To call on me, press it into your palm with a burst of magic. I expect to hear from you by tomorrow."
Before any of us could respond, she vanished in a flurry of feathers and wind. The swirling walls solidified again, and the room felt oddly still. "What a bitch," I muttered. Elena snorted and quickly covered her mouth. "How can she just burst in here?" I asked, looking at Guillermo. "She could have blown our cover." Guillermo shook his head.
"Nephilim can mask their presence. She had the room cloaked. No one knew she was here."
I crossed my arms and scowled. "So does this mean you'll be sending me home? To keep the peace with her?" Guillermo rubbed his chin as he scrutinized me.
"No," he said slowly. "No. You can stay."
Elena cocked an eyebrow at him. "It's because you hate Gwen, isn't it?" Guillermo pressed his lips together, but humor danced in his eyes.
"Let's just say I trust Desi to complete the mission more than I trust Gwen."
Relief and warmth blossomed in my chest, and I exhaled. "Thank you." I rubbed my wrists and felt the cool metal dampener on my arm. My eyes flew open. Isco said something about being interrogated every time we come back here. How are we supposed to keep our cover if we're constantly taking a truth-telling potion? Guillermo shook his head.
"Just answer with vague truths and you'll be fine. If Isco asks where you went, tell him you were helping a friend. If he asks why you came back, say you need a place to sleep. Be simple, but don't speak too much. You'll be fine."
I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. Somehow I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Elena rubbed her eyes. "Can we all go back to sleep now?" Guillermo grimaced and ran a hand through his long dark hair.
"Sorry, Elena. We've got work to do."
Adrenaline coursed through me. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. I looked at Guillermo. "What do we do now?"
"We shouldn't split up, not in a place as dangerous as this. You two can come with me to the bar downstairs. Keep your eyes and ears open, and take note of anything that seems suspicious or out of the ordinary. I'll sniff around about employment. It'll help me make connections with demons, especially foreigners looking for freelancers."
I stilled. Foreigners like El Diablo. Guillermo looked at us sharply.
"You're to observe only, understand?"
Elena and I nodded. Guillermo ticked his head toward the door.
"Then follow my lead. Stay silent, stay out of sight, and don't draw attention to yourselves."
A knot formed in my stomach. I swallowed and took a deep breath, following Guillermo as he opened the door and led us downstairs. Chapter 15. As we descended the staircase, dark magic engulfed me, clogging my nasal passages. I clenched my teeth to keep from wrinkling my nose. The stench worsened as we entered the bar, and the alcohol fumes joined the sickening array of smells. Elena scratched her nose, and I knew she was refraining from covering her mouth. Her gaze met mine, and her lips tugged downward in a slight grimace. I almost smirked at her, but then I remembered how she'd suggested I return home. Instead, I blinked, my face taut and my lips tight, and looked away. A long row of bar stools sat unoccupied in front of the bar, tended by a tall, gaunt vampire with red eyes. In a dark corner of the room sat 3 other vampires huddled together at a table and muttering quietly. Their dark eyes narrowed as we entered the room. Guillermo paid them no attention as he casually slid onto a bar stool and waved the bartender over.
3 glasses of Bajalina.
The vampire inclined his head and poured a burnt orange liquid into 3 small glasses. He slid them to us without even glancing up. Guillermo took a long swig from his. I sniffed mine and recoiled from the bitter, musty stench. My eyes darted around the room. Blend in, Desi. Swallowing my discomfort, I took the tiniest of sips. A sharp, tangy flavor flooded my mouth and seared down my throat. I winced, my eyes watering as I struggled not to cough. Elena wrinkled her nose and brought her own glass to her lips, but I was certain she didn't drink any of it. Guillermo set his glass down and cocked his head at the bartender.
Who would I have to talk to about getting some work?
My heart pounded loudly in my chest, but I stared at my drink and pretended to take another sip. The vampire finished wiping a dirty glass and set it down, leaning forward and gazing at Guillermo with venomous eyes.
What kind of work?
Guillermo shrugged one shoulder and frowned.
Anything. I have a wide set of skills. Just need some extra cash.
The vampire's eyebrows lowered.
Ask Isco.
He pulled out another dirty glass and continued his cleaning. Guillermo grimaced and exhaled.
That would be kind of difficult. I just left his employ. See, I'm leaving the country in a week, and he only wants permanent employees on his payroll. I'm just looking for some side jobs here and there to make ends meet until I leave. Maybe from someone without strong roots here.
Someone like El Diablo. I grew very still as Guillermo took another casual gulp of his drink. My gaze darted quickly to the vampire, who watched Guillermo through narrowed eyes. I stared fixedly at the thick brownish-orange liquid in my glass. The vampire pressed his lips together and leaned forward.
One of Isco's guys is trying to keep the streets clean since some new demons are causing trouble. Word is he's hiring outside help.
Guillermo squinted and snapped his fingers.
Right. I've seen this guy before. Dark hair, wears those Kulam beads.
The vampire nodded.
Yeah. Young, bulky kid. Real short hair. What's his name again?
Guillermo asked, brows furrowed. The vampire frowned and shook his head.
Can't remember. Something native, though. Like...
He trailed off, considering. I swallowed, my heart stuttering and stalling like an old car. Bayani? 3 pairs of eyes drilled into me. I resisted the urge to cower under their stares. The vampire pointed to me and smirked.
That's the one. It's Bayani you need to see.
I nodded like I agreed with this and took another pretend swig of my drink. Perhaps my midnight stroll hadn't been so unhelpful after all. I felt Guillermo's gaze on me, and I shrugged one shoulder, avoiding his stare. Isco offered Bayani's assistance in practicing my magic. I can probably talk to him for you. Guillermo's eyes speared through me, but I gazed intently at the shelf full of bottles behind the bartender.
Great idea,
Guillermo said softly.
Thanks.
Desi. A soft murmur brushed against me. I stiffened, my eyes flitting back and forth around the room. A painful jolt seared through my heart, tugging it down to my stomach. My hands clenched the edge of the bar, and a gasp tore through my throat. The vampire stilled and watched me.
Desi.
This time the voice felt much closer, like a shout in my ear. I closed my eyes and cleared my throat as another jolt sliced into me. The vampires in the corner stopped talking and stared at me. I had to do something before our cover was blown. I groaned and pressed a hand to my stomach. I don't think that drink is sitting too well with me. I'll be right back. Hunched over, I stumbled away from the bar, still clutching my stomach.
Desi.
The voice was crystal clear now, and I knew who it was. Oliver. He was communicating through our blood oath. I didn't even know we could do that. Something yanked at my chest like a fishing rod reeling me in. I followed the pull toward the front door and then stopped. A grunt in the adjacent sitting room alerted me to the wolf tar's presence. I couldn't just waltz out the door again. I clenched my fingers into fists. Sorry, Oliver. He tugged at my heart again, and my feet almost stumbled forward of their own accord. I gritted my teeth and strode into the sitting room, where the wolf tar sat with his back straight as he gazed toward the window. For a moment I watched him, wondering what he saw. Could he speak? Did he still have his memories? Or was he stuck as a mute, incoherent animal? His beetle-black eyes shifted to me, and then back to the window, acknowledging my presence but nothing more. A few small bookshelves lined the walls, and I walked over to one and pulled a book at random before taking a seat beside the window. After crossing and uncrossing my legs, I fanned my face with my hand and set the book down. With a grunt, I lifted the window open and stared outside. The early rays of dawn blended into the purple sky, illuminating the dew-kissed grass and narrow dirt road. A light breeze ruffled the long grass. But something else shifted, too. I caught a glimpse of gold and pale blue among the green blades of grass. My heart twisted. It was Oliver. I stared at the spot where he hid and just barely shook my head, hoping he could see the motion.
Desi.
My hands tightened on the cover of the book on my lap. Who did he think he was that he could just drop in where I was working undercover and summon me? He wasn't mine anymore, and I wasn't his. We had nothing connecting us except for this stupid blood oath. A pang of longing stabbed through me, and heat burned in my eyes. My vision blurred, so I could no longer make out the words on the page in front of me. I rubbed my nose and set the book down on the table next to me. My gaze returned to the swaying grass outside, but the shape had vanished. No glimpse of gold hair. Oliver was gone. Regret swam through me as something cold slithered into my stomach. A strange part of me was disappointed that he left before I could see him or talk to him. Idiot, I chided myself. This is for the best. He could have ruined everything. Except he already had. When I returned to the bar, Guillermo and Elena were conversing quietly in a booth. The vampires in the corner had left, and a lone figure sat at the bar, his thick, beefy arm draped along the edge as he sipped his drink. Guillermo's eyes widened at me and flew toward the man at the bar before his face smoothed over again as he spoke with Elena. I cocked my head at the man, who turned partway at my entrance. I stiffened. It was Bay. Clearing my throat, I slid onto the stool next to him. He smelled of mango and sandalwood. My eyes fell to the beads around his neck, and I remembered what Guillermo had called them, Kulam beads. Did that mean Bay practiced Kulam? Was he traipsing around Manila, pretending to be an albulario? I thought of the creepy voodoo doll Bay had pocketed. What was it Guillermo had said?
Voodoo, curses, that kind of thing.
Which meant Bay was undoubtedly the kind of dark warlock Guillermo had banished last year. Bay smirked and nodded at me. He raised his glass and said to the bartender,
"She'll have one of these. On me."
The vampire nodded and poured a drink I recognized as Bahalina. I forced a smile and pretended to take a long sip. The bitter taste still stung me, and I smacked my lips.
Bay laughed. It's an acquired taste.
I nodded and set the glass down, drumming the fingers of my left hand against the bar. I felt Guillermo's eyes drilling holes into the back of my head. Before I could speak, Bay nodded to my arm.
What happened?
I followed his gaze to the crisscrossing scars on my arm from the shapeshifter attack. The wounds had faded to a light pink, but they were still noticeable up close. I shrugged one shoulder. Shapeshifters. Bay smirked, nodding in understanding. His eyebrows lifted as if he were impressed.
So, I heard you were looking for me.
I blinked, my gaze drifting to the bartender, whose red eyes seared through me, his chin lifting in defiance. He must have sent for Bay because I said I'd known him. This was a test. I cleared my throat and shifted my weight on the stool. I heard you're the one to speak to about working a side job or two.
And if I am?
Bay raised an eyebrow, his lips curving upward. Anxiety swirled in my stomach, but I watched him evenly, trying to appear more confident than I felt. Would you be willing to meet a few associates of mine?
The pair in the booth?
He ticked his head behind him. I froze, keeping my expression carefully neutral. How did you know? My voice trembled. I can't fracking do this. Bay took another sip before answering, his eyes fixed ahead.
I can smell your magic on them.
I frowned. I haven't.
The more time you spend with someone, the more your magic mingles.
Bay's eyes gleamed as he winked at me.
I wouldn't be a decent second-tier demon without that kind of ability.
Second tier? I swallowed. El Diablo was second tier just before I arrived in Cuba. My nervous eyes flitted to Bay, wondering if he were capable of becoming someone as dark and vile as El Diablo. He couldn't be much older than me. The thought made my stomach roil. The corners of Bay's lips twitched, his eyes dancing with laughter.
To be honest, you're not exactly the kind of demon who comes hunting for job opportunities from me.
His eyes took in my stiff, arched back and the whites of my knuckles as I gripped the edge of the bar. He can see right through me. Perhaps a little honesty couldn't hurt. I cast a furtive glance around the room and leaned closer to him. I actually haven't been a dark witch for very long. It's still unsettling being here. I'm just asking for my boss over there. Eyebrows raised, Bay glanced over at Guillermo, who lifted his glass in our direction.
He does seem the type,
Bay admitted. He downed the rest of his drink and shrugged.
All right then.
He angled toward me.
But only because you're so adorable.
His sultry voice sent coils of heat spiraling through my stomach. I couldn't tell if I was disgusted or charmed by his behavior. We slid off our stools and joined Guillermo and Elena. Guillermo had one arm draped around the back of the booth, his lazy eyes appraising Bay with mild interest. Boy, he's good, I thought, envious of his acting ability. Elena, however, looked as stiff as a board. She refused to look Bay directly in the eye.
I'm Guillermo, and this is Elena,
Guillermo said, nodding toward Elena.
Can you get us some work?
Bay clasped his long fingers together on the table and pressed his lips together.
We need some help keeping the streets clean. There are a few renegade demons giving us trouble. They've pledged themselves to Kulam, but are rebelling against our practices and attacking our kind. Help us eliminate these threats, and you'll be compensated.
Guillermo raised his eyebrows.
Sounds simple enough, but forgive me if I don't take your word for it. I hardly expect someone of your standing to entrust a stranger with protecting your people.
Bay chuckled and sat back in his seat.
You're a sharp one. For the first few missions, I'll be escorting you to ensure everything is done properly. Once I trust you, you can finish the job on your own.
Guillermo nodded, considering this. He pointed to the beads around Bay's neck.
And I assume we'll have to enter into some sort of blood contract?
My heart stopped, and a lump of terror lodged itself in my throat. More blood magic? Bay spread his arms wide.
We would need something to use as collateral, so yes.
Someone nudged my foot, and I realized my arms were trembling. I crossed them and met Elena's gaze across the table. Fear flickered in her eyes before she gazed downward again. I looked at Bay, and with a shock found him staring at me. His eyes bore into mine like he could read my very thoughts. Bay laughed and shook his head as if one of us had told a hilarious joke. With one swift movement, he stood and bowed to us.
I'll give you three some time to consider my offer, but it won't last long. Isco is impatient to move forward with a merger, and the ongoing battle with the Americans is making things more difficult.
He smirked at me like I had something to do with this. I scowled in return. Guillermo inclined his head.
Thank you.
Bay winked at me again before he left the bar, taking all my confidence and resolve with him. I deflated in my seat, trying to control my racing heart.
Easy, Desi,
Guillermo whispered.
We're not alone.
My eyes darted to the bartender, who watched us with interest. Had I passed his stupid test? Did he believe my cover now? Elena leaned closer to me over the table.
How did you know that man, Bayani?
I ran into him. Lilith, was that really only a few hours ago? I blinked exhaustion from my eyes. He rescued me from the Dark Witch. I told Isco I'd been trying to practice black magic, and he offered to let Bay teach me. But I have no idea when Bay would have the time if he's as busy as he claims. Guillermo chuckled without humor.
Isco's offer wasn't a generous one. It was his way of trying to spy on you.
I rolled my eyes. Isco can join the club.
Regardless of his reasons, it's beneficial for us that Bay fancies you,
Guillermo continued. My heart jumped to my throat, and I started coughing uncontrollably. The bartender froze to watch me in surprise and suspicion. Elena slid her glass of water toward me, and I gulped it down. My eyes watering, I said hoarsely, "What are you talking about?" Elena snorted.
He was definitely flirting with you, Desi.
Guillermo nodded like we were discussing a battle strategy and not the flirtatious whims of some demon.
We can use this to our advantage. He likes you, so he'll help you.
But what about you guys? I sputtered.
If he allows us to, we'll keep up the ruse,
Guillermo said.
But I suspect he'll try to get you alone.
And you want me to let him? I hissed, my cheeks burning.
I promise we won't be far behind,
Guillermo said.
But it may be our best bet of acquiring information about El Diablo's whereabouts.
But you said something about a blood contract, I argued. Are you sure this is the best idea? I feel like we'd be better off just hunting for El Diablo ourselves, instead of allying with demons like this. Guillermo shook his head.
Bay mentioned a merger. That's big news. If the Kulam warriors are allying with other dark casters, then El Diablo is certainly involved. This is our best lead so far. I'll run it by Gwen.
He paused, his lips tightening and annoyance flickering in his eyes.
And we'll reconvene about it tomorrow.
He rose from the table and waved 2 fingers at the bartender, who stared icily back. I sighed and rubbed my eyes before following Elena and Guillermo back to the room. Chapter 16. I sniffed as tears ran down my cheeks, dropping onto the note I received at school from my crush. I couldn't stop rereading the scathing words as he rejected my feelings and went on to insult my curly hair, and lame jokes. After a soft knock on my door, Mom entered. I hastily wiped my face, but her eyebrows pinched with concern. "Desi, what's wrong?" I shook my head, but her question elicited more tears. My lips stretched in a pathetic grimace as my shoulders shook with sobs. Mom wordlessly strode over to me and sat on my bed, enfolding me in her arms so her scent overwhelmed and comforted me. Her gaze fell to the letter clutched in my shaking hand, and I let her read it. Mom exhaled. "He's a silly boy, Desi. He doesn't know you." "But I wanted him to," I wailed. "Why won't he even try?" "I don't know. But the ones who aren't willing to try aren't worth your time. And you're only 12. When you're older and the boys grow up and stop acting so stupid, it'll be worth the wait. Trust me." I drew back to look into her soft gray eyes. "Was Dad stupid too?" Mom released a loud laugh. "Yes, incredibly stupid. But he got smarter, and I love him for it." I pressed my lips together, my salty tears racing down my chin and dripping onto my pants. "And you promise this pain will go away?" Mom smiled and nodded. "Yes, you won't even remember why you shed a single tear for this boy. You probably won't even remember his name in 5 years." I buried my head into her shoulder as warmth exploded in my chest. "Thanks, Mom," I whispered. I jolted awake, my heart racing. I bolted upright, my head spinning as I wiped fresh tears from my face. Memories and despair swirled in my mind, and I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to rid myself of the lingering pain that came from dreaming of my parents. I still dreamed of them frequently, but this was the first time in over 6 months that I'd woken up in tears. I thought that part of me had healed last year. Perhaps it had broken again when Oliver broke my heart. My gut twisted as his betrayal sliced through me again. This wasn't some 12-year-old crush. I was almost certain I'd loved him. Still loved him now. "Mom, I wish you were here," I thought, as my throat ached and burned with imminent tears. "Are you all right?" My head whipped to the side as I found Elena sitting up, her head leaning against the wall. Her eyes looked tired and foggy, as if she'd just woken up too. I cleared my throat and used the heel of my hand to swipe away any lingering tears. My tone clipped, I said, "Yep." Elena's eyes tightened. "Desi, you can't stay mad at me forever." I gritted my teeth and stared at my hands. "You wanted to send me away, after you fought for me to come on this mission." Elena sighed and closed her eyes. "That was wrong. I acted rashly. Guillermo asked my opinion, and all I could think of was—" Her voice trailed off, her nostrils flaring as her eyes burned with regret. Of how much she wants to impress him. My heart softened, just a fraction. When he told you what we'd decided, I realized how wrong I'd been. And even then, I was too much of a coward to say it in front of him. I'm so sorry. I pressed my lips together. The burden on my chest eased, but pain still lingered. I couldn't tell if it was from Oliver or from Elena's betrayal. "I'm such a hypocrite," Elena muttered to herself. "I'm the one who lashes out and rebels when my emotions get the best of me. It wasn't fair of me to judge you so harshly after one mistake. Even if it was a stupid one." Her lips quirked up in a tentative smile as if asking me if we could laugh it off together. I offered a small smile. "I understand. Thanks, Elena." "So are you okay?" she asked again. I covered my face with my hands. "No," I said, my voice muffled, "but I'm getting there." "What happened at the bar earlier?
when you disappeared. I opened my mouth to reply when something tapped on our window. I stilled, and Elena's eyes widened as we gazed in alarm toward the window, which was fogged from humidity and the low clouds in the sky. Guillermo hadn't returned yet, so we were on our own. It's a demon, I thought, my mind racing with horrifying possibilities. They've come to finish us off while we're defenseless, and whoever's out there still has their magic, but we have dampeners so we can't protect ourselves. Frack, what do we do? Desi. I blinked and looked at Elena. She frowned, and I realized she hadn't spoken. Desi. It was Oliver. I exhaled, my fear hardening into anger. Of all the selfish, idiotic things, I slid out of the cot, marched over to the window, and slid it open with more force than was necessary. Oliver sat perched on the roof, crouched like Peter Pan himself, come to creep into our room and steal us away. His green eyes were wide with fear and concern, and his face was covered in dirt. Twigs and leaves stuck out of his hair, giving him a disheveled look that made my heart flip and my stomach lurch. Lilith, I forgot how beautiful he is. My jaw hardened. Stop it, Desi. He no longer wore a sling on his arm. Perhaps he'd found a local witch or warlock to heal him. Bile rose in my throat as I wondered if Gwen had healed him somehow. Could a Nephilim do that? You can't be here, I hissed, glancing around the fields and trees surrounding the building. It's okay, I'm cloaked, Oliver said, pressing a hand against the windowsill just inches from mine, as if asking for permission to touch me. I yanked my hand back. There are second-tier demons here, Oliver. They aren't stupid. They'll find out you're here. They'll sense your magic. I lifted my hand, jangling the dampener like a bracelet. Oliver's face paled. You don't have your magic? Desi, what the hell are you doing in a place like this when you can't defend yourself? I opened my mouth to tell him it was none of his business when Elena appeared behind me. We're undercover trying to find El Diablo's location. I scowled at her, and she shrugged one shoulder, dismissing my disapproval. Oliver ran a hand through his hair, and dirt fell from the motion, trickling onto the windowsill. I felt when you... Oliver trailed off as a blush bloomed across his cheeks. He gestured incoherently over his heart. My eyes widened in understanding. He felt when I was in danger with the Dark Witch, before Bay had saved me. I came to see if you were all right, he finished, his mouth becoming small. I swallowed down my sympathy for causing him grief. He's not mine anymore, and I'm not his. That shouldn't be your concern anymore, Oliver. My voice sounded cold. Oliver pressed his lips together, his eyes flooding with so much hurt that my gut wrenched with guilt. He's still part of our coven, Elena said in a quiet voice. My nostrils flared and my voice dripped with sarcasm as I said, Is he? I thought he lived in America. Come on, Desi, don't be like that, Oliver muttered. Look, I said, slicing my hand through the air to cut off his words. You can't just abandon your unit and hunt me down every time you're worried about me or want to talk. We're undercover, and you're risking everything by being here. I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine. You have to trust me. Guillermo is with us, and we know how to take care of ourselves. We have Gwen's feathers if we need help, Elena added. I stiffened as boiling hot anger raced through me at the mention of Oliver's fiancée. Oliver's eyes tightened, his gaze dropping from mine. It seemed I wasn't the only one who wanted to avoid talking about Gwen. Awkward silence passed between us. Loud thumping echoed in the hallway outside our door, and my heart skittered in panic. I glanced at the door and back to Oliver. You have to go, now. Oliver's mouth opened, but he faltered. His gaze flickered to Elena and back to me. Desi, go!
Oliver's lips pressed into a thin line before he shuffled sideways and grasped onto the same tree branch I'd used to escape the night before. I gazed out the window, watching him drop easily from the tree trunk and disappear into the tall grassy field. I exhaled a long breath, my heart racing and swirling with agony, longing, and anger. So many emotions coursed through me that it was exhausting trying to sort through it. I covered my eyes to hide from it all. Elena cleared her throat. I looked at her. Anger surged to the forefront of my emotions. You shouldn't have butt in like that. This was between me and Oliver. Elena crossed her arms. No, it wasn't. He asked about the mission. I contributed information. Regardless of what's happened between you two, he's still a vital part of why we're here. Don't let your emotions cloud that. I deflated, my shoulders sagging as my anger seeped into exhaustion. I closed my eyes, wishing I could just turn off my brain. Lilith, this is such a mess. I just want to go back to how things were in Santiago, before El Diablo was back. Elena offered a small, sympathetic smile. I know. Me too. When Guillermo returned, he informed me that Gwen approved the mission, and we could proceed with our first assignment with Bay. There had been rumors of demonic disturbances in the adjacent neighborhood that we'd be investigating. I didn't tell him about Oliver's visit. Much to my relief, Elena took my lead and kept quiet as well. Won't Bay know we aren't dark witches as soon as he sees our blue magic? I asked. Ordinarily, yes, Guillermo said, as he looked through his wide array of blades and athames. But I have something to help with that. He gestured to a small sack resting by the door. I raised my eyebrows and crossed over to it, withdrawing 2 pairs of thin black gloves. Magic emanated from them, and my jaw dropped. They are enchanted to change the color of your magic, Guillermo said. As long as you're wearing them, your magic will appear black. How did you sneak these in here? I asked. Guillermo offered a half smile. I have my ways. Elena pressed her lips into a small smile as she took 2 of the gloves and slid them onto her hands. I did the same, wiggling my fingers. A light electric energy flickered within my fingers as if trying to ignite the fire of my magic. But with the dampener on, there was no flame, and the energy fizzled. We changed into our hunting trousers and armed ourselves before heading downstairs where Bay waited, dressed in leather that made him look startlingly sexy. His short hair was slicked back, and several knives gleamed from holsters around his muscular chest. My mouth felt dry as I took in his appearance. His dark eyes raked up and down my frame, taking in my unorthodox outfit. Though Elena was dressed the same, he only looked at me and offered a satisfied smirk. I responded with a scowl that made him laugh. Before we begin, Bay withdrew a folded sheet of paper and jerked his head toward the sitting room. The wolf tar was in his usual post, sitting and staring pensively out the window. At Bay's arrival, he rose to his feet and lumbered off. Bay spread the sheet of paper along the table and drew a small blade from a holster in his jacket. Who would like to go first? Dread clawed at my stomach, and my eyes grew wide. I will, Guillermo said, stepping forward. He slid the blade along his finger and signed his name at the bottom of the paper. The blood gleamed on the paper, and magic filled the air, tickling my nostrils. Elena lifted her chin, though her hands shook as she took the blade from Guillermo. Her gaze fell to the contract on the table. What does this say? Bay smiled and crossed his arms. Just that you agree not to hunt the law-abiding demons of this coven and adhere to the secrecy laws already in place in Manila. Elena met his gaze evenly. Bay didn't waver or blink. After a long moment, Elena removed a glove, pricked her finger, and signed her name as well. more magic wafted in the air. I heaved a deep breath and took the blade, sliding off my right glove. Before I could change my mind, I pressed the knife into my pointer finger. A brief flare of pain seared through me as I pressed my finger against the paper and signed my name under Guillermo's and Elena's. Bay rolled up the contract and pocketed it.
"Shall we?"
he asked, his gaze turning to Guillermo. Guillermo stretched a hand toward the door.
"Lead the way."
Chapter 17. As we crossed through the front door, Bay gestured to our dampeners. We discarded them onto a chair on the porch. I eyed Bay's wrists and realized he wasn't wearing one. Isco must trust him completely. Bay led us down the dirt road and past the field where the dark witch had attacked me. We walked in silence, our shoes scuffing along the soft dirt on the ground as we followed Bay. The afternoon sun gleamed from behind clouds. I flexed my fingers, the soothing pulse of my magic washing through me. Welcome back, I thought.
"We have a certain code among our dark casters,"
Bay said over his shoulder.
"We can prey on imprisoned criminals, but only with Isco's explicit permission. This clan of demons has been hunting civilians. Kill the demons if you must, but we'd prefer to take them captive."
"So your casters can prey on them, you mean?" Elena said. Guillermo shot her a warning look. Bay laughed.
"Precisely."
"What about the civilians?" I asked. Bay's smile vanished.
"We're not interested in human captives."
"I mean, are we expected to hide our magic from them? Or do they already know?" Bay waved a hand lazily.
"Do what you must. They've already seen enough. We can always wipe their memories later."
I caught Guillermo's eye, and his jaw hardened, but he said nothing. We walked in silence for several minutes, passing by vast fields and a few sloping hills. A cluster of concrete buildings waited just beyond the grassy expanse. As we drew nearer, I knew something wasn't right. The air stank of demon, and smoke and char mingled with the scent, burning my nostrils. A tall concrete archway marked the entrance to the neighborhood. When we reached it, Bay stopped and stretched a hand forward.
"You three take the lead. I'll only intervene if necessary."
After exchanging a look with us, Guillermo stepped under the archway, and Elena and I followed. I felt Bay behind me, his eyes burning into the back of my head. As we entered a small courtyard, a huge hunk of ash came into view. A smoking husk of what was once a 2-story home now resembled a charcoal skeleton. It was surrounded by possessions that were reduced to nothing more than coals and embers. Several American soldiers were stationed around the courtyard, glaring at us in suspicion. I caught a few curious eyes peering at us from behind windows, but otherwise the courtyard remained empty. Fear penetrated the air, though I couldn't tell if the people feared the soldiers or the demons. We stopped at the threshold of the burned-down home, and Guillermo paused, sniffing the air. I smelled it too, but the burnt stench was so pungent it blocked out any demon residue. Guillermo must have come to this conclusion as well, and he led us away from the home and down a narrow street lined with block-shaped buildings that were stacked next to each other, like books on a shelf. Bay trailed behind us, and I could feel his smirk. The back of my neck prickled under his scrutiny. We peered down side streets, occasionally pausing between buildings that had a particularly musty demon smell. A shrill scream pierced the air. We stopped in our tracks. I stiffened and drew my athame. My blood roared in my ears as I crept forward, my steps lithe and careful so as not to draw any attention. We followed the sounds of a struggle. A child shrieked and sobbed. A demon growled and panted. A child. Panic rose in my throat. Without thinking, I whipped around the corner and into a small alley, ignoring Guillermo's warning shout. A huge, winged creature hovered over a girl whose cheeks were stained with tears. My eyes widened as the demon turned to me and hissed, spit flying from its mouth. Or what looked like its mouth. The creature resembled a giant bat with large wings as black as night. A gaping mouth revealed sharp, jagged teeth, and thick claws trapped the child in place. I flung my athame into the creature. It howled in pain, and I raced forward, ducking as a jet of black magic soared toward me. Thrusting my hands out, I pushed the giant bat against the concrete wall, freeing the child. "Go!" I told the girl. Trembling, the girl nodded and stumbled out of the alley, her sobs echoing behind her. The demon struggled against my magic, and I grunted, flexing my fingers to hold it steady. Its head jerked backward into the concrete, which cracked from the impact. The demon's resistance faded, and I glanced next to me to find Elena pushing him, holding him in place alongside me. Then came Guillermo's voice.
"We will release you if you come quietly."
The bat hissed and spat, and I vaguely wondered if it could speak at all.
"Do you concede?"
Guillermo asked, his voice sharpening. The bat grunted and whimpered, its sounds becoming more and more pathetic. At long last, it stopped struggling, its head drooping forward in acquiescence. I looked at Guillermo, who nodded. Elena and I dropped our hands, and the bat collapsed, its wings folding over itself like a curtain. In a flash, it swept forward, its razor-sharp claws pinning me to the ground, and its foul, rancid breath suffocating me. Pricks of pain seared my side as it held me in place. I gritted my teeth and slammed my head forward into the demon's face with a sickening crunch. The creature reared back, hissing in pain. Its claws relaxed slightly, and I freed my arm, reaching for the athame still stuck in its body. I withdrew it and stabbed again and again. The creature screamed, and my ears throbbed from the shrill sound. I moved my arm to stab again, but its claws pressed into my side. I cried out in pain. With my free hand, I pushed, and the demon soared backward into the alley. Dazed and weak from my injuries, I shifted and tried to rise. Blood soaked my shirt, smothering me in that sickly metallic smell and mingling with the stench of demon. El Diablo took a long gulp of my blood, his flames scorching against my face. He moaned with pleasure, and I shuddered with revulsion, but he didn't stop. Again, his fangs drew closer. I gritted my teeth, trying to block out the memory. The bat roared, and a jet of black magic assaulted it. I blinked and glanced over my shoulder at Guillermo, whose eyes blazed as he held the bat at bay. Finding my resolve, I lifted my shaking hands and shouted, "Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time." I was momentarily alarmed as black magic, instead of my usual blue, pooled from my gloved fingers surrounding the bat. The bat screamed, a wild, feral sound that tore through my ears before it vanished in a puff of black smoke. Breathing heavily, I scrambled to my feet and snatched the athame from the ground. I winced, clutching at the wound in my side. "Are you all right?" Elena asked. I nodded, wiping sweat from my brow. My eyes found Guillermo. "Thanks." I stared at his hands. He wasn't wearing gloves. So how was his magic black? "What was that thing?" I asked.
"A werebat,"
Guillermo said. The adrenaline coursing through me melted into hysteria, and a wild laugh burst from my lips. "Don't tell me," I choked out. "A shapeshifter turned vampire? Or a shapeshifter turned werewolf turned vampire who was also bitten by an average bat?" Guillermo scowled in response. "Señorita?" a small voice called out. I froze, my laughter dying, and I slowly turned to find the girl peeking around the corner of the alley. She'd never left. I cleared my throat, my hands trembling as I hid the athame behind my back. In Spanish, I asked, "Are you hurt?" The girl shook her head, wrapping her arms around her chest. She looked to be about 8 years old. Her dark hair fell forward into her face, and her tiny flat nose twitched as more tears ran down her face. "Can you help my family?" "What's wrong with your family?" I asked, stepping closer to the girl. "Another monster?" She trailed off and shook her head, pressing her lips together tightly. A lump rose in my throat, and I straightened. "Show me." The girl nodded and vanished around the corner. I broke into a run, hastening to catch up with her, but the crippling agony in my side slowed my pace. With every hurried step, it felt like a blade was cutting through me. Stab, stab, stab. I gritted my teeth and trailed after the girl, weaving down side roads and between buildings, not bothering to glance behind me to see if Guillermo, Elena, and Bay followed. The girl entered the third door of a wide stretch of apartments. As I approached, a shattering sound pierced through the air, followed by a scream. I burst inside, athame drawn and poised to fight. A woman backed against a wall, her shaking hands raised in front of her face. The girl I'd followed shrieked incoherently and pointed to a cloaked figure standing in front of a pile of broken dishes. The assailant's hands glowed with black magic. That cloak looked familiar. I stiffened, my eyes narrowing. You! It was the dark witch who'd attacked me. A low hiss escaped the witch as her magic crept forward and swirled around me. Inhaling deeply, I stretched my hand forward, keeping it steady as magic pulsed through me, and I pushed her magic away from me. Her magic rebounded toward her, encircling her. She yelped and fell backward. I rushed forward, but the searing pain in my side made me stumble. The witch sliced her hand through the air, and a line of black flames scorched through me, bringing me to my knees. Dark spots appeared in front of my eyes. Needles of pain cut into me. "Get up," I ordered myself. "Move, now." I staggered to my feet and muttered, "Magic within me, strength in my arms. Move this creature before it does more harm." I swept my hands in a circular shape, and the dark witch lifted and spun in the air. She shrieked as her hood fell backward, revealing her enraged expression. She clasped her hands together, and they glowed black. I kept one hand raised to keep her steady. My athame clattered to the floor as I stretched my other hand toward her, freezing her arms in place so she couldn't move them. The witch screamed in frustration, her eyes blazing. Exhaustion and pain pulled at my body until I fell to my knees again, but I held my hands in the air, keeping the witch in place. Sweat trickled down my face. I could hold the witch like this, but I couldn't banish her without releasing her. Perhaps I could utter the spell and then drop my hands? "Vile demon," I began, but faltered as my vision blurred. I knew I was too weak to cast the spell. My arms shook from the effort of holding her steady. I felt her thrashing against my power. Any moment she would break free. Something flew over my shoulder, and the witch screamed. A dagger protruded from her chest. Groaning, I dropped my arms, and she slumped to the floor, unmoving. Dazed, I slid to the side, unable to move. I didn't even have the energy to see who had helped me, though I assumed it was Guillermo. Warmth spread through me, and I gasped, my throat rattling from the sharp motion. The pain drained from my body, returning the feeling to my limbs. I blinked the darkness out of my eyes and found Bay hovering over me, his eyebrows drawn together. "What are you doing?" I sat up gingerly, but the pain was gone. My fingers brushed along my side. Nothing. I was completely healed. My mouth fell open as I watched Bay. "Did you heal me?" Bay's lips pressed together in a thin line, but he said nothing. Unease spread through me. This second-tier demon had just healed me. My brain didn't know how to process this information. My gaze drifted around the room. The tiny kitchen opened up to a small sitting room where the mother sat on a sofa, clutching her daughter against her chest and sobbing with relief. Behind Bay was the dark witch, who still lay still on the floor. "Is she?" I said.
"She is dead,"
Bay said, ticking his head toward her body. I stared at it, waiting for her to move, but she didn't. Numb disbelief spread through me. He didn't have to heal me. He could have just left me there. My injuries weren't fatal, and the witch was dead. So why had he done it? I stared at him, and his dark eyes betrayed concern before they darted away from me. I'd never heard of a sympathetic demon before. Someone intent on protecting innocents like my coven? Well, except Kismet. But in my mind, that didn't really count. The door burst open, and Guillermo and Elena arrived, panting. "Sorry," Elena gasped, pointing behind her. "Werewolf slowed us down." Her gaze flicked from the dark witch's body to Bay, who still crouched next to me. Realizing we were looking ridiculous sitting on the floor so close to each other, I shot to my feet. My hand flapped uselessly against my thigh. "We, took care of it."
All right."
Guillermo stuttered, cocking his head at us, his eyes curious.
"Great.
He pointed to the door behind him.
We have the werewolf in custody. My magic has him trapped. Should we—" "Right."
Bay hoisted the dark witch's body over his shoulders, like she was a sack of potatoes, and headed for the door. "What will you do with them?" I blurted before I could stop myself. Bay paused and raised an eyebrow at me.
"The werewolf will be taken as a prisoner. The witch will receive a proper burial. She was one of my coven, after all, even if she went rogue."
I stilled, my mouth dropping open. Without another glance at me, Bay followed Guillermo and Elena out the door, leaving me alone in the wrecked kitchen. I drifted toward the doorway leading into the sitting room as the mother's murmurs soothed the girl, and their sobs subsided. I wanted to make sure they weren't hurt, but I didn't want to intrude, so I hovered awkwardly beside the doorway, keeping my face hidden. "It's all right," the mother whispered. "They're gone now. The nice lady saved us." My heart wrenched at her words. I closed my eyes and covered my mouth. My throat burned, and I swallowed. "You're safe now," the woman went on. "Don't be afraid." "I saw her," the girl said in a small voice. "She's strong and powerful. She can protect us." Heat stung my eyes, and I shook my head. I couldn't listen to this anymore. Clearing my throat loudly, I stepped into the sitting room. The mother gasped, but the girl beamed at me. I waved and tried to smile, but it felt more like a grimace. "My name is Desi." I crouched down at eye level with the girl. "What's your name?" "I'm Tala," the woman said, pointing to her own chest. She gestured to the girl. "This is Raina. My husband is fighting in the war." Tala's brown eyes roved over my face and outfit. "You are American?" I shifted uncomfortably and rubbed my arms. "Yes." Tala's plump cheeks pinched with a warm smile and her eyes crinkled. "Don't worry. I understand how confusing and uncertain war is. It is not your doing." I looked at Raina. She had short, curly hair almost as curly as mine. Her cheeks dimpled with her shy smile, which I returned. "How long have these attacks been happening?" I asked. "A few days," Tala said, her smile fading. "Many lives have been lost to these monsters." She rubbed her nose. "Will they be returning?" "I don't know. but I'm here to ensure you're kept safe if they do."
"So you'll stay with us?"
Raina asked hopefully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My mouth fell open. I faltered. What am I supposed to say to that? Thankfully, the door to the kitchen opened, and loud footsteps indicated that Bay, Guillermo, and Elena had returned.
"Desi, we're ready,"
Guillermo said, jerking his head toward the door. I nodded and turned back to Tala and her daughter. Before I could say anything, Raina shot to her feet and proudly announced,
"Desi's staying with us now."
I stood quickly, heat rising in my cheeks as I nervously watched Guillermo and Bay for their reactions. My mouth opened and closed. I didn't... Guillermo raised his eyebrows, his gaze shifting to Tala.
"Is this all right with you, Signora?"
My eyes widened as I stared at Tala. She smiled at me and nodded. Raina squealed and jumped up and down. I lifted my hand palm out toward Elena and Guillermo. "Are you two okay with this?" I looked at Bay. Is this allowed?"
Bay laughed. "We're not your parents, Desi. You're welcome to stay here. You won't need a dampener. But if you come back to East you'll be subject to questioning just like everyone else."
He rubbed the back of his neck and gazed around the room thoughtfully.
"It'll be good to have someone here to protect the village around the clock."
My insides churned at the thought of becoming the designated protector of these people. Could I handle that by myself? I hadn't exactly handled these two demons alone. A quick glance around told me this tiny apartment wouldn't be big enough for Guillermo and Elena to stay and assist me. I wrung my hands together. "All right, but what about..." I trailed off and subtly pointed to my forehead, my gaze flicking to Tala and back. "Wiping their memories." Bay smirked, understanding my implication.
"It can wait until the mission's complete."
He leaned closer to me, his eyes dancing with amusement.
"Enjoy a demon-free night's sleep, Desi. You've earned it."
My mouth fell open. Demon-free? But I was supposed to be a demon. He knows. With one last parting glance at me, Bay left. Guillermo shrugged and followed, but Elena gazed at me, her expression unreadable before she turned on her heel and disappeared. Chapter 18. According to Tala, Raina ordinarily slept upstairs, but after the ordeal today, she insisted on snuggling with Tala in her room and dragged me with them as well. I said I was fine sleeping on the floor, but Raina pulled a few cushions off the couch and laid them on the floor for me, her face lit with a huge smile. The corners of my lips twitched in amusement as I watched her cram into the small bed with Tala's arms wrapped around her. I drew a blanket over my own body and watched them as they whispered to each other, and Tala hummed a lullaby. At first, I was reminded of the sleepovers I'd had years ago, but as Tala stroked her daughter's hair and kissed her forehead, something sharp twisted in my chest like a knife. A hard lump formed in my throat, and I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. My eyes were glued, unblinking, to the beautiful scene before me that taunted me with cruel reminders of what I'd lost. Heat burned in my eyes. Moisture blurred my vision. A loose tear ran down my cheek, and I quickly looked away, rolling to the other side so Tala wouldn't see. When Raina's soft snores filled the room, Tala turned out the light, and I wept silently into the sofa cushions. As my mind faded into sleep, I felt the familiar tug of a distant memory. "No," I begged, as I clung to consciousness before it overtook me. "No, please, spare me." But it didn't. My eyes opened, and I found Mom and Dad surrounding me, their limbs stretched out in awkward angles. Dad even fell asleep with his glasses on. Now they were askew over his long, thin nose as he snored. Mom's tangled mane of curls took up the space of an entire pillow. My neck ached from arching into Mom's chest as I slept. My arm was numb from being tucked under Dad's for so long. But still I lay there, watching my parents. They'd been up late demon hunting last night, and I'd had a nightmare. They never turned me away when I asked to climb into bed with them. Not once. Kismet, in raven form, dozed on the floor next to us. I smiled. Even she joined the sleepover last night, though she usually slept perched on the arm of our sofa in the living room. Mom stirred first. She blinked sleepily until her gray eyes found mine. A tired smile pulled at her lips. "I think we need a bigger bed." I giggled and covered my mouth as Dad shifted in the bed and flopped off the edge with a loud yelp. Mom and I burst out laughing, and Kismet jerked awake, her dark eyes staring at us accusingly. "I like this bed," I said, smoothing a wrinkle in the sheets. "If it were too big, we wouldn't be able to stay warm." Mom's nose crinkled with her smile as she ran a thumb along my cheek. "I like it too." "I don't," Dad choked from the floor as he staggered to his feet. Our laughter echoed in my head as the memory faded, and I jolted awake with tears staining my cheeks. My heart jumped in my throat when I found a pair of wide, brown eyes staring at me mere inches away from my face. I tugged the blanket farther up my chest, my heart racing as I made out Raina's features. Her curls were mussed from sleep, and she still wore her pajamas. Tala was sleeping in the bed. Faint pink rays of dawn filtered through the window. "Hi, Raina," I whispered, wiping tears from my face. Raina offered a tired smile. "I didn't mean to scare you." Her expression sobered as she slowly extended a finger and touched the pink scars along my arm. "What happened to you? I've never seen marks like that." "Oh, it's from another monster I fought. I'm okay, though." Raina cocked her head at me and softly touched a lingering tear on my face. "Why do you cry?" Her eyes swam with concern. "Bad dream," I said, though in my heart I knew it was more than that. It was a memory. "Do you get those sometimes?" She nodded. "Does your mother let you sleep with her when you're scared?" Again she nodded. I smiled. Mine did too, a long time ago. "Where's your mother now?" I swallowed. "My parents, they've been gone for a while." "Gone like Papa?" My lips trembled and I shook my head slowly. Raina's face paled and her mouth became very small. A loud knock at the front door brought me to my feet. I hastily found my trousers and shirt and threw them on before rushing to the door, knowing who it was. Sure enough, there stood Guillermo, always up with the rising sun. I glanced behind him. "Where's Elena?" "It's just us today." "And Bay?" Guillermo raised an eyebrow. "He said you should take the lead. He trusts you." My head reared back in shock. "What?" Guillermo crossed his arms, his lips pulling into a half smile. "You were impressive yesterday, Desi. You put the lives of innocents above your own. You were relentless against those demons." My cheeks warmed and I dropped my gaze. Impressive? I wasn't strong enough to beat them on my own. "No, but you showed bravery. You dived in without thinking of your own safety. Reckless, yes, but something tells me that's impressive to Bay, not worrisome." I frowned. Thanks?" "I'm not saying it to flatter you," Guillermo said, running a hand through his hair. "I'm telling you what Bay saw." He blew air through his lips, his eyes tightening. "What is it?" Guillermo dropped his hand. "Bay's opinion of you
makes me think you'll be at the forefront of this mission. If he only trusts you, it means you're our only guarantee to get the information we need from these demons and locate El Diablo."
My blood ran cold. Me? Interrogate demons? But you're the extractor. I can't. Guillermo stepped closer and touched my shoulder.
"You won't be alone, Desi. We've been waiting for this opportunity. I'll abide by Bay's wishes and let you take control, but I'll be with you the entire time."
My eyes widened and I stopped breathing. I can't do this. I can't do this. Guillermo seemed to read the panic in my expression.
"Let's just take this one step at a time, okay? We might not even have to interrogate anyone today."
Numbly, I nodded and followed him, closing the door behind me. As we walked down the road, I cleared my throat and rubbed my arms. "So why isn't Elena here?" Guillermo blinked.
"What do you mean?"
I raised an eyebrow. "Cut the crap, Guillermo. Where is she? Is she hurt?" Guillermo sighed.
"No, she's working on something personal. For me."
My mouth fell open. Guillermo? Personal? What is it?
"You don't have to worry. She's safe."
Guillermo, we're all a part of this mission. Together. If you can trust her with it, why can't you trust me?
It's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of liability. The fewer people who know about this, the better."
The sharp edge in his voice indicated he was done talking about this. I sighed, and we continued on in silence. We slowly made our way around the neighborhood, past palm trees and cream-colored concrete buildings that were topped by red-tiled roofs. As we encountered passers-by, we casually asked questions about the mysterious happenings as of late. A few didn't speak Spanish, but Guillermo easily switched to Tagalog and conveyed the gist of the conversation to me later. I should have been surprised that he spoke Tagalog, but at this point, none of Guillermo's exceptional talents surprised me anymore. A few people relayed whispered rumors of demons who frequented an abandoned pub, but the majority of the civilians who answered our questions begged us to save them, not from the demons, but from the American soldiers. The villagers spouted tales of beatings, assault, theft, and arson. My thoughts turned to the wreckage of ash we'd come across yesterday, where I hadn't smelled the presence of demons at all. Had the soldiers done that? At first, I was confused. Perhaps these villagers had been mistaken. I couldn't imagine American soldiers committing such horrible crimes against the locals here. Maybe vandals were sneaking into the city and attacking people? As soon as the sixth person shuffled off after muttering tearfully about the soldiers who had violated his daughter, I frowned and turned to Guillermo. What's going on? Who's been doing all of these horrible things to them? Guillermo's brows lowered, his eyes hard.
"You heard them. The American soldiers."
My mouth opened and closed. But that can't be right. Guillermo fixed an icy stare on me.
"Just because you're from America doesn't mean your people aren't capable of terrible things."
I stared blankly at a tall concrete tower in the distance, my insides melting into a nauseous pile of disbelief and horror. "How?" I whispered. "How could they do that? These people are innocent." Guillermo's eyes closed for a brief moment.
"Sometimes during a war, soldiers get a little too aggressive, too hostile."
Revulsion churned in my stomach. I gestured to where the man had run off. Given the stories I've heard, that's a bit of an understatement.
"What do you want me to say, Desi?"
Guillermo snapped.
"We're hunting demons, not American soldiers. Picking a fight with them will only draw attention to ourselves and get us arrested or killed. So focus on the mission. We're here to find El Diablo."
My mouth clamped shut.
In my mind, I saw the wide, brown eyes of Raina and her innocent smile. What if her home was the next to be destroyed and ransacked? What if her family was the next to be attacked? I swallowed, feeling sick to my stomach. In Santiago, the Americans had been allies to the Cubans, advocates of freedom and liberation, protectors of the innocent. But hearing these stories defied everything I believed about my country, everything I thought we stood for. Guillermo watched me, eyes flashing, as he waited for an answer. I knew he was right. My home was in Santiago, and to protect my home and my people, I had to track down El Diablo before he claimed more lives in his quest for power. Stiffly, I nodded. Fine. Where to next? Guillermo crossed his arms.
Seeing as you're in charge, you tell me. Where do you think we should go?
I sighed and glanced around the tiny road of narrow apartments. I guess we should check out this pub we've heard about?
Good. We'll take a look around, but we probably won't find any demons there today.
I frowned. Why not? We fought 3 yesterday in broad daylight.
Yes, and the other demons probably heard the commotion and are lying low.
He jerked his head toward the end of the road.
Let's go.
We strode in the direction one of the villagers had indicated. The narrow road opened up to a wide cluster of shops with rusted signs and boarded-up windows. In the middle of the lifeless square rested a building that stank of demons and alcohol. I wrinkled my nose and pointed. Guillermo nodded his agreement, and we wordlessly entered the filthy pub. Rats skittered across the floor as light filtered into the bar from our entrance. The ash and lime scent of black magic mingled with the musty stench of beer, stinging my nostrils. I resisted the urge to cover my mouth. Our boots crunched on broken glass. We weaved through overturned tables and chairs, and more rats squeaked from behind the walls as we walked further into the pub. I froze, my heart stopping as I inhaled deeply. A familiar copper scent reached my nose. Blood. I rushed forward, following the smell until I stopped in front of a pentagram painted on the ground. I stooped and sniffed deeply. The pentagram had been painted in blood, now dry and flaky. This wasn't recent, I said quietly. My eyes turned to Guillermo. An ascension? Guillermo crouched next to me and shook his head.
That requires runes painted in the pentagram. No, this is a simpler form of blood magic. Any demon could have done this.
What kind of blood magic?
Rogue demons are known to sacrifice mortals to siphon their auras and essentially feast off their souls. It empowers them.
Mortals? But they don't have any powers to take. Guillermo nodded, his lips pressing together in a thin line.
No, but they are easier targets. They can't fight back.
I shuddered. My mouth opened with another question, but a gunshot burst from outside, followed by a piercing scream. We both stared at the door. My blood chilled. I stood and ran, pushing open the door to find a crowd waiting in the square. A child's screams filled the air, but I couldn't see through the throng of people. Elbowing my way through, I found the source of the commotion. A boy about 10 years old was writhing on the ground, clutching a bloody wound in his stomach, while a woman, presumably his mother, crouched next to him with tears on her face. Surrounding the boy were 4 soldiers donning American uniforms, one of whom brandished a smoking gun. Red-hot rage boiled through me, and I stepped toward the soldier, but Guillermo grabbed my wrist. "Don't," he whispered. I jerked my arm, trying to free myself, but his grip only tightened. Shallow breaths pulsed through me as I stared hard at Guillermo. He matched my gaze with equal stubbornness.
Anger and desperation churned and swirled within me, creating a tornado of emotion that blocked out all sense of logic and caution. I flexed the fingers of my free hand, prepared to push him away, when a loud, familiar voice echoed in the square.
"What's going on here?"
I stiffened, eyes wide as I turned toward the voice. A figure pushed through the crowd, also wearing an American uniform. His green eyes narrowed and blazed with anger as he took in the sight before him. Then his eyes fell on me. My pulse roared in my ears as our gazes locked onto each other. Oliver. Chapter 19. A soldier spoke up, clearly oblivious to Oliver's and my staring contest.
"This one was caught stealing,"
he said, gesturing with his gun.
"So you shot him?"
Oliver roared, stepping forward to help the boy to his feet. "Don't touch him!" shrieked the boy's mother, shielding him from Oliver. Tears stained her face, and her eyes burned with hatred. The boy cried out again, his face crumpling in pain. I regained my composure. "He needs a medic."
"There are no medics here,"
the man next to me said.
"They're assisting the soldiers."
I turned back to Guillermo, my eyes pleading. "Can you heal him?" His eyebrows lowered in disapproval, but very slowly he nodded. "We know someone who can help him," I said, kneeling next to the boy to try to lift him. "I said, don't touch him!" the woman shrieked. My head jerked back in shock. "I'm not her enemy. I won't hurt him." "That's what they said, too," the woman spat, gesturing to the surrounding soldiers.
"Easy now,"
a soldier said, fingering the knife in his belt. "Back off," I shouted at him. His brow furrowed as he cocked his head at me in curiosity.
"Desi,"
Guillermo hissed. Oliver's eyes widened at me, trying to convey a warning. Then his gaze hardened as he turned to the soldiers.
"Back to your post. You've done enough here."
The soldiers saluted and marched away, thinning out the crowd. The sobbing woman still clutched at the boy, bringing him against her chest. A few villagers approached her. Though I couldn't understand the language, I could tell they uttered words of comfort. "Please," I whispered, scooting closer to the woman. "We can help. I know a healer." The woman looked me over, and I realized what she saw. Another American. My blue eyes and pale skin made me stand out from the others, marking me as an enemy. "Who is it?" I nodded my head toward Guillermo. Perhaps she'll trust a Cuban if she won't trust me. The woman stared at Guillermo, who inclined his head politely. Gradually the woman's face softened and she nodded. "Do what you must." Guillermo crouched to the ground with us and placed a hand over the boy's injury. The boy's face grew pale and clammy, and his eyes slid shut. So softly that I couldn't make out the words, Guillermo muttered a spell. A brief black glow encompassed the wound, so subtle that I almost didn't notice it. The boy inhaled sharply, and his mother stiffened and stroked his forehead. Then he inhaled, and Guillermo withdrew. Blood still soaked the boy's shirt, but the wound had healed. A flattened bullet clattered to the ground, still shiny with the boy's blood. I released a long breath and watched the boy open his eyes, the color returning to his cheeks. His mother uttered a grateful sob and brought him to her bosom in a desperate embrace. Several murmurs and gasps rippled from the crowd around us, and a few bystanders even applauded. My eyes closed with relief as I rose to my feet. Gradually the villagers dispersed, returning to their homes. A few lingered and approached the mother and son, exchanging remarks of concern and affection. I turned and found Oliver watching me, his arms crossed and his eyebrows pulled together as he assessed me. I swallowed and lifted my chin in a greeting. He stepped closer to me.
"Be careful around the soldiers, Desi." My eyes narrowed. Is that a threat? His head reared back, his eyes widening. What? No. They'll see you as another civilian here, not an American like them. My eyes darted around the square, and I leaned in so we wouldn't be overheard. You know what they've been doing to these innocent Filipinos, don't you? You can't be that blind. I gestured to the boy and his mother. Oliver closed his eyes and ran a hand through his short blonde hair. My heart did a backflip. I'd forgotten how much I missed those little quirks, those things he did without even thinking about them. It's not that simple, Desi. My heart sank to my stomach like a pile of bricks. My brows pinched together and my fingers clenched into fists. How is it not that simple? My voice shook. I mean, some of these soldiers aren't under my jurisdiction. Oliver pointed behind him, where the soldiers had disappeared. I can't just order these men around like I'm their superior. You can still report them, I said hotly. You can still tell someone what's going on. Oliver lifted his hands in the air. They won't do anything, Desi. There's a war happening right now. There are more important things for them to worry about than some skirmishes with the civilians. I exhaled and clenched my teeth, my gaze darting away from him. The mother and her son were watching us, their eyes wide. Guillermo stood just behind them, his head turned as he stared at something in the distance. But I knew he was listening intently. I sighed and raised a hand to my forehead. What are you doing here, Oliver? What do you mean? I mean, why are you here? I've been stationed here, he said, blinking at me in confusion. I frowned and opened my mouth. Then I shut it as a blush spread across my cheeks. I'd just assumed he was here for me, to talk to me, like yesterday. How selfish of you, Desi. I closed my eyes. Right, of course. I waved a hand in the air. I'll leave you to it then. I tried to step around him, but he caught me by the elbow. His grass and gunpowder scent surrounded me like a caress, and I swallowed as heat and desire flooded my throat. What are you doing here, Desi? Oliver asked, his voice low and husky. I suppressed a shiver of longing and avoided his piercing green eyes, though I felt them drilling into me. You know why I'm here, I whispered. Be careful. I finally met his gaze, and my stomach spun from the intensity in his eyes. You too. Keep your eyes and ears open. Tell us if you notice anything out of the ordinary. He drew nearer, and out of habit, I leaned forward too. His lips were so close, I could almost taste him. But despair and grief shuddered through me, and I closed my eyes again, my mouth pulling down in a painful grimace. I slid my arm from his grip and left, fleeing from the temptation and the heart-breaking reminder of what I'd lost. Tala was kind enough to feed Guillermo and me lunch, which was a delicious bowl of marinated chicken and vegetables. Tala called it adobo. An array of spices tickled my tongue, reminding me of the foods from Santiago. But I tasted something similar to soy sauce mixed in as well. A flood of memories roared back to me as I thought of ordering Chinese takeout with my parents and adding extra soy sauce to our chicken. Kismet always told us the sodium would raise our blood pressure. Kismet. I wonder where she is right now.
Do you like it?
Raina asked, her eyes hopeful. Her own bowl was already empty. She'd devoured the food so quickly. I shoved the painful memories away and forced a smile. Yes, so delicious. Thank you. Raina sat up straighter in her seat.
I can show you how to make it if you want. Mama lets me help her all the time.
My smile widened as warmth spread through my chest. That would be wonderful. Tala took Raina's empty dish and wiped it with a cloth. Her eyes darted from Raina to me and Guillermo. Her voice low, she said, "How is it out there?" My smile faded as I looked at Guillermo. We both knew what she was asking. "Quiet," Guillermo said after swallowing a bite of food. "But daytime is dangerous for them, especially after yesterday's events. We'll wait until sundown and try again." The blood drained from Tala's face. She set the cloth and bowl down on the table and shook her head so quickly she resembled a bobblehead. "No, no, you can't do that." I frowned. "We'll be fine, Tala. We know how to protect ourselves." Tala closed her eyes. Her fingers flew from her forehead to her left and right shoulders as she crossed herself. With a shuddering breath, she touched Raina's shoulder and pointed to the sitting room. Raina made a sour face and rose from the table, disappearing into the next room. Arms trembling, Tala sank into Raina's seat and placed her hands flat on the table. "The soldiers." She paused, closing her eyes again. "There is a strict curfew in the village. Those who aren't in their homes at sundown are shot. Sometimes worse." My heart shuddered and grew still. My pulse quickened and ice hardened in my stomach. I sucked in a sharp breath. "What?" Tala pointed to the front door. "You've seen what happens when someone disobeys the soldiers' orders. You must be careful." My eyes flitted to Guillermo, who gazed unblinkingly into his bowl, his jaw tense. Anger stirred in his eyes, but he seemed unsurprised. I looked back at Tala, whose lower lip quivered. My heart broke for her with the crippling fear in her eyes. What if the soldiers caught me and found out Tala had offered her home to me? She would be punished too. So would Raina. A hard lump formed in my throat, and my eyes burned. I shut them against the flood of emotions inside me. "We'll cast a cloaking spell," Guillermo said. "The soldiers won't see us." Tala blinked, her eyes sliding from Guillermo to me. Pointing between us, she said, "You two use magic, just like the dark creatures?" "It's not exactly the same, but yes," I said quietly. "How is it different?" Tala's eyes were wide and fearful, but I could tell she was curious, not judgmental. My gaze flickered briefly to Guillermo. His magic is black, but he doesn't wear gloves like me. Does that make him a dark warlock? I remembered what he'd told the wolf tar, that he possessed dark magic. "Those who cast dark spells do so at the expense of others," Guillermo said. "It taints their magic and transforms them into creatures of dark magic. Some are transformed against their will, like those who are bitten. But regardless of how the change occurs, they become slaves to black magic." "Is there any way to be freed?" Tala whispered. Guillermo's lips pressed together, forming a thin line. "At the cusp of the transformation, the caster's magic is unstable and impressionable. Switching from light to dark is no easy task, and the magic exists in a sort of purgatory, a temporary space between both sides. Vulnerable, exposed. It's the most dangerous time for the caster, because their magic is powerful but uncontrollable, pulled in both directions. It's the only time for them to return. After they pledge themselves to dark magic, there is no going back. At least, no way that I know of." The whole room grew still at his words. My blood chilled, and I suppressed a shudder as darkness rippled through me. Again I thought of Kismet. Was it too late for her? Frowning, I realized her magic as my familiar had been blue, which meant she used light magic. Was that because of her tether to me? Or was she sort of reset when she was sentenced to be a familiar? "So these creatures," Tala said, her brows creasing, "they cannot be saved?" My lips parted in surprise. She means spiritually.
She wants to save them from hell. Guillermo's jaw ticked back and forth, and he set his fork down carefully on the table. After exhaling, he said, "No." The weight of his tone drew my gaze to him. Darkness and regret filled his eyes as he stared at a spot in the center of the table. Tala must have noticed too. She reached forward and took his hand in hers, squeezing it. Guillermo stiffened, raising his eyes to her. She offered him a small smile. For a long moment, she held his hand as silence fell between us. Guillermo's eyes closed, his expression crumpling. Whether in grief or regret or gratitude, I couldn't tell. The long red scars tightened on his face, and for the briefest moment I wondered why he hadn't healed them as soon as he removed his dampener. Then again, it did make him seem more badass, which was a plus. At long last, Tala patted his hand and stood from the table, leaving to say something quietly to Raina. Guillermo wouldn't meet my eyes. He drummed his fingers along the surface of the table, his face smoothing to that perfect mask of indifference. But something dark lingered in his eyes, something I'd become better at detecting as of late. I swallowed as all my suspicions and thoughts of Guillermo from the past few days circulated together in my head. Before I could stop myself, I asked quietly, "Why is your magic black?" Guillermo stiffened, his gaze hard as he stared at me, and I stared right back. His lips barely moved as he muttered, "I have been on the cusp for quite some time now, ever since my undercover work." I didn't dare move or even breathe. I just watched him, listening carefully as my heart thumped loudly in anticipation. "It's part of the job description," he said, his voice tainted with bitterness. "In order to create a more convincing cover, I had to be a bona fide dark warlock." "And are you?" Guillermo's brows creased. "No, not yet." He paused. "But it's dangerous to hover in this place for too long." "How? How are you doing it? You told Tala it was only temporary." "It's meant to be. I've had a lot of practice, though, hovering back and forth, casting light magic and then dark. But I'd wager I'm one blood ritual away from cementing my fate." "You can still go back, right?" Guillermo pressed his lips together. "It is unlikely in my line of work." Suddenly I remembered an earlier conversation about his work banishing Kulam warlocks last year. Elena had asked him to teach us the spell, and he refused. Because he's close to becoming a dark warlock, he didn't trust us to not use it on him. I leaned forward, placing my arms on the table. "Then why don't you find another line of work? Is this really worth it?" Guillermo's eyes darkened. "My soul means nothing to me. It's already tainted. But the souls of others, if I can save those, then yes, it's worth it." A deep silence clouded the room, filled with the tension of his words and the horrors of my own thoughts. Something stirred within me as I considered his stance. Did I agree with that? Was pledging my own soul to darkness a fair price for sparing the lives of others? I was lucky to not be in Guillermo's position, but pretending to be a dark witch and being treated as such gave me a different perspective, one I hadn't considered before. My gaze grew distant as Guillermo rose from the table. His heavy footsteps echoed, along with the rapid beating of my heart as he left the room. Chapter 20. Guillermo and I spent the afternoon familiarizing ourselves with the neighborhood and mapping out areas where we believed demons would emerge after sundown. We tried questioning more civilians, But after the incident with the soldiers, few people were willing to speak to us. At long last, dusk fell. Tala begged us to remain inside with her, but we promised we would stay hidden. I watched her wide, worried eyes as she clutched Raina close to her. A pit formed in my stomach, but I offered a feeble smile and waved at Raina. She smiled timidly in response. As soon as we stepped outside, Guillermo clasped my hand and cast a cloaking spell. A tingle of magic tickled my arms and legs. He guided me to the end of the street and peered around the corner. Footsteps echoed nearby, and I noticed several soldiers marching through the neighborhood. "The spell won't hide us completely," Guillermo warned in a whisper. "It's more like a shadow. They'll see us if they look directly at us, but they won't be able to make out specific features. If you're seen, do whatever you have to disappear before they catch you." My breaths were shallow, but I nodded, trying to appear braver than I felt. My heart beat rapidly, like a hummingbird's wings. "Stay close to me," Guillermo said. "Ready?" "Ready." He darted forward, his long legs sprinting faster than I'd anticipated. At first, I lagged behind him, but with an extra push of my legs, I caught up and stayed on his heels. We pressed up against the sides of the buildings when soldiers passed us, waiting, frozen as they disappeared before continuing onward. My sharp breaths tore through me, the adrenaline mingling with my fear before the thrill of the hunt took over. My tight braid whipped against my shoulder blades. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead, but exhilaration pulsed through me. We ducked into an alley, avoiding another group of soldiers, and pressed forward until we reached the pub we'd been in earlier. Our steps slowed as we drew near the entrance. Guillermo froze, his eyebrows lowering as he listened carefully. His eyes widened at me, a warning. Someone was inside. I drew the athame from my ankle holster and inhaled deeply through my mouth. With a loud bang, Guillermo burst into the pub and stopped short. I skidded to a halt beside him, my mouth hanging open. Bay stood in the back corner, his body stiff and tense. His dark eyes were fixed on the ground, where fresh blood formed a pentagram. For several tense seconds, Guillermo and I stood there, completely still, waiting for Bay to acknowledge our presence. Bay's face lifted to meet ours, and his jaw hardened. His eyes blazed with a fire I'd never seen before. For the first time since I'd met him, he didn't appear smooth, confident, or flirtatious. He seemed angry, determined. "You're too late," he said quietly. "We're too late." I stepped forward slowly and stiffened. The air reeked of demon and something else. Something sweet and subtle that I didn't recognize. It triggered a distant memory within me, something struggling to surface. "Lilith," Guillermo whispered, his face draining of color. A whole family?" My blood iced over, and my fingers slackened. A mortal family. A family of innocence. My athame clattered to the floor as I staggered backward, my eyes raking over the pentagram, searching for evidence left behind. "No," I said faintly. Where are the bodies?" "For this particular ritual, the mortals' bodies are disintegrated into ash and ingested by the demon." Bay's voice was monotone, his eyes empty. "Most blood rituals siphon a victim's magical power, but this..." He trailed off, shaking his head, his brows creasing. "This type of blood ritual isn't pleasant, and it's only used in desperate circumstances. I've only witnessed it a handful of times. The caster feeds off the victim's essence. Even as mortals, their souls still provide sustenance." Nausea roiled in my stomach, and I covered my mouth. I thought of Tala and Raina, and tears sprang to my eyes. I gritted my teeth and asked shakily, "Why?" Bay rubbed his forehead.
"They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The demon must have been unable to find a magical being to sacrifice and was hungry for more power."
My fingers shook. The pent-up adrenaline in my body churned, begging me to do something. I bent over, grabbed my athame, and hurled it against the wall. The clatter echoed throughout the pub and rang against my ears. Guillermo and Bay didn't flinch. They watched me with equally hardened expressions. They'd faced this more than I had. They could cope. But I couldn't. My shoulders sagged as I trudged to where my athame lay and picked it up. "How?" I asked, my voice hollow. "How did we miss this? We came right at sundown."
"Not all demons wait for dusk," Guillermo said quietly. "This family was probably the last outside before curfew. The demon must have waited, biding its time as the witnesses disappeared. These mortals were too slow."
I shuddered, hunching over as my stomach threatened to cave in. The agony sliced through me sharp as knives, drowning me in blood and sorrow. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. El Diablo's triumphant laugh echoed in my ears, making me feel helpless and small. "Do something," I roared at myself. With great effort, I straightened and sniffed the air deeply. The dank, musty demon smell swirled in my nose, and I closed my eyes, channeling my focus on the demon's energy. A metallic scent lingered. Blood. I exhaled and inhaled slowly again. Ash, lime, and vampire. I opened my eyes and strode forward to where Bay stood. He didn't move as I knelt and sniffed the blood on the pentagram, trying to ignore the sorrow and despair in the air. I could almost hear their screams. 2 vampires. I closed my eyes again. They're still in the area, somewhere close. Without waiting for Bay or Guillermo, I burst forward, flying out the back door. The humid air circulated around me, clouding the scent, so I waited for my senses to adjust. Find the scent, find the monsters, banish them, destroy them.
"Desi!"
My head snapped toward the interruption, my nostrils flaring as I found Bay standing at the open door. "Don't try to stop me," I growled.
"I won't. I'm going with you."
I met his gaze. Darkness clouded his black eyes, but they glittered with malice and an eager thirst that I understood. A thirst for revenge. My eyes flew to the open door, and I noticed Guillermo lingering in the shadows. Our eyes met, and he nodded slightly, granting me permission to go. He jerked his head toward the front door, which I assumed meant he would stay and search for other demons. He knew I could handle this. He trusted me. For the briefest moment, his eyes widened with a warning. A long, slow breath washed over me. "Remember why you're here," I told myself. "You're here to find El Diablo. You're here for information, not revenge." I turned back to Bay and muttered, "Let's go." Tracking the vampires was slow work as we sorted through the various scents of the neighborhood. Food, gunpowder, rubble, foliage, and hid constantly from nearby soldiers. Stop and go, stop and go. I clenched my teeth and kept sniffing. The vampires will escape at this rate. Then I caught a powerful whiff of vampire, and I surged forward. Hope gleamed so brightly that I didn't notice the lone soldier doubling back until Bay snatched my elbow. He pulled me to his chest as we leaned against a concrete wall, hiding in the shadows as the soldier passed by without a second glance. My ear pressed against Bay's shoulder, and my heart pounded a steady, panicked rhythm that matched Bay's. His strong arms surrounded me, pinning me to the wall. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore the closeness of his body and how intimate it felt. but blocking my vision only sharpened my other senses. The heat of his chest against mine, the mango and sandalwood scent emanating from him, the softness of his fingers pressing into my shoulders as he held me steady. The soldier's footsteps vanished, and I sprang away from Bay as fast as I could, my head spinning and my stomach churning. Wrong. This is way too wrong.
"You're welcome,"
Bay said. I didn't bother looking at him. I can handle myself.
"That much is clear."
Let's just keep going, shall we? Bay chuckled.
"Lead the way."
I turned to face him, my eyes narrowing as I remembered what he'd said back at Isco's hideout. I can smell your magic on them. You can smell the vampires too, can't you? What is this? Some sort of test? Were you sitting in that pub waiting around for us to see how we'd react? Bay's smirk faded, his eyes flashing. He cocked his head at me.
"What are you implying?"
That you could have chased after those vampires before we'd gotten there. Bay inhaled, his nostrils flaring as he stepped closer to me.
"You're right, I could have. But you know what else I can smell, Desi? Power. These are second-tier vampires. It's how they vanished so quickly after the ritual. If I had chased after them on my own, I would have been killed. So yes, I was waiting for you. For backup."
Shock rippled through me. Second-tier vampires? Frack, I whispered, backing up a step. Guillermo should have come with us.
"I can handle one on my own," Bay said. "Just keep the other one distracted. Do you think you can stay alive for a few minutes before I have to save you again?"
My brows lowered and I crossed my arms. One side of Bay's mouth quirked up in a smooth half-smile. I rolled my eyes and turned away. You're so full of yourself, I muttered. I glanced around for soldiers before continuing in the direction of the vampire's scent. Eager to avoid another close encounter with Bay, I crept forward carefully, peering around every corner before darting across sidewalks. I felt Bay right behind me. His footsteps were so soft I couldn't hear him, but I knew he was there. The narrow street opened up to a wide spread of concrete ruins. The skeleton of a building stretched on and on, but all that remained was a heaping pile of rubble and some charred slabs of concrete. The building's height and magnificence suggested it had once been a fortress or a citadel to protect the village. My heart sank as I realized it had failed. The U.S. had claimed this area. I blinked and searched for the vampire's scent again, but it was gone. I froze, my eyes darting around in paranoia. If their scent vanished, they either teleported or found out we were tracking them. Slowly I turned to look at Bay. As my gaze left the ruins, a towering dark shape lunged for me, dragging me down against the concrete. I inhaled a lungful of ash that had exploded in my face like dust. Claws raked against my skin, fangs gleamed with blood.
"Desi!"
Bay shouted, but his voice was distant and too far away. I flung my arms forward, pushing blindly as I coughed and sputtered. The vampire soared backward, hissing and spitting as he thrashed against my grip. My fingers shook as I fought to hold him steady, but he broke free and flew toward me so fast I swore he had wings. One clawed hand pinned my chest to the ground, and the other stroked my braid away from my neck. I bucked and kicked, trying to wriggle free. Flashes of flame and venom seared through my brain as I remembered El Diablo gulping down my blood. I screamed and flung my arm across the vampire's chest, slicing my athame deep into his flesh. He shrieked, stumbling backward as his dark blood pooled against his black shirt. Eyes flashing, he leapt toward me, but I ducked, my legs sliding into splits as I arched backward. He soared just over my head and rolled on the ground behind me. He pinwheeled and rose to his feet, zipping toward me again. I raised my hands and cartwheeled, catching him by surprise. He lurched for me, but I jumped, bringing my legs high in the air and spinning away from his grip. Music poured through my body, and I felt nothing but the dance. My body moved and flowed like a river, my torso twisting to evade his advances. Sashay, pirouette, bend at the waist, grab the stake from my ankle holster, and shove. The vampire stiffened, mouth wide with shock. His bloodshot eyes widened, and his face became ashen and sickly. His eyes darted down to the stake protruding from his chest. His brow furrowed in confusion as his wide eyes found mine. I cocked my head and smiled. The stake was a mere inch from his heart. My magic felt his pulse accelerating with the looming threat. His chest shuddered as he tried to wriggle free, but my stake locked him in place. If he fought too hard, he would bring it straight into his heart and kill himself. Panting, I leaned forward and bared my teeth at him. "Where is El Diablo?" The vampire's eyes narrowed, his fangs protruding from his lips. Very slowly, he shook his head. I twisted the stake, and the vampire howled. "No," he cried. "I'll tell you. I'll talk." I raised my eyebrows, waiting. He's in hiding. Until the merger." "Why?" I growled. He knows. He knows we hunt him. He knows he isn't welcome here. But once the merger is sealed, we'll have no choice but to follow him. That filthy American scum will take command of our people." I stiffened. El Diablo is American? Then I remembered he was Oliver's father. Of course he was American. The vampire watched me carefully. Sharp claws inched toward me, creeping up along my back. I pretended not to notice, but I fingered the edge of the stake, preparing myself. "Why fight it?" I asked. "Why do you care?" "He knows nothing of Kulam," the vampire spat. "He knows nothing of our ways, our traditions. Isco is a coward for surrendering his power to this foreigner." "So why is he doing it?" I breathed. "What does Isco gain from this merger?" The vampire's head inched closer to mine. "There are whispers, rumors of a spell to take one through time." My blood chilled and my mouth opened even wider. No. Then the vampire's claws dug into my shoulder, but I was ready. A single shove drove my stake home, and the vampire disintegrated into ash. Chapter 21. The ash of the vampire floated in the wind, mingling with the charred ruins that surrounded me. I wiped the soot from my face and spit on the ground, still tasting it on my tongue. Scuffling sounds nearby brought me to my feet. Bay. I rounded the corner of a half-burned wall and found Bay circling around the second vampire, who lay with his arms cuffed behind him. I recognized the gleam of dampeners along his wrists. His legs shifted and writhed in a panicked attempt to escape. Bay sprinkled some kind of light, powdery dust in a large circle surrounding the vampire. Then he drew a vial from his pocket and slit the wrist of the vampire. I winced and gasped, looking away and hiding my face behind the wall. The vampire screamed and howled, begging Bay to stop. Bay's footsteps crunched as he moved again, and I drew my face up, squinting. Bay held the vial, which was now full of blood, and poured it along the same circle as the powder. He dropped the vial and closed his eyes, raising his hands to the air. I realized he'd sliced into his own palm as well. Fresh blood oozed from the wound. His voice echoed in the ruins as he uttered the spell. "Blood of my blood, I summon magic. Spirits, commune with my soul. Take the magic of this demon and enhance my power with it." A shudder rippled through me as a fierce wind billowed around Bay and the vampire. The vampire screamed, his eyes wide with fear. The wind swept their hair and clothes as lightning flashed and the world spun. My heart froze in my chest as I remembered the time travel spell. It had started just like this, with a tornado of power and energy. Black magic swirled in the air, clawing at my throat and threatening to suffocate me. I closed my eyes and inhaled, trying to clear my head, but inky darkness crept in on me. Blood, death, revenge. Kill, kill, kill. I shoved the disturbing thoughts from my mind and thought of the first thing that popped into my head. Oliver. Oliver's green eyes, his half-smile, his short, ruffled blonde hair, his eyes crinkling with amusement. The darkness faded from within me, and my heavy breaths returned to normal. The wind in the air subsided, and I blinked, straining to see what remained. The vampire had collapsed to the ground, his body lifeless and unmoving. Bay stood over him, his arms still outstretched as he breathed in deeply and flexed his fingers. Then, with a swift movement, he rammed his whole hand into the vampire's chest. The vampire stiffened and then vanished into a pile of ash. My mouth fell open in horror. Bay had just staked a vampire with his hand. I'd never seen that before, never even known that was possible. Blood ritual. Bay just sacrificed him for a blood ritual. Ice trickled into my stomach as I ducked my head behind the wall again. I inhaled sharply through my nose and exhaled through my mouth, trying to rid myself of the nausea swirling in my gut. Breathe, Desi. Breathe. Slowly, I emerged from behind the wall, scuffing my feet loudly among rocks and rubble to alert Bay to my presence. He tilted his head toward me and raised an eyebrow.
Still alive, I see. There was no surprise in his face, and I realized he knew I'd been watching. How could he not? I lifted my chin. You sacrificed him. Bay rolled his eyes.
Spare me your judgment.
I spread my arms around us. I thought you said we would take them captive.
I said usually we do.
Bay turned his whole body to face me, and I noticed the cut on his palm had vanished.
Do you honestly blame me? This disgusting creature slaughtered an innocent family. At the very least, I planned to banish him. But incapacitating him was easier than I thought. Why not benefit from his death?
I gritted my teeth. But what's to stop you from doing this again? And again? I pointed to my chest. Maybe next time you'll sacrifice me. Or maybe you won't care, and you'll sacrifice an innocent family next. Bay's nostrils flared as he stepped toward me, his icy black eyes drilling into me.
You don't know anything about blood rituals, Desi. It isn't like some addiction that clouds your judgment. The stronger I get, the more clarity I gain. And if sacrificing this vermin to empower myself will help keep these streets clean, then so be it. I'd rather give myself that power than some rogue demon who will harm innocent mortals.
I crossed my arms and ticked my jaw back and forth, avoiding his gaze. I was still revolted. Horrified, really. But a small part of his words made sense to me. What if that dark witch had survived and sacrificed these vampires? Then she would have been even more impossible to defeat. I waved a hand lazily toward the circle of blood. So what was this? An ascension? Are you third tier now? Bay snorted and shook his head.
You really know nothing about black magic, do you?
I stiffened. I told you this is new to me. Bay stepped closer to me. His sandalwood scent mingled with the metallic smell of blood and the rotten stench of vampire.
I'm no fool, Desi. I saw your magic that night with the Dark Witch. There's no black magic within you. No darkness at all.
He leaned closer and grinned, his teeth gleaming like that of a predator.
You're a light witch.
My blood ran cold, and I hastily shook my head.
No, I'm not. Bay laughed, his eyes dancing.
Fear not, sweet Desi. I'll keep your secret.
He tucked a loose curl behind my ear, and I suppressed a shiver.
Just know that you're transparent around us second-tier demons. Be careful around Isco. He may not know yet, but he will if he encounters you again.
My mouth opened and closed as I struggled to find my voice. Why? Why would you keep my secret? Bay shrugged one shoulder.
I wanted to see how you operate, and I'm impressed. You're a strong fighter, and you'll do what it takes to get the job done. Besides, you signed a blood contract, so you're bound to this duty until it's finished. I don't care what kind of magic you practice, as long as you complete the mission.
I swallowed, dropping my gaze to the ground and back up to Bay's face, which still taunted me. Thank you, I muttered. Bay ducked his head in a bow and smirked at me.
Thank you, Desi. I'm grateful you managed to defeat that vampire all on your own.
I nodded, dazed, as the reality set in. I just killed a second-tier demon. Alone. I'd never done that before.
Did he hurt you?
Bay's brows furrowed as he gazed up and down my body. I shook my head, but I teetered. In an instant, Bay was by my side, gripping my shoulders to keep me upright. It's just the adrenaline, I said. It's wearing off. Bay frowned.
What?
Never mind. I should get back. This has been a lot for me. Bay chuckled and held my arm as we climbed out of the rubble and rounded the corner, returning to the road. We weaved through buildings and pressed up against walls to avoid soldiers on patrol. When we neared the familiar archway that marked the entrance to the village, Bay raised his eyebrows at me.
Should I walk you back to the house?
I'll be fine, I said, shoving his shoulder. Go. Bay chuckled and strode toward Isco's hideout. In the distance, it looked like nothing more than a dilapidated 2-story shack, although small lights upstairs indicated some of the residents were still awake. Was it Elena? Could she see me from there? My lips tightened as I turned away, sliding into a narrow alley to get to Tala's house faster. A firm hand gripped my elbow and I gasped loudly. Before I could scream, warm fingers pressed against my mouth, blocking my muffled protests. Eyes wide and heart thudding loudly, my gaze flew around the dark alley, trying to make out the features of my assailant. Grass and gunpowder scents tickled my nose. The warm fingers pressing into my skin tingled with a familiar heat. Oliver. I exhaled and closed my eyes, stepping away from him. Oliver, you scared the hell out of me. What are you doing here? In the dark, I barely made out Oliver's furrowed brow.
You called for me.
What? No, I didn't.
I heard you.
Oliver paused and sniffed loudly. Then he took a step back, his eyes wide with alarm.
Desi, what did you do?
My mouth opened and closed. I rubbed the back of my neck. I killed a second-tier demon.
What?
Shh, I hissed, raising my hands and glancing up and down the alley. It's okay. I'm fine. Oliver ran a hand down his face.
Lilith, Desi, you can't just go picking fights with second-tier demons.
This one deserved it, I growled. Besides, he gave me information about El Diablo. Oliver lifted his head to meet my gaze.
What kind of information?
There are rumors of a time travel spell. Rumors he has access to it. Silence fell between us, heavy and tense with foreboding. Oliver's wide, distant eyes stared at the wall behind me, unblinking and horrified. He swallowed and said,
Then why hasn't he cast it yet?
I shook my head. I don't know. Perhaps he doesn't have the power.
He's a third-tier demon.
Or perhaps he can't. Maybe he's not a time caster. Maybe he needs one of us to do it.
Our gazes locked with grim realization. That's why El Diablo's here, for Oliver and for me. The only two people he knows who can cast this spell.
I just don't understand why,
Oliver muttered, frowning.
Last year he said he wanted equality for demons. He wanted to ascend, to rise to power and bring a war against light magic. How does time travel help him with that?
Maybe it's just leverage, I speculated. He's offered the spell to Isco's coven in exchange for manpower. The merger happens in 1 week, and then El Diablo will have an entire Kulam coven at his disposal. Oliver swore and turned away from me, pacing the width of the tiny alley and running his fingers through his hair.
When will our coven arrive?
I gazed skyward, calculating the time we'd been here. A few days, assuming there aren't any complications. Oliver nodded and pressed his lips together. He inhaled deeply and exhaled long and slow. Then he narrowed his eyes and cocked his head.
Desi, why do I smell black magic on you?
I froze, not daring to breathe. Forcing an easy smile, I lifted my hands and wiggled my gloved fingers. A trick from Guillermo to maintain our cover. Oliver shook his head, his brow furrowed as he stepped closer to me. His green eyes dropped to my pants and roved up my body until they settled on the guilty expression on my face.
Desi?
It wasn't me, I said, raising my hands in surrender. I swear. I was hunting with a dark warlock. He sacrificed a vampire in a blood ritual. The blood drained from Oliver's face as he straightened, his eyes wide.
What? Desi, you can't be running around with some dark warlock who's practicing blood magic.
I shrugged my shoulders. Blood magic, black magic, what's the difference? Oliver groaned and rubbed his forehead.
They're both forms of dark magic. Black magic is the basic form, and blood magic involves knowledge of rituals and sacrifices, ways to use a victim's blood to gain power.
He shook his head impatiently.
Look, Desi, this is too dangerous. What's stopping him from sacrificing you as soon as he finds out who you really are?
He already knows, I snapped, and I trust him. Oliver's head reared back in shock, his eyes flashing.
Oh, really?
He crossed his arms, his nostrils flaring. Yes. I gritted my teeth to keep my voice from shaking, because the truth was, I didn't know if I trusted Bay. But he'd done nothing but protect me, even after discovering I wasn't a demon. Oliver pressed his lips together in a sarcastic smile.
Well, he's certainly a lucky man to have your trust.
His biting tone sent waves of defensive anger rippling through me. How dare you talk to me about trust, I growled. I did trust you, Oliver, and you lied to me.
So, you're just going to trust this dark warlock after only knowing him a few days? Don't you see how reckless that is?
I spread my arms wide. I don't have a choice. This is the mission. And in case you forgot, the mission is to protect you. I'm doing this for you.
I can take care of myself.
I laughed without humor, like you did last year when I saved your ass from being sacrificed by El Diablo. How many times do I have to rescue you before you believe I can handle myself? Oliver shook his head again and turned away from me, running his fingers through his hair once more.
Damn it, Desi. I don't want you rushing into something you can't handle, like you did with the shapeshifters.
I flinched and resisted the urge to rub at the scars on my arm. Look, Guillermo and Elena have my back. I'll be fine. You just worry about yourself. Stay safe and keep acting like everything's normal.
Everything's not normal.
His voice broke. My breath caught in my throat. All my anger evaporated. Slowly, Oliver turned to face me, his eyes haunted and devastated. His gaze burned into me and I couldn't look away. Heat rose and swirled in my chest. Agony and longing tore through me until I took an unconscious step closer to him. "Desiree," he whispered. Then I was there in his arms, his strong, powerful arms that wrapped around me so easily, that held me against his chest and enveloped me in his alluring scent. Pain flared in my back from where the vampire's claws had cut me. The sharpness sobered me, bringing me to my senses. No. My eyes burned as I pushed him away, biting my lips so hard I tasted blood. "Oliver, I can't." My voice cracked. "Desi, I'm sorry," Oliver whispered. "I'm so sorry." "I know," I breathed, closing my eyes. "I know, but that doesn't change anything." Before he could see my tears, I brushed past him and ran out the alley, leaving him standing there, along with the shattered remains of my heart. Chapter 22. I cracked open the door to Tala's house, my body worn and exhausted from the attack and the fresh heartbreak. I wiped tears from my cheeks and slid off my boots. Quietly, I tiptoed past the kitchen and then froze as a familiar smell reached my nose.
"A pleasure to see you again, Timecaster,"
said a soft voice. A chill ran down my spine as a figure rose from the sofa. My eyes darted quickly to Tala's bedroom, but the man lifted a hand.
"Fear not, they don't know I'm here."
He stepped forward, and moonlight from the window illuminated his wrinkled face and the feathers in his turban. Ulan. I swallowed and lifted my chin. "What do you want?" Ulan chuckled, but the humor didn't reach his eyes.
"I think you know what I want. I explicitly told you and your comrades to leave. Didn't you realize that by violating those orders, you're risking a war with your coven?"
"Demons are attacking civilians in this village," I said hotly.
You're drawing unnecessary attention to yourselves,"
Ulan said.
"Not only are people becoming more aware of magic because of you, but they are curious about why foreigners are intervening. The best strategy I can think of is to declare you as enemies who have infiltrated the city just like these demons you claim to hunt. And from there, my coven would have no choice but to invade your city in Cuba."
"Do you even have the resources for that?" I challenged. "You're at war right now."
"Do you really want to risk the safety of your coven to find out?"
Ulan asked, his eyes narrowed. "No." My head spun, trying to come up with a response. "Think, Desi, think." "There's a merger happening between the Kulam warlocks and an American demon lord," I blurted out. Ulan went very still, his eyebrows raised in mild interest.
"Oh?"
"We're here to stop it and to protect your people from further American involvement." I paused and cocked my head at him. "That's what you want, isn't it? Or would you prefer to go to war with your allies in Cuba, to let this merger proceed and taint your culture with more American scum?" Ulan watched me, his expression unreadable. "I might be American, but my coven is not," I said softly. "You have no qualm with the people of Santiago, so it's your choice. But one way or another, foreigners will take over your city." Ulan clasped his long brown fingers in front of his colorful robes and glided toward me, his beads rattling with his steps.
"I thank you, Timecaster, for alerting me to this troubling news about the practitioners of Monku Kulam. However, if I'm to be seen as a capable leader, I must take care of this threat myself. Your warning has been heeded, but I insist you leave now, or I will push you out by force."
He stepped around me toward the door, but I said quickly, "I can't leave. I've signed a blood contract." Ulan froze. Slowly his head turned toward me, his sharp eyes enraged.
"You've engaged in blood magic?"
he asked, his voice dangerously soft.
"With the Kulam warlocks?
"You pathetic
pathetic, insolent child. Do you realize what you've done? They own you now.
Ulan sliced his hand through the air and I flinched. His cool, calm exterior was gone, replaced by wrath and disgust.
You're no better than those despicable dark warlocks who are plaguing my city. You proclaim yourself as my ally, but you work for them now.
Maybe I do, I said, crossing my arms to keep them from trembling. But unlike you, they willingly accepted my help. And unlike you, they respect my abilities to get the job done. Ulan's lip curled, his eyes filled with rage.
You are more naive than I thought, girl. If you think they have solicited your services out of respect, then you deserve what's coming to you.
I dropped my arms, my fingers clenching into tight fists that turned my knuckles white. Ulan narrowed his eyes at me and swept from the room, his long robe billowing with the movement. I stared hard at the door as it closed behind him. After sleeping through half the next day, I woke to the delicious smell of seasoned meat. Blinking crusty goop from my eyes, I sat up and patted down my wild curls before stumbling into the kitchen. Raina beamed at me as she stood on a stool to reach the sizzling meat on the stove.
"You're just in time."
She waved a hand to beckon me closer. I smiled sleepily and approached as steam wafted to the ceiling. The hot, seasoned meat made my mouth water.
"We marinate the chicken overnight,"
Raina said, gesturing to a bowl next to her that was filled with a murky brown liquid. A few bay leaves floated in the mixture. The smell of garlic and soy sauce emanated from the stove. Raina hoisted the bowl into her hands and teetered on the stool. "Here." I held her arms so she wouldn't wobble.
"Thanks,"
Raina said sheepishly, glancing at the stool.
"Papa says I'll get taller like him someday."
I grinned. It isn't that great. Or so I've heard. I'm actually kind of short. Raina's eyes floated up and down my figure. She frowned.
"You look just fine to me."
Warmth spread through my chest and I patted her head. "You're sweet." I nodded to the pan of sizzling meat. "How do you cook it?"
"Oh!"
Raina turned back to the meat and poured the remaining marinade onto the chicken in the pan. It sizzled and crackled, and I winced as hot liquid popped against my arms.
"Sorry,"
Raina cried, grimacing. I laughed and scooted her stool back to avoid the popping grease.
"Then we just turn the chicken like this."
Raina slid a fork under each piece of chicken and turned it over in the sauce.
"Mama likes to shred it sometimes, but I like it when it's a big piece like this."
Her wide brown eyes peered up at me.
"How would you like yours, Desi? I can shred it if that's what you like."
I beamed at her and leaned forward to whisper conspiratorially, "I like my chicken in bigger pieces, too." Raina giggled, her eyes sparkling. Tala joined us, and we devoured the chicken adobo with smiles and laughter. Tala and Raina swapped stories of how many times they'd butchered the adobo recipe. Raina's face was red from her giggles by the time we finished eating. After finishing our late lunch, I dressed in my hunting trousers and bid the family farewell before leaving the house. Instead of Guillermo waiting for me, this time it was Bay. He wore an off-white shirt that was open at his collarbone and dark brown slacks that made him look ruggedly ordinary. I raised my eyebrows and tied my hair into a knot, though some stubborn curls tumbled free, tickling my cheeks. "Fancy seeing you here in the daytime. Won't the sun burn you to a crisp?" Bay flashed me a wide smile, falling into step beside me as we strode down the street.
Your ignorance of demon customs is adorable. That's vampires you're thinking of, and just first-tier ones. And before you try it, garlic won't work either.
I cocked my head at him, thinking of El Diablo. "And why doesn't it work for the second and third tier vampires? Bay shrugged, shoving his hands in his pockets.
They're strong enough to overcome the aversion, though I've heard it's still mildly irritating to them.
I smirked. And what would you consider mildly irritating?
Besides curly-haired American girls?
I nudged his shoulder with mine, and he laughed.
Probably iron. I'm part fae, you know.
My head whipped toward him. Eyes wide, I breathed, "Part fae? Really? Which side?"
My father's. Here we call them Tamawo. My father enchanted my mother in order to bed with her. When the enchantment broke, she killed him.
I stiffened. Oh. Bay chuckled.
Such is the hazard of living among demons, Desi. My mother was a powerful dark witch, and she was angry someone had gotten the best of her.
Where is she now?
Dead. Isco killed her when she went rogue and tried hunting the Tamawo.
And the fae, where are they? Bay offered a half frown and spread his arm around vaguely.
Here and there. They don't like to get involved in our dark and light squabbles. They're the only faction of magical creatures to use dark and light magic woven together.
I nodded absently. The only thing I knew about the fae was that they kept to themselves. No one I'd heard of had even seen one. Until now. I turned to find Bay watching me with a furrowed brow. Scrambling to think of a response, I said, "The fae where I come from are more of a myth. I mean, we know they're there, but no one's seen one before."
And where is it you come from, Desi?
Santiago, Cuba. Bay laughed.
No, I mean before that.
Wisconsin. It's in America.
What brought you to Santiago?
A spell gone wrong? Bay grinned.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
I raised an eyebrow at him. He thinks I'm kidding. So, where to now?
We're going to lay a trap in that pub,
he said with a wicked smile.
Hopefully we'll catch ourselves another rogue demon before sundown this time.
His infectious smile tugged at my heart, but something nagged the corner of my brain. My brows pinched together as I asked, "And will you sacrifice them for a blood ritual too?" Bay's smile vanished.
Perhaps. Or you could.
I froze mid-step, my eyes widening. What? I would never do that.
Why not? You don't want more power?
No, actually, I don't. I'm perfectly content with the power I do have.
Yes, but with greater power, you could stop demons faster. Intervene before they sacrifice an entire family of innocents. Isn't that what you want?
My lips formed a thin line as I glared at him. No. Besides, what's the point? You'll just sacrifice them for your own means anyway, and you'll stop those demons for me. Bay's eyes danced with laughter, and he shook his head.
You're impossible, Desi.
He strode forward purposefully, but I lingered behind him, glancing over my shoulder toward the apartment where Tala and Raina lived. Would I be willing to go dark if it meant saving innocents like them? Or saving Oliver? Elena? Guillermo? Alba or Ramon? A few months ago, I would have answered immediately. No. But now, things weren't so black and white for me. There was a gray area, and it wasn't all bad. My eyes found Bay and his lithe gait, the confident way he swaggered, the casual swing of his thick, muscular arms. He is in the center of that gray area, and it confuses me more every day. A pearly white feather appeared in front of me, slowly fluttering to the ground. I swore as the air around me shimmered and sparkled. Bay's figure slowed and halted, completely frozen like a statue. My eyes widened as I remembered what Guillermo had said about the Nephilim. They could cloak an entire area. I hadn't realized he'd meant she could freeze people. In a flash of blinding white light, Gwen appeared in front of me, her great wings casting shadows on my face. She folded her wings back and crossed her arms, her icy blue eyes appraising me with cold indifference. "Miss Campbell," she said. I arched an eyebrow. "Miss Angel Face." Gwen wrinkled her nose, but otherwise ignored my nickname. "I heard you killed a second-tier demon last night." I frowned and nodded as if contemplating this. Word travels fast. "That's interesting." Gwen's eyes narrowed. "I believe my explicit instructions were to obtain my permission before making any decisions." A loud, obnoxious laugh burst from my lips as I waved my hands in the air. "What do you want me to do, Gwen? Ask the vampire for a timeout while I use my feather to summon my babysitter? Let him rip me to shreds with his claws because you didn't explicitly give me permission? Sorry, sweetheart, but I'd rather risk your wrath than my own death any day." Gwen exhaled and rubbed her temples as if I were giving her a migraine. Good, I thought with savage satisfaction. The feeling is mutual. "Look, Desi," she said, her clipped formal tone dissolving into something much more casual. "I know you don't like me, and you probably know I don't care for you either. But we're treading a thin line here. Between my council, your coven, the Kulam warlocks, and Ulan's coven, there are lots of dangerous territories, and every day we're here, we risk violating some unknown agreement." My sardonic smile faded, and I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. "Well, I assure you, I had explicit permission from the Kulam warlocks to hunt these rogue demons. In fact, a Kulam warlock even killed one himself. Or rather sacrificed him to siphon his powers." Gwen stilled, her dark brows lowering over her eyes. "A Kulam warlock? To whom are you referring?" "Uh-oh. Bayani? He's the one who hired us." Gwen's lips formed a thin line, her eyes tightening. "I'm sorry, Desi, but you can't work with Bayani anymore." My eyes widened. "What?" "This mission is too dangerous. I order you to abort it." "You order me?" "I didn't realize—" "No! You can't just give us your blessing to move forward and then change your mind," I said hotly. "We signed a blood contract. We have to complete this mission." "Desi, you don't understand." "Then help me understand. Where's this coming from?" Gwen's mouth clamped shut, her long, thin fingers balling into fists. "I can't disclose that information. It's restricted council intelligence." I raised a hand to silence her, just as she'd done to me a few days ago. "Got it," I said through clenched teeth. "Save your breath. Next time, don't issue an order I can't follow." "Desi!" "As always, it's been a pleasure, Angel Face," I said, performing a mock curtsy. "I'm sure you have super important council business to attend to that I'm not privy to." Gwen's nostrils flared, but she vanished in another burst of blinding white light. A single white feather drifted to the ground, and I stomped on it as I caught up with Bay down the street. Chapter 23. "Trust the Nephilim my ass," I thought angrily as I fell in step with Bay. How was I supposed to trust someone who wouldn't trust me? Who wouldn't give me information that might save my life? For all I knew, Gwen was making that garbage up just to assert her authority over me. Just so she could pull that restricted council intelligence crap on me. "You seem upset,
Bay said, his eyes darting to me.
Did I say something to offend you?
I closed my eyes and shook my head. I searched his expression. His mouth tilted down in a concerned frown, and his brows tightened with apprehension. He looked genuinely worried that he'd upset me. But what if he's lying to me? I wondered. What if Ulan and Gwen are right, and there's something sinister going on here? Some other reason he wants me to trust him. What if it's one big trap? I resolved to ask Guillermo about it when I saw him again. But in the meantime, I had to maintain my cover. An easy smile sprang to my face. I'm fine. Just thinking about those rogue demons. Do we know how many are left? Bay shook his head.
It's impossible to keep track. They keep popping up out of nowhere, and some of them are ascending, which makes it even more difficult.
So why are you the only one in charge of this if the problem has gotten so bad? Bay raised an eyebrow at me.
Because I'm Isco's second, and despite what you think, you and your friends aren't the only ones working for me. You're just the only ones in this neighborhood.
My mouth fell open. You're Isco's second? But you're so young. Bay laughed.
I'm 20.
I blinked. Older than I thought. That's still young for that kind of role. Bay shrugged one shoulder.
I've been second tier for 5 years. My mother has trained me in the ways of Kulam since birth.
I thought you said Isco killed her.
He did, but every full moon, the necromancers summon the spirits of our lost ancestors to guide us. I can still communicate with her if I wish.
I froze dead in my tracks. My stomach dropped and my heart slammed into my chest. Bay walked a few more steps before he realized I'd stopped.
Desi?
My throat felt dry. I sucked in a sharp breath as a memory came flooding into my mind. The day before my parents died. I don't understand why I can't come hunting with you, I said with a scowl, flopping onto the sofa and glaring at the carpeted floor. Dad laughed and ruffled my curly hair.
One day you will, and the 3 of us will be a force to be reckoned with. But for now, continue your training with Kismet.
But I can protect you. I turned my pleading eyes to Mom as she slid into her jacket. She offered a soft smile and kissed my forehead. I have no doubt you could, Desi, but right now, it's too dangerous. How am I supposed to learn how to be a proper huntress when Kismet only has an hour a day to teach me, and you two are constantly gone fighting demons? Mom and Dad shared a look. Dad adjusted his glasses and crossed his arms. Mom's eyes sparkled with sympathy. She sighed and rubbed my shoulder. I know it's hard, Desi, but one day you'll understand. And I swear to you, we will be here with you every step of the way to guide you through the process. You promise?
I promise.
I shuddered as the memory left me, sucking my resolve and confidence along with it. My throat burned, and heat stung my eyes. You broke your promise, Mom. But maybe she hadn't. I blinked at Bay, who watched me with a puzzled frown. His wide, dark eyes searched mine, and he stepped closer to me, his hand outstretched.
Are you all right?
How does that work? The necromancy? Is it only with those who practice Kulam? Bay dropped his hand, his brows furrowed.
No, any dark caster can practice necromancy. But for our specific rituals, yes. It's only for practitioners of Mankukulam.
A lump formed in my throat, hard and unyielding. And I suppose no exceptions can be made to that rule? Bay pressed his lips together, his eyes swimming with sorrow. I nodded and sniffed. Right. Of course, stupid question. I stepped forward, but Bay caught my arm.
his grip firm but gentle. He leaned close to me, his brows tightening and his eyes tender.
I can make a request for you if you want.
Don't worry about it. Honestly, I'm sorry I asked. Bay's gaze darted down and then back up, holding mine.
You've lost someone.
I watched him as my heart stuttered with fear. Our gazes locked, and something churned between us with tangible energy. Yes, I whispered. His fingers caught a stray curl and tucked it behind my ear. I swallowed and bit my lip, staring at him with a mixture of fear and heat.
I'm sorry,
he said. His fingers slid down my forearm until his large hand covered mine. The warmth of his palm sent waves of comfort rolling through me, and I closed my eyes. He continued to hold my hand as we walked deeper into the village, neither of us saying another word until we reached the pub. I stiffened at the sound of scuffling, and something shattered on the other side of the door. Bay met my gaze and nodded. Then we rushed into the pub. A man writhed on the floor, struggling against a gleaming silver rope that was tied around his torso and legs. His lethal yellow eyes focused on me, and long, sharp teeth protruded from his mouth. The hair on his scalp stood straight up, and he roared with fury. A werewolf in human form. I'd only seen a werewolf like this once before. Most of them stayed hidden until dusk, when they transformed. Movement on the opposite side of the room drew my eyes away from the trapped werewolf. Guillermo rose from a stool, his hands covered in blood, and a long, shiny metal bar clutched in his hands.
What are you doing?
Bay growled, his eyes darkening.
Questioning him,
Guillermo said with a shrug. His expression was the epitome of ease and apathy, but his eyes were heavy with regret. Perhaps a few weeks ago I wouldn't have noticed it, but I knew him better now. This kind of work took its toll on him, despite his calm exterior.
That wasn't your job,
Bay said through gritted teeth.
Your job was to banish or capture.
Guillermo lifted his chin.
This is what I do. Do you want to stop the rogue demons or not? Obviously, the problem persists.
He waved the metal bar at the man on the floor.
This demon knows something, and I'm going to find out what. We don't cause our kind unnecessary harm,
Bay said, stepping toward Guillermo with clenched fists. Guillermo raised his eyebrows.
By our kind, do you mean demons or any magical being?
Bay's eyes narrowed.
Any magical being. Because my understanding is that Mangku Kulam uses dark magic to bring harm to others. Is that not correct?
Bay's jaw tensed, but he said nothing. My wide eyes flew from him to Guillermo. Guillermo spread his arms. Dark blood gleamed along the metal bar. My stomach roiled as I realized the bar was made of silver. He was using it to torture the werewolf.
We aren't that different, Bay. You might be using an approach that other Kulam casters use, but it's not the way I operate,
Bay said.
We are different, and you work for me. As your employer, I forbid you from torturing or otherwise using your extractor abilities on another magical creature. Once your assignment has been fulfilled, do as you wish. But this,
Bay waved his hand around the room,
I won't tolerate.
He turned and stormed out, the door banging shut behind him. I grew very still, wondering if I should follow Bay or remain here with Guillermo.
You can go,
Guillermo said tightly, sitting on the stool again and wiping the metal bar with a cloth.
I'm almost finished here.
The werewolf grunted and wriggled on the floor, and my heart twisted, thundering loudly in my chest. My pulse roared in my ears.
Remember why we're here, Desi.
Guillermo said in a hard voice. I swallowed. To protect Oliver, to stop El Diablo. This demon knows something, and Guillermo will find out what it is. But the nausea churned and swirled in my stomach. The werewolf's yellow eyes drilled into mine, and I couldn't look away.
Leave, Desi, Guillermo snapped. Come find me at Isco's later, and we'll talk then.
I exhaled a shaky breath and stumbled out of the pub. Bay was pacing the length of the square, his fists clenched and his eyes blazing. His gaze lifted to meet mine when I emerged.
Is that what your coven does in Santiago?
He demanded, jabbing a finger toward the pub. I stepped closer to him and crossed my arms. Was he right? About Monku Kulam? Bay rubbed the back of his neck.
Yes. Some warlocks use it to target specific people.
He dropped his hand and looked at me with wild, desperate eyes.
But I don't do that. And neither do the casters who work under me.
I spread my arms and laughed without humor. You're a second-tier demon, Bay. How am I supposed to believe what you say?
You're such a hypocrite.
Bay sneered, shaking his head.
You're calling me a liar, accusing me of doing the very thing your friend is doing in that pub right now. Why don't you go back in there and lecture him about right and wrong? Because it's not as easy a decision as you think, Desi. Lightcasters still do abysmal things, and darkcasters are still capable of good, despite what you might think.
I opened my mouth to argue, but he turned on his heel and strode out of the square, leaving me alone with my nagging thoughts and guilt. Hours later, after killing a shapeshifter, I trudged out of the neighborhood, my legs dragging as exhaustion tore at my body. My hands were covered in demon blood, and dried sweat made my skin crack as I winced with almost every step. The fight had been an easy win, but every time the adrenaline faded, I was drained. I passed under the archway and gazed across the vast fields surrounding Isco's hideout. With a heavy sigh, I followed the dirt road until I reached the porch. The smell of demons and dark magic swirled around me, but it didn't smell as abhorrent as I remembered from the first time. A loud huff and snarl drew my attention to the window. Sure enough, there was the wolf tar in his usual post. He opened the door and stepped toward me, withdrawing the truth-telling potion from his pocket and offering it to me. I glanced behind him, hoping Guillermo was in there and would rescue me. But he wasn't. And, to be honest, I wasn't sure I wanted him to anyway. I sighed and swallowed the contents of the vial. A sickly sweet nectar trickled down my throat, and I coughed. I can do this. His voice a loud rumble, the wolf tar asked,
Where did you go today?
I took a step backward in shock, my eyes wide. I didn't realize you could talk, I blurted. A foggy haze settled over my mind, clouding my thoughts. The wolf tar growled. Sorry. I shook my head. Focus, Desi. Clear your head. I inhaled deeply and closed my eyes. I went into the village and hunted rogue demons with Bayani.
Have you communicated with any of Isco's enemies?
My mouth opened and then closed. Words fluttered to the edge of my mouth, but I swallowed them down, remembering what Guillermo told me about choosing which truth to tell. I only encountered the family I'm staying with, as well as my comrades who are assisting me in hunting rogue demons. Oh, and the rogue demons, but they're dead now.
Did you abide by the terms of your blood contract?
Yes. The wolf tar nodded and handed me a dampener, which I slid on my wrist. Then he stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. Exhaling with relief, I pushed forward. I glanced in the bar, but found only a group of vampires.
The bartender narrowed his red eyes at me, and I quickly left, hurrying up the stairs to Guillermo's room. I strode down the hallway, ignoring the howls, moans, and crunching of the various demons in their rooms until I came to the room I'd once shared with Guillermo and Elena. Lilith, that feels like months ago. The door was cracked open. Alarm spread through my chest, and I nudged the door open farther, worried someone had broken in. Guillermo paced the length of the room, and Elena sat on the cot with her back to me. I stiffened. The door was still hiding me, so perhaps I could knock loudly on the door and pretend I hadn't noticed it was open. I raised my fist and froze as Guillermo spoke.
You don't know what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying, Elena said stiffly.
Your job was to meet with the shaman, not...
Guillermo trailed off and groaned, running his hand through his dark hair. I know that technically you outrank me, but you should know by now you can't monitor my every move. I got the job done, didn't I?
Elena,
Guillermo shouted, slamming his hand against the wall. The cot creaked and shifted as Elena rose to her feet. What? Are you the only one allowed to pledge yourself to darkness? Are you the only one allowed to cross lines to complete a mission?
No, of course not. But if I hadn't told you,
I would have just found another way.
Elena, this is your soul we're talking about.
And now it's protected, alongside yours.
Yes, but there's a cost.
I know, Guillermo. You think I went into this blind? Of course I know the cost. But with all this dark magic surrounding us, I need to know that my aura is safe, that it won't be siphoned by some blood ritual. And I'll pay the price later. But for now, I need to protect myself in case our cover's blown. Guillermo was silent. I held my breath, listening hard to Elena's soft footsteps as she drew closer to Guillermo. I don't condemn your choices, Elena said quietly. I understand the line you walk. It's a dangerous one, riddled with darkness. But if you're willing, I'd like to walk it with you. My heart flew into my throat.
You don't know what you're asking, Elena,
Guillermo said in a strained voice. Yes, I do. You opened up to me about this, about the work you do. I understand, Guillermo. Guillermo didn't answer. You're not a monster, Elena said. I see the real you. You may think you're damned, but you've given your life to protect others.
Not always,
Guillermo said, his voice barely above a whisper.
Being an extractor is like a mercenary. I do despicable things to serve my employer, no matter what the cost, no matter who gets hurt in the way.
I know.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, Elena shouted. You think you need to protect me from all this darkness, but I still see it, Guillermo. I'm not blind. I'm a good huntress, and I smell the black magic on you constantly. The blood, the regret. So, yes, I know. And I don't care, because I know you. I know your heart. She paused and took a breath. We've been working together for months now, and despite your efforts to remain closed off, I've seen you. And I see you now. Guillermo closed his eyes, his expression crumpling as a long exhale poured from his mouth. Elena touched his arm. I need you. You're all I have left. And I think you need someone too. You just don't believe it.
You're not alone, Elena.
Elena scoffed. It feels that way. I've lost my parents. My brother is gone. Desi's as good as gone. She probably won't even come back to Santiago. My head jerked back, my throat burning and my mouth hanging open. How can she say that? You don't have to say anything, Elena went on. If your heart belongs to another, I understand. Just know that I'm here for you, if you'll have me. Silence. My shoulders rose and fell with shallow breaths
as shock numbed my body, freezing me in place. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. Then Guillermo stepped forward, seizing Elena's face with his hands and kissing her deeply. Elena's trembling fingers clutched at his arms, drawing him closer. My cheeks burned from the intimacy of the moment. Stumbling backward, I shook my head and fled downstairs, discarding my dampener on the porch before sprinting back into the village. Chapter 24. Over the next few days, I didn't see much of Guillermo or Elena. Either Bay hunted with me, or I hunted alone. This was fine by me. Seeing Guillermo and Elena kiss had made me feel strangely alone. I wasn't sure why. It wasn't like I liked Guillermo, at least not in that way. But before, we'd all three been united, despite what Oliver had done to me, and I'd thrived on that unity. But this reminded me that others were moving on, that the world didn't revolve around this drama between me and Oliver. I should have already known that, though. Stupid, selfish Desi. Bay was distant with me as well. I knew he was still upset about our argument. I wanted to defend my reasoning, but I couldn't. Not after finding out that Guillermo had somehow severed a part of his soul, or aura, to give to a shaman for protection. I wasn't quite sure how it worked, but I was determined to find out. As Bay and I walked the streets of the neighborhood, I glanced over at him. As usual, his jaw was set, and his eyes fixed determinedly ahead. I opened my mouth, thinking through my words carefully. Hypothetically speaking, if I wanted to practice dark magic, but somehow protect myself from someone else using me for a blood ritual, what would I need to do? Bay's gaze cut to me as he frowned. He arched an eyebrow and asked,
"Are you worried I'll try to sacrifice you?" "Lilith, Desi, I thought we'd been through this."
No, of course not," I said, scrunching my eyebrows and waving a hand. "But you said yourself that lots of demons are ascending and using people for blood rituals. If I wanted to protect myself, or my soul, what would I have to do?" Bay exhaled through his lips, his cheeks puffing out.
"You would need to see some sort of shaman who communes with the spirits. They can extract a portion of your soul and leave it with the spirits for safekeeping."
My heartbeat accelerated, but I nodded encouragingly. What would happen then, if someone tried to sacrifice me? Bay shrugged one shoulder.
"They would only get a small taste of your aura. You need nothing more than a sliver of your soul to remain alive and intact. The demon would essentially feast off that sliver, but it would be like scraps left over from the dinner table. Inconsequential."
"And what would happen to me?"
"Your soul would continue living on, waiting to be reunited with your body. Most people have a designated companion who knows of this plan beforehand, in case anything should happen."
Elena. She was Guillermo's failsafe. That was why he sent her to meet with the shaman. I thought of what Alba had said about how being a timecaster was part of my aura. If I did this, El Diablo wouldn't be able to use me.
"It comes with a price, though,"
Bay said quietly. My wide eyes flew to his face. His lips thinned and his eyes darkened. "What price?"
"It depends on the shaman, but most of them require a small piece of your soul as payment."
My insides turned to jelly. What? What do they do with it? And how do you live without a piece of your soul? Bay laughed, shaking his head. It was the first time in days that I'd seen him smile.
"You ask too many questions, Desi. I don't know exactly how it works. Like I said, we only need a small sliver of our souls in order to survive. But the more pieces of your soul you carve away, the less human you remain. The less you feel. The less you remain you."
I shuddered. To me, that wasn't worth the price. But to Guillermo and Elena? Somehow I couldn't understand that mindset. To sacrifice so much just for protection against an unlikely attack? No, thank you.
Where's this coming from?
Bay asked, looking at me with quizzical eyes. I waved a hand dismissively. I don't know. You got me thinking a lot about the difference between light and dark magic. I'm just kind of wondering how the other side works.
Finally crawling out of your light magic hole now, are you?
Bay offered his usual smirk, but his eyes were tight, and bitterness laced his tone. It's not fair for you to judge me so harshly, I said quietly. Light magic is all I've ever known. Bay sighed, his eyes softening.
I know.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I've only known you a short while, but you've proven that my misconceptions about dark magic were wrong. I respect you and what you're trying to do here. Bay nudged my shoulder with his.
Now you're getting too soft on me, Desi.
I laughed and deliberately stepped in his path, and he bumped into me, giving me a playful shove. The streets were much quieter after our tireless work hunting demons. I knew Guillermo and Elena were also hard at work, but I rarely saw them. And if I did see them, I went out of my way to avoid them. I still wasn't entirely sure why. After all, I'd encouraged Elena to pursue her affections for Guillermo. But that was before Oliver broke my heart. So stupid, I chided myself. My support for Elena shouldn't change just because of the status of my own relationship. After a while, Bay and I found a lone first-tier vampire that was barely a threat to us. Bay let me handle it, claiming the vampire wasn't even worth sacrificing for a blood ritual. This also meant the vampire probably knew little about El Diablo, so I didn't have to worry about interrogating him. After I staked the vampire and he disappeared into a pile of ash, I straightened, raising my eyebrows at Bay. How was that?
Bay forced a yawn. A little slow, to be honest.
Fine, you take the next one. Bay grimaced.
Actually, there won't be a next one. I have to meet up with Guillermo and Elena.
Guillermo and Elena? So they were a demon-hunting duo now. I sobered and nodded. Sure, yeah. I should go catch up on sleep anyway.
Does he?
I waved a hand. Don't worry about it. Bay stepped toward me, his hands outstretched.
Come with me.
How could I explain this to him? I couldn't even explain it to myself. I need a break right now. From Guillermo and Elena. Bay's lips pressed together, but he nodded. I offered a casual wave and strode purposefully back the way we'd come. Truth be told, my adrenaline had just barely scratched the surface and was itching for more. So I took the longer route back to Tala's house, ducking behind buildings and lingering in shadows to avoid patrolling soldiers. I was a few blocks away from Tala's home when a hand gripped my elbow and pulled me into the shadows of a towering cathedral. I gasped and found Oliver staring at me with wide eyes. "You've got to stop doing that," I said breathlessly, peering over his shoulder to see a trio of soldiers marching away from us. His own patrol, no doubt.
I haven't seen you in a few days,
Oliver said, rubbing the back of his neck.
I was worried.
I raised an eyebrow. We're still bonded. I think you would have known if something was wrong with me. Oliver grinned sheepishly.
True. I just had to see you.
Something hard lodged itself in my throat. You're not allowed to say things like that to me anymore, I said in a broken voice. You're not allowed to miss me anymore, or see me, or... I couldn't finish. Regret burned in my throat, choking off my words.
No. Desi, I have to tell you.
Look, Oliver, I can't do this, I said, closing my eyes. A flood of emotions rushed through my chest at the sight of his face, his alluring smile, and his brilliant green eyes that sparkled in the moonlight.
Do what?
Oliver's brows pinched. I gestured between us. This thing between us. Whatever it is, it's unhealthy, and I think we should just make a clean break. Oliver stepped back, his face draining of color.
What are you talking about?
I don't want to see you again. I know you pulled some strings to get stationed here.
No, I didn't,
Oliver said, his eyes darkening with anger.
It was Colonel Greenwood's idea, so I could stay close during this operation.
I pressed my lips together, eyes wide with mock concern. Right. This Colonel Greenwood is on the council? With you and Gwen? Oliver flinched like I'd shouted at him.
Yes, and I trust him. I won't go back on his orders just because you're uncomfortable around me.
Lilith, you make me sound so petty.
Is that not what this is? You hate seeing me here after what I did, so you want to avoid me altogether? Just like you always do.
I crossed my arms. What's that supposed to mean?
It means you have every right to be upset with how I handled things, but we weren't exactly in a committed relationship to begin with.
My nostrils flared, but I said nothing, thinking of Elena's argument. She'd said the same thing, and they were both right.
We lived in different countries, Desi. You wouldn't come with me to America even though I begged you to. We only saw each other a few times over the past several months.
What's your point? To me, that sounds completely normal, given that I'd told you I wasn't ready for something as serious as marriage.
But I was.
Silence fell between us. Anger churned in my chest, but something else slithered in, clawing at my throat and lungs so I couldn't breathe. The truth.
I made an awful mistake because of it. But the difference between us was that we wanted different things.
Oliver stepped closer to me, his musky scent swarming around me, making me dizzy.
But I don't think that's true anymore. At least not for me. I want you. Only you. I love you, Desiree Campbell.
He closed the distance between us. His eyes burned with heat and longing. My stomach clenched with desire, and my heart thundered so loud it was all I could hear. My lips parted, and Oliver's eyes fell to my mouth. He licked his lips. I inhaled shakily. My toes curled and my legs wobbled. Then his mouth covered mine, caressing me with the burning kisses I'd yearned for. His lips were softer, warmer, and sweeter than I remembered. His fingers brushed my hair behind my ears and stroked my cheek. A moan of pleasure escaped me, and his lips moved with more urgency, more desperation. My feet shuffled forward of their own accord, backing him against the wall of the cathedral. His shoulders slammed against the concrete, but he didn't seem to care. If anything, the violent motion only seemed to arouse him further. His hands gripped my waist, pulling our hips against each other. His chest pressed against mine, rising and falling with shallow, ragged breaths. Heat seared through me, churning like molten lava. My skin was on fire. His lips were everywhere, my mouth, my cheeks, my neck. Ah, merciful Lilith. Ripples of pleasure blossomed through me. My fingers clutched at the collar of his uniform as I gasped. Suddenly, hasty footsteps pounded against the pavement, and a loud gunshot pierced through the air. Oliver and I sprang apart, panting. I blinked, dazed, as the hazy fog in my brain settled. My cheeks burned, and I covered my mouth in horror. What have I done? Nausea and self-loathing doused the fire within me. Oliver wasn't looking at me. He stared in the direction of the gunshot, his cheeks red and his eyes wild. Taking advantage of the distraction, I muttered, "I have to go." Oliver called my name as I slipped away, but I didn't turn back. Tears streamed down my face as I bolted away from the one person I wanted to be with more than anything. Chapter 25. I felt so dirty, so vile and immoral. Oliver cheated with me. I was officially the other woman. My vision blurred as sobs tore through my chest. I finally made it to Tala's house and pushed on the doorknob. It fell clean off, clattering to the ground. I froze, my hand hovering midair. More gunshots echoed a few blocks away, but on this side of the neighborhood it was quiet. Too quiet. No, I whispered, pushing open the door and stepping into the kitchen. Pots and pans littered the floor along with shards of broken glass. I walked carefully, trying to avoid crunching too much in case I startled the intruder. My heart clenched with every step I took. Please, please, not them. Please let them be alive. Please let them be unharmed. I glanced in the sitting room, but it was untouched. Then I heard a high-pitched squeak and stilled, waiting, listening hard. There it was again, a soft hiccup. "Who's there?" I hissed. "It's me, Desi. Are you hurt?" Very slowly, Raina poked her head out from behind the sofa, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank Lilith," I breathed, rushing forward to embrace her. I kissed her head and looked around. "Where's your mother?" Raina shook her head, her expression crumpling. "It's okay," I whispered, hugging her again. "You go back into your hiding spot, all right? I'll be right back." She scrambled behind the sofa, and I crept toward the bedrooms. The stench of demon lingered in the air. No, no, no. I flew into Tala's room and found her on the ground, blood oozing from a head wound. "No," I choked. I rushed to her side and pressed my ear to her chest, waiting for a heartbeat. There it was. She was alive. I exhaled and closed my eyes, sitting up to touch her face. "Tala, Tala, wake up." I shook her shoulders and her eyelids fluttered. She groaned and turned her head, slowly opening her eyes. "What? Tala!" Her eyes widened and she shifted, struggling to rise. "Desi, Desi, behind you!" I whirled as a dark shape barreled into me. I rolled and pushed it off. My head collided with the edge of the wardrobe from the force of my push. Pain seared through me, blinding me. I fought through the agony and staggered to my feet to inspect my assailant. The tall, thin figure straightened, his red eyes flashing and his sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. I'd seen this vampire before. I stared at him, open-mouthed. He was Isco's bartender, the one who'd been suspicious of me. He drew 2 daggers, one in each hand, and advanced toward me with a wide, malicious smile. "Now I finally understand the mystery. And what a secret you've been keeping, Timecaster." I shook my head, my eyes wide as horror trickled into my stomach. I don't... The wound in my head throbbed, and darkness clouded my vision. I stumbled, my hands reaching for the wall to steady me. The vampire laughed. "You're pitiful. This should be easy." He sauntered toward me, eyes gleaming.
No!
A small voice screamed. Clarity rushed through me as I straightened, my heart dropping to my stomach. Raina stood in the open doorway, her fists clenched and her brown eyes filled with rage.
Get away from her!
"Raina, don't!" I shouted. Tala moaned incoherently and crawled toward her daughter, clutching at Raina's dress to bring her closer. The vampire tilted his head at Raina and smirked, his keen eyes flitting to me. The blood drained from my face, and I shook my head, horrified. "Don't," I begged. "Please, it's me you want." The vampire twirled a dagger between his fingers. "Yes, but it would be such a shame to let these fresh, innocent mortals go to waste." "Please," I shrieked, raising my hands in surrender. "Please, take me instead. You won't get anything from them, but I am a timecaster. Sacrifice me. I'm worth more to you than they are."
Desi, no!
Raina screamed, rushing forward. Tala caught her by the arms, but Raina wriggled free of her mother's grip. Raina ran for me, arms outstretched. The vampire was faster. He snagged Raina by the waist and smiled widely at me, showing his fangs. "Raina!" Tala cried, tears streaming down her face. Choked sobs broke through her lips as she extended a trembling hand toward Raina. My throat burned, and my heart constricted in panic. "Do something," I roared at myself. I took a deep breath, lifted my hands, and summoned magical energy throughout my whole body. Electricity thrummed within me, and I flexed the fingers of one hand, twisting them into the air. I stretched my other hand toward Raina and held it steady. The vampire soared backward, spinning midair, but Raina remained frozen. "Raina, come to me," I said in a strained voice, struggling to keep the vampire within my power as he thrashed and fought against my magic. Raina rushed to my side, wrapping her arms tightly around my middle as I moved my other hand to the vampire, keeping him in the air. "Get behind me," I grunted. Raina slid behind me, but peered around me, her eyes wide with fear. I screamed and thrust the vampire into the wall. The ceiling rattled, and dust trickled from the ceiling. The vampire groaned, and the daggers slipped from his grasp. With a jerk of my wrist, I pushed the daggers farther from him and stomped toward him, drawing my athame and holding it to his throat. "Who told you?" I growled, pressing the blade into his flesh. "Who told you I'm a timecaster?" The vampire grinned at me. "Go ahead and slit my throat, girl. I'll just recover and come back for your precious little family." I gritted my teeth and drove the athame into his shoulder. He howled in agony, a shrill sound that echoed through the house. I reached for my stake, but the holster was empty. I froze, my heart sinking. I must have dropped it in the alley when Oliver had kissed me. In a flash, the vampire lurched forward, sinking his teeth into my neck. I gasped as sharp pain tore through me. Then a numbing release swept over me, fogging my senses and plunging me into a haze of venom and confusion. Raina cried out, but my vision blurred. I couldn't see her, or Tala. Then my sharp senses slammed back into me, and my head seared in pain as the vampire withdrew. He sighed in satisfaction, smacking his lips as a trickle of my blood rolled down his chin. I slumped sideways, my body weak. My arms shifted. "Push," I ordered myself. "Push!" With great effort, I lifted a shaking hand toward the vampire and pushed. But he lifted a hand too and pushed back. I slid backward until my head rammed into the wall. I shrieked in pain as darkness crept into my vision. Needles of agony sliced through my body. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Suddenly, an explosion shook the house, rumbling through the walls. I blinked incoherently, searching for the source. Black magic crept into the room, wrapping around me like a dark curtain. The magic smelled of sandalwood. Bay. The vampire swore, and I heard the shuffling of his feet move away from me. Then Raina screamed. Tala shouted Raina's name. An inky black fog settled in front of me, obscuring the vampire from view. I heard the vampire's grunt of pain and the distinct sound of punches and blows.
"Desi!"
Raina cried. Images floated through my head as I began drifting into unconsciousness. And despite my feeble attempts to fight it, I couldn't stop the memory from flooding into my mind. "It's my fault," I said, my lips barely moving as my eyes stayed fixed ahead. I felt nothing and everything. Too much, and yet not enough. "It's not your fault," Kismet said, taking me by the shoulders. "Listen to me now, Desi Campbell. You did not
Kill your parents. Leverett did. Your parents knew what they were doing picking a fight with a demon like that, and they knew the risks.
Yes, but they aren't here, I said numbly. And how can I blame them when they're gone? It's just me left. Kismet closed her eyes, her expression crumpling in grief. She sat next to me on the sofa and brought me against her chest. I fell sideways into her like a rag doll. I know this wound is still too fresh for you to understand this, Kismet said softly, running her fingers through my hair. But you're a child, Desi. Your parents' job was to protect you at all costs, and that's what they died doing. One day, you'll be a mother, and you'll have the same job. One day you'll understand that burden, and I'm sure you would do the same thing if you were in their shoes. I said nothing. I just stared at the coffee table without blinking, not seeing anything, not really hearing her either. She was right. It was too soon for me to believe her words. Perhaps I never would. A shrill scream broke through the memory. Warm hands touched my cheeks.
Desi! Desi!
Oliver? I mumbled. Someone shook me hard. My eyes focused, and a pair of dark, worried eyes bore into mine. Bay. I shot upright, my head throbbing. What happened?
Danilo took Raina.
Bay's eyes hardened with rage, and his brows pinched. Danilo?
The vampire from Isco's hideout. Focus, Desi.
Panic swirled in my chest. Lilith, no. Raina. I bolted to my feet and stumbled toward the door. Tala's frantic sobs echoed from the hallway.
Desi, wait!
Bay shouted, following me into the sitting room. I hastily dug through my satchel and found my spare stake. Securing it in my holster, I headed for the door, but Bay grabbed my arm. I jerked out of his grip and looked at him, my nostrils flaring. I'm going after her.
You've lost a lot of blood, Desi.
Then heal me.
I can't heal blood loss. Your body needs time to recover.
I don't have time, I screamed. Raina was my responsibility, and she's gone. I don't care what it takes. I'll do anything to get her back. Bay stepped toward me, his brows lowering and his eyes blazing.
Tell me you mean that.
I gritted my teeth. I mean it with my entire soul. Bay's eyes held mine with grave intensity, and I stared back unflinching.
Very well,
he said, taking my hand again.
Follow me.
He led me down the hall and out the door. Smoke and gunpowder swirled in the air, mingled with explosions and screams. What's going on? I asked.
A distraction,
Bay said.
Demons attacked. Families were caught after curfew, and the soldiers lost control. I was there, trying to restore order. I didn't realize until too late that it was meant to draw us all away from
Tala's house. But why? Why would he take Raina? She has no magic.
He would have taken you if I hadn't intervened,
Bay said in a low voice. What? But I'm working with you. You're Isco's second. How could you not know about this?
Because sometimes demons go rogue, Desi,
Bay snapped.
He obviously thought attacking you was more important than following orders.
Horror and despair mingled in my stomach. My fault. My fault. Something burst within me. Lilith, am I really that fracking important? I shouted as we rounded a corner toward the cathedral where Oliver and I had kissed.
What are you talking about?
Bay snapped. I mean, why go to all this trouble? I'm just one person, and I'm not even that powerful.
You might not be powerful on your own, but there's also me, that American soldier, Guillermo and Elena. Everyone knows you're well protected, Desi.
Heat climbed up my throat, cutting off my words. I didn't know what to say. As we passed the cathedral, I realized that while Tala's family was in mortal peril, I was busy making out with another woman's fiancé. I don't deserve to be protected. I don't even deserve to live.
But the real question is, what do they want with you?
Bay continued, talking to himself.
What do you have that nobody else does? Why didn't they kidnap me or Guillermo?
My insides churned, and my eyes widened with realization. Bay didn't know I was a timecaster. I shook my head. Not now, Desi. It doesn't matter. What matters is getting to Raina. Where are we going?
Guillermo and I captured a werewolf earlier. You're going to sacrifice him for a blood ritual.
My heart stopped as numbness spread through my body. Why me? Why not you?
You know Raina better than I do. You'll know her scent.
I grew still, not even daring to breathe. Bay's questioning eyes seemed to ask, "Are you on board with this?" An image flashed in my mind. Oliver, wounded, unconscious, and surrounded by demons wielding bloody daggers. He was just waiting to be sacrificed, all because of me. Never again. I'll never let a demon hurt someone I love again. Slowly I nodded. I'll do whatever it takes. Chapter 26. Bay led me to the end of the road and down a narrow side road flanked by 2 towering buildings. In the darkness, something wriggled on the ground. An enormous wolf lay bound, teeth snapping. His large black eyes settled on me as I approached, and a low growl rumbled from his throat. Shiny silver threads, similar to what Guillermo had used to torture the other werewolf, were wrapped around the wolf's torso and legs. I realized it was made of actual silver. Bloody scorch marks lined the wolf's fur where the rope tore into his flesh. I swallowed back bile and stared into the wolf's eyes as Bay approached him with a glass vial. "What did he do?" I whispered, not breaking eye contact with the wolf. Bay straightened and looked at me.
"He killed a mortal man."
I nodded once, as if this answer were satisfactory, a valid excuse for draining the wolf's power, but I still felt sick to my stomach. At that moment, I wished I could talk to Oliver. I remembered what he'd said in Santiago.
"There's always an appealing side to darkness. I'm just terrified that one day I'll find that appeal, and I won't be able to refuse."
Here I was, in that exact situation. I knew Bay's opinion on the matter. He had no qualms with using dark magic. But Oliver knew both sides. He knew me. More than anything, I longed for his presence, his voice of reason. I couldn't watch what Bay was doing. So instead, I held the wolf's gaze. He went still, staring at me, as if he knew what was about to happen. The wolf twitched and whined sharply as Bay drew enough blood to fill a vial. Using the wolf's blood, Bay formed the pentagram on the ground. My heart thumped until I was sure it would burst from my chest. Pain prickled along the edge of my mind, and my limbs still felt weak and lifeless. "Remember why you're doing this, Desi. To save Raina." Bay drew close to me and took my hand. A sharp, stinging pain split across my palm, and I winced.
"Do you know the words?"
Bay asked softly. I shook my head. "Not in my language."
"Then you can say it in mine."
"Will that work? Won't the translation charm—"
"It'll work if I'm quoting the spell to you. Now, repeat after me."
Stumbling over the Tagalog, I repeated his words in a shaky voice. I stammered over the foreign phrases, struggling to match Bay's pronunciation, but he nodded encouragingly. Gradually, my voice gained momentum as I spoke the final words of the spell. Darkness crept in on me, but I uttered the words and suppressed a shudder. Magic pooled from my hand and surrounded the wolf. At first, the magic glowed blue like normal, but as it spread and swirled, a thick blackness took over until there was no blue remaining. Something clenched and hardened within my heart.
I closed my eyes as the wolf howled in agony. Despair and rage crept into my heart and mind, circling through my thoughts like a whirlpool of blood and death. The blackness spread, darkening my chest and fingers and toes, chilling my whole body. My hands curled into fists, trying to ward it off, but no, this was my choice. This was what I wanted. Kill, exact revenge, slaughter them all. I shook my head, eyes still closed. I didn't want this to take over my mind. I didn't want to be controlled by the magic. So again, I thought of Oliver, of the light in his eyes, the way his hair stuck up when he ran his hands through it, the tenderness in his smile when he looked at me. Gradually, my heart lightened a fraction. The darkness was still within me, but my head was clearer, more coherent, more me. The wolf uttered one last feeble whine and then fell silent. A breeze ruffled through my hair and clothes, gathering strength. Lightning lit up the sky. The wind billowed around me, threatening to swallow me whole. The power crackled around me like static electricity, sending ripples of energy flowing through my body. Light flashed within me, my arms outstretched, and I breathed in as the wolf's essence seeped into me, energizing my senses. The wind slowly faded. But I could hear and feel everything. Every shallow breath Bay took, every flutter of leaves and dust in the air. The alley reeked of blood, black magic, and power. So much power. The magic thrummed through me until my body sang with unencumbered strength. I threw my head back and shrieked into the air, a roar of triumph, darkness, and freedom. The shout echoed, reverberating around us until it slowly faded, leaving nothing but silence and the thrill of my new, enhanced magic.
How do you feel?
My eyes opened and found Bay. His lips were thin, his eyes guarded but curious. His brows rose with interest as he stepped toward me. Powerful, I breathed. My voice rippled as if I spoke with two voices instead of one.
Use the wolf's abilities. Smell the air for Raina. Find her.
I closed my eyes again and tilted my head back, inhaling deeply. The metallic copper scent of blood. The ashy lime scent of magic. Further. Further. There, I whispered, my eyes still closed as I followed the scent. Raina smelled of roses and bay leaves. The scent filled my nose, and I memorized it. My eyes flew open. This way. I bolted forward, my legs moving faster than I'd ever gone. My hair whipped against my shoulders, and wind tore at my skin, but I felt nothing but power and speed. The buildings became a blur as I raced past glowing lanterns and cobbled streets, easily dodging throngs of soldiers. The stench of demon briefly tickled my senses as I passed an alley, but I ignored it. Later, I promised myself. I didn't look to see if Bay followed. I didn't need him. The strength of the magic pulsing through my veins was enough to defeat an army, and I knew that if I delayed, the power would eventually leave. It was only a blood ritual. It wouldn't become permanent unless I ascended, performed a blood ritual with a full coven of demons. The thought sent an alarming mixture of horror and excitement churning through me, but I shoved it from my mind. Not now. Focus on Raina. Suddenly, gunfire peppered around me, grating against my ears as I ran. My legs pushed harder and harder, and though my heart raced from the thrill of my run, any sense of fear had left me. I didn't fear the firearms of mortal men. I knew I was much too fast for them. I slowed when I reached an immense circular ridge that was surrounded by a wide expanse of plains and trees. The ridge formed a sturdy fortress of stone built into the hill. In the distance was a large church with a monumental dome resting on its roof. Smaller, hut-like buildings were connected to the church, making the area seem more like a small town than a single building. Rooftops sloped up and down, and the solid concrete walls of the church stretched on and on like a small castle. Despite my urgency, my eyes widened in awe at the edifice before me. My legs carried me forward through the circular ridge, which I realized held large niches, almost like catacombs or crematories. A cemetery, perhaps. Here, it seemed a secret civilization existed, secluded but defended, or at least it had been defended. The raucous gunfire and shouts of assault told me the Americans were breaching this enclosed citadel. I pressed on toward the church that loomed over me, an impressive monument that pierced through the sky. Cannons and guns blasted around me. I ducked into the church, hoping that none of the soldiers saw me and that Bay was smart enough to stay out of sight. My footsteps echoed in the spacious cathedral. The sloping walls of the ceiling floated high above me, adorned with carvings and sculptures. I closed my eyes against the distracting beauty and sniffed the air again, searching for Raina. Loud shouts burst in my ear, and I flattened myself against the wall, hiding in the shadows. Several Filipinos rushed by, their faces charred with soot, some sporting bloody wounds. They pressed wooden boards against doors and windows, sounding urgent and alarmed as they shouted at each other in Tagalog. I swallowed down my regret and helplessness, knowing that if I paused to help them, then Raina could die. Edging carefully along the wall, I crept out of sight, then climbed a grand staircase as I followed Raina's scent. It sharpened, growing clearer and more distinct. Hope blossomed in my chest. She's alive. Almost there. I reached the top of the staircase and rounded the corner.
Well, Timecaster, you certainly don't disappoint.
A growl rose up my throat as my body tensed, my back arching as if I were a wolf raised on its haunches. The vampire, Danilo, stood calmly at the other end of the hallway, surrounded by 7 other vampires. A full coven. They formed a circle around a small, unconscious figure. Raina. I stepped forward, but Danilo wagged a finger in warning. All 8 vampires drew long, sharp blades and raised them. I wouldn't be able to stop them all at once. Why? I demanded. Why her? For all 8 of you, she provides nothing, no power.
This is true,
Danilo said, cocking his head at me.
But you do.
My eyes narrowed.
The aura of a Timecaster, and a dark Timecaster at that, judging by...
Danilo trailed off with a smirk, gesturing to my outstretched hands. Black magic emanated from my palms, covering my fingers like a thick shadow. A dark Timecaster. What does it matter to you if my magic is light or dark? I snapped, though my heart throbbed with fear. Danilo's eyes danced with delight.
Ah, no one has told you.
He chuckled and shook his head, offering a patronizing smile.
Dear sweet child, a caster who practices black magic for the first time, who enters that threshold between light and dark, holds the greatest potential, the highest amount of power, because for that brief moment, they possess both sides of magic.
Danilo clasped his long, narrow fingers together.
And unfortunately for you, this provides more incentive for you to be sacrificed. An aura such as yours is a feast I couldn't possibly pass up.
My fingers clenched into shaking fists. Let him try. The intense power still thrummed and pulsed through me in waves, like a battery charging or an engine revving. I'm ready. But then my eyes fell to Raina again, my heart sinking just a fraction. I can't get her out and fight them off. A shadow fell on me, and a familiar sandalwood scent tickled my nose. A smile spread across my lips at the flicker of terror in Danilo's eyes. I didn't have to turn to know Bay was at my side. My lips barely moving, I whispered, Get Raina out. I'll take care of them.
I felt Bay's gaze on me, but he said nothing. If he questioned my decision, he didn't show it. Fire roared in my chest as each vampire stiffened, clutching their blades tighter in preparation for our attack. The building rumbled and a loud crash echoed from downstairs. I heard shouts and heavy footfalls below. The American soldiers must have entered the building. A few vampires glanced sideways at each other, then toward the staircase where the soldiers were sure to find us. I pounced. A roar of fury poured from my mouth as I burst forward like lightning. In a flash, I was in Danilo's face. Another flash, and my athame swept through his chest. From the corner of my eye, I noticed a long dark shadow gathering Raina in an embrace. In an instant, she was gone, along with Bay. And in that moment, I unleashed the darkness and the power caged within me. It rattled the walls of the building, and the vampires cowered in fear. I zipped forward and backward so fast the vampires couldn't land a blow. Stab, slice, cut. Kick, scratch, scream. The room was a muddled mess of limbs, claws, teeth, and blood. I felt the energy in me draining like the sands of an hourglass, but I pushed on. End them. End them all. My blade swung and slashed. One by one, the vampires fell. A few feebly raised their arms in a pitiful defense, but it was useless. As they lay there bleeding and moaning, I drew my stake and pierced through their chests one at a time, baring my teeth at them so they knew exactly who or what was ending them. My face would be the last thing they ever saw. As the last vampire vanished in a puff of ash, I gasped for breath, clutching my athame and stake so tightly my knuckles were white. I teetered. A thick, warm liquid trickled down my sleeve. My eyes fell to several deep cuts along my arms and shoulders. Though it had been a blur for me, it seemed the vampires had managed to cut me with their blades after all. I sank to my knees, my vision blurring. Raina is safe. The thought brought comfort and warmth to me, numbing the pain as the werewolf's power finally left me. Footsteps pounded on the stairs behind me. Summoning the last of my strength, I lumbered toward an overturned bookcase and ducked behind it, sinking to the floor and leaning my head against a shelf. Heavy breaths washed over me. Breathe. Rest. Raina's safe. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I realized, a warm, tickling smell jolted me awake. Heat seared my face. Something crackled, popped, and burst. Heavy crashes exploded around me. I jumped to my feet and swayed, pain engulfing my body. My arms throbbed, and my head pounded. Smoke surrounded me, and I covered my face with my hands. The church was on fire. Hot flames licked the walls and furniture. Overturned chairs and tables creaked and crumbled to ash. Distant shouts and coughs told me that some men were still alive, but not for long. I pulled my shirt over my mouth and nose, and I hurried forward, squinting against the blinding orange glow. Something above me groaned, and I dove to the side as a beam fell from the ceiling and crashed to the floor. Ash stung my eyes and seeped into my breath. I coughed, scanning around me for any way out, any exit. But it was nothing but fire. Everywhere. Panic bloomed in my chest. I dropped my shirt, wiping sweat from my brow, and I sank to the floor on all fours. Moving carefully, I crawled forward, dodging debris and flames. A window smashed, and the shatter of glass sounded close. If there's a window, there's a way out. I slithered toward it, staying low and swallowing more flecks of ash. My eyes watered, and my face burned. Just a little farther. I hissed in pain as shards of glass sliced my arms. Then I felt it. Air! I staggered to my feet and fell forward, but another wall of fire stood in my way. I was trapped. No! Help! I screamed, though my voice broke and a fit of coughs overcame me.
Someone, help me! I doubled over, wheezing. Oliver, help! Falling to my knees, I succumbed to the heat. Chapter 27. Steam hissed in the air around me.
Desi.
I tried to speak, but my throat burned and ached. A cough rose to my lips, but I was too weak.
Desi.
I struggled to see through the haze of smoke and flames. Oliver?
I'm here, Desi.
The heat surrounding me subsided. Flecks of ice-cold water fell on my face. I sputtered and sat up. My chest rattled with each breath I took. I waved smoke out of my face. Then more jets of water surrounded me. I squinted and saw Oliver standing above me, his uniform covered in soot, as he sprayed water from his hands to put out the flames.
Can you stand?
He shouted at me, his eyes flicking to me and then back to the flames, which persisted despite his efforts. With a cough, I nodded and climbed to my feet. My chest ached, but I staggered toward Oliver, who caught me around the waist. With his free hand, he sprayed more water, creating a path for us. The ground beneath us groaned, and we quickened our steps. Blocks of concrete crashed around us. I stumbled, and Oliver caught me.
I need you to walk, Desi,
he said into my ear. Numbly, I nodded, clenching my fingers into tight fists. Just a few more steps, I told myself. I straightened and stretched out my hand, searching for Oliver's. Oliver slid his hand into mine, and our fingers clasped tightly. Warmth spread through me, but it wasn't from the flames. Oliver sent a thick stream of icy water along the remains of the staircase, followed by a strong gust of wind blowing the ash and smoke away from us as we climbed down. Soon we weaved through flames and ash until finally a warm, woodsy breeze filled my nose and my lungs. I inhaled deeply, and my legs pushed forward, dragging me out of the fiery pits of hell and into the fresh, open air. Gunshots exploded around me the second I stepped outside, jolting me from my blissful sense of freedom. My ears throbbed from the sound, and I quickly covered them, looking around for the source of the noise. A Filipino fell to the earth, his body motionless and covered in blood from the bullet holes in his back. My heart turned to ice. Another shot was fired, and I flinched, pressing my hands harder over my ears. Oliver took my elbow, guiding me away from the slaughter and toward the cover of nearby trees. I looked up at Oliver's face, which had drained of color. His eyes, wide and horrified, were fixed on the line of soldiers.
Will you be all right here for a little while?
He asked loudly over the gunfire, his jaw clenched and his gaze still fixed on the soldiers. I peeled my sweaty, sticky hair from my face and glanced behind Oliver. An array of bodies surrounded the American soldiers just outside the flaming edifice that was once the church. Another Filipino stumbled out of the fiery building and was shot on the spot. My stomach roiled, and I turned and vomited at the base of the tree. Oliver's hand pressed into my shoulder, but I smacked it away, straightening to glare at him. "Did you set fire to the church?" I demanded. Oliver's head reared back. "What? Did your men start this fire?" Oliver closed his eyes, his face crumpling in a devastated grimace. His brows creased, and sorrow pulled at the lines on his forehead. My arms shook. "What kind of despicable—"
"This is war, Desi,"
Oliver said darkly.
"There will be casualties."
"Then why did you come in there for me? Why not just let me be another casualty?"
"Because you're not a part of this war. You're innocent."
"So are they!" I shouted, pointing to the dead Filipinos lying in the grass. Oliver shook his head and opened his mouth, but I cut him off. "Why are you in this war, Oliver?"
"What? You know why. I'm fighting for my country."
"And why is the U.S. fighting at all?" I spread my arms, gesturing to the destruction around us. "Do you even know what's going on here?" Oliver stepped closer to me, his eyes blazing.
"I'm not an ignorant fool, Desi.
I know the Filipinos want their independence, but this is different.
So the U.S. will help Cuba with their independence, but not the Philippines?
Oliver's brows lowered over wide, angry eyes.
You don't know anything about it.
I glared at him, my teeth clenching. Oh, really? Then by all means, enlighten me. Why is the U.S. fighting this war?
The fight in Manila last year, before the one in Cuba, it was an easy win for us. It won't always be that way. The Philippines is a small country, an easy target for powerful armies like Spain. It's only a matter of time before another country, a country not as merciful as the United States, takes action and enslaves these people and strips them of their rights. Our goal with this war is to protect the Filipinos from further oppression. They've suffered enough under Spanish rule.
I scoffed and rolled my eyes. So you're telling me your fellow soldiers burned down this church and are shooting unarmed Filipinos for their own good? I shook my head and laughed without humor. I'm not an ignorant fool either, Oliver. And you might be an American citizen, but you are not the man I first met in Santiago. That man spoke of freedom, independence, and justice, but this, I pointed to the soldiers with their guns aimed at the burning building, is none of those things. I stormed away from him toward the line of soldiers waiting for the next Filipino to shoot. I raised my hands, prepared to push them away from their weapons, until I noticed a figure standing at the front of the line, his chest puffed out and his bushy mustache quivering as he shouted orders at the soldiers. His eyes fell on me and then darted to Oliver. I glanced over my shoulder as Oliver lifted his chin and saluted the man, his superior. I watched the man, who stood nearly as tall as Oliver. He stared back at me, his eyes alight with understanding. He knew who I was. This must be Colonel Greenwood, I realized. I flexed my fingers in his direction. He can kiss my ass. I shoved my palms forward to push him over, and nothing happened. The corners of the colonel's mouth quirked upward in satisfaction. My mouth fell open. How's he doing that? I shoved my hands forward again. Still nothing. Gritting my teeth, I thrust and pushed and grunted, but my magic kept slamming into some invisible barrier. His invisible barrier. I was helpless, powerless. With the werewolf's power gone, I was just helpless little Desi again, at the mercy of demons like El Diablo, unable to do anything, change anything, or stop innocents from being killed. Bastard! I screamed, rushing forward, prepared to stand in the line of fire if I had to. Then a dark shadow surrounded me, blinding me. It covered me like a blanket, sweeping me from the scene. In an instant, I stood a mile away, the blazing building merely a small orange glow, and the soldiers nothing more than a tiny line of ants. Palm trees and wide grassy fields surrounded me. I whirled around, and Bay stood there, his eyes wide and panicked.
Are you hurt?
He gazed up and down my body, no doubt taking in the scorch marks, soot, and blood from the vampire's daggers. Why did you do that? I demanded. They're killing innocent people.
Yes, and you shoving your magic down their throats won't do any good, he snapped. You need to be smarter about this, Desi. We can make a difference, but not like that.
He jabbed a finger toward the soldiers.
Doing that will only expose our kind and get you killed. It won't save any lives.
I shook my head angrily and opened my mouth, but my vision blurred and I swayed. The taxing events of the last few hours crashed into my body, bringing me to my knees. Slices of agony throbbed in my arms and my head. Bay dropped down beside me, holding my shoulders in his hands. He muttered a spell under his breath, and his hands glowed black as warmth coursed through my body. The pain subsided, fading to a dull ache, and the fatigue in my head cleared. I blinked away the fog in my mind and breathed deeply. better?" Bay asked, his voice strained. I exhaled long and slow, and I looked at the tightness in his eyes and the shadows on his face. "You shouldn't have done that." Bay chuckled and flopped to the ground, resting his head in the grass. "I'm not letting you bleed out, Desi. I'll be fine." How did you do that?" I asked, pointing at him and the flames in the distance. "Are you—"
"A teleporter?"
Bay chuckled, shaking his head.
"No. It's a fae trick I inherited from my dear father. We have a bunch of small gifts here and there. Nothing impressive, but certainly a wide variety. I can only port a few kilometers or so."
He groaned and sighed, his eyes closing. My eyes returned to the burning building as more gunshots filled the air. "This is horrible," I whispered.
"It's war, Desi. It's always horrible."
"I wish people would stop telling me that like I'm a child." Bay opened one eye to look at me.
"I'm not patronizing you. I'm just telling you that disgusting things always happen in a war. People become different. They do things that are out of character. Things they wouldn't ordinarily do."
"Don't make excuses for them," I growled. Bay sat up and cocked his head at me. A few twigs and leaves poked out of his hair.
"Both sides do it. It's not an excuse. It's reality."
I looked at him and raised my eyebrows. "You don't seem to be affected." I pointed to the burning church. "I don't see you shooting innocent civilians."
"They aren't civilians, Desi. They're Filipino rebels, and they signed up for this."
Bay's eyes darted to his fingers where he twirled a blade of grass.
"And don't pretend like you know me. You don't. I may seem unaffected, but that's because I don't disguise what I do. I kill people. All the time. I'm a dark warlock, after all."
He leaned closer to me, his dark eyes searing with heat.
"Don't make me a scapegoat for whatever is going on between you two."
He gestured between me and the soldiers in the distance. I blushed, avoiding his gaze. He laughed and stood, brushing leaves and grass from his black pants.
"I have to meet with Isco."
I squinted up at him, blocking the sun with my hand. "And Raina?" He nodded, his eyes softening.
"She's safe at home."
I stretched out my hand and clasped his fingers. "Thank you, Bay." Then I turned back to the horrifying display with the soldiers.
"Desi?"
I looked back at Bay. "What?" Bay extended a hand. I took it, and he easily hoisted me to my feet. I waited for the sag of exhaustion to cripple me, but it didn't. It was nothing more than a lingering ache in my head and arms. Another fae trick, I wondered. I'd never really questioned how he healed others so well.
"Don't stay out here too long,"
he said in a low voice, his gaze darting to the soldiers and back to me.
"It'll only encourage you to do something foolish and reckless."
"And what if I want to do something foolish and reckless?" Half his mouth quirked up in a flirtatious smile.
"There's more than one way to accomplish that."
I stared back, determined to hold his gaze despite the heat returning to my face. His face sobered as he leaned closer to me.
"When I told you the necromancy ceremony was only for practitioners of Kulam, that applies to Kulam witches as well."
My blood chilled. With wide eyes, I whispered, "Why are you telling me this?"
"If you enjoyed that burst of power from sacrificing the wolf, just say the word. I can train you as an apprentice in the ways of Monku Kulam, and then you'll be part of our coven in all respects."
A shiver ran down my spine. Become a dark witch? A Kulam witch?
"Desi,"
Bay said quietly, his eyes wide and intent.
"whoever you lost, you get to see them again."
Chapter 28.
I didn't know why I wanted to stay in that field and watch the building burn. Perhaps part of me thought I could wait until the soldiers lost interest and try to save anyone left. Or part of me was waiting for Oliver to abandon his post and renounce his unit and everything they stood for. But I knew neither of those would happen. So after a few minutes, I stood and left, trudging through tall, wispy grass until I returned to the main road. The circular ridge loomed ahead of me, its gaping grave holes open wide, like jaws. I shivered and rubbed my arms. Though the air was warm and humid, the icy feeling of dark magic and nearby spirits chilled me to the bone. Before, I'd been too distracted by rescuing Raina, but now I felt a presence, and I wished I had the werewolf's speed again so I could evade it faster. My eyes roved around the niches and the inscriptions on each one, grave markers. I knew I wouldn't be able to read them, but my gaze still lingered, as if waiting for a figure to emerge from one of the graves. I stopped short, my heart racing. A woman stood in the midst of the graves, her blonde hair tied up in a tight bun, and her black cloak billowing in the wind. Kismet. Her head turned like she could sense my presence. Tears streamed down her face, and she wiped them away as she strode toward me. Though sorrow tinted her expression, her eyes lit up when she saw me. My arms opened to receive her embrace, and I buried my face in her shoulder. Her scent was familiar, but still so foreign. From a different lifetime than the Kismet I knew. "What are you doing here?" I asked when we pulled apart. Kismet clamped her mouth shut, her eyes darkening. "I can't say." I nodded, swallowing. "I understand, and I'm sorry." Kismet shook her head. "You have nothing to apologize for. This was my decision. I knew what a blood bond was when he offered it to me." I bit my lip. "So why did you do it?" "To see my husband again." I nodded, my eyes closing. "I know, but why?" Kismet cocked her head at me, her brow furrowed. I know you don't know a lot about me, but my parents were killed 6 years ago, and I'm just now coming to terms with it. So I want to know." I paused as grief and agony clawed up my throat, cutting off my words. Clearing my throat, I said in a strained voice, "What made you decide to accept the bargain instead of move on?" Kismet blinked, her blue eyes moistening as she stared at the road next to us. "How old are you?" My head reared back in surprise. 18. Well, I think." Kismet looked at me in bewilderment. "What?" I laughed. "I was born in 1983, but this time travel thing," I shook my head. "I probably shouldn't tell you too much." She nodded, looking away again. Her eyes grew distant and wistful. She exhaled and said, "I was your age when it happened, and I had no one left. No one. I was willing to sell my soul, to damn myself to the depths of the earth to get Richard back, because he was my everything." "Was it worth it?" A long silence fell between us. Tears filled her eyes and spilled freely down her cheeks as she stared at something I couldn't see. Perhaps she was seeing Richard's face again, or reliving the horrors El Diablo had put her through in the name of love. Kismet inhaled sharply and looked at me with a watery smile. "I don't know yet, but I know one thing for sure. The path I've chosen is certainly more difficult than processing my grief. Had I known that when I first started all this." She trailed off, her eyes closing briefly. "But if I succeed," she lifted one shoulder in a shrug, "it might be worth it." A softer, more genuine smile lit her face, reminding me for a moment of my own kismet. That determination and grit, that semblance of darkness mingled with light, that otherworldly wisdom and optimism, my kismet. My lower lip trembled and I touched her forearm. "Please, be safe," I said in a broken voice. "You may think you have no one, but you have me, even if we haven't officially met yet." We both offered feeble, shaky laughs. I rubbed my nose, and Kismet sniffed and glanced toward the road again. Her smile vanished. "We can't be seen together." "Right, of course." Kismet reached into her cloak and withdrew a small folded handkerchief. She pressed it into my hand, leaning in and whispering, "This is so you can find him, but only when you're ready." My mouth fell open, but before I could respond, Kismet pulled her hood over her head and darted back to the road. My hands shook as I unfolded the handkerchief. Nestled against the soft white cloth were several short brown hairs. My heart stopped. El Diablo's hair. All I had to do was cast a locator spell, and I would find him. "Only when you're ready." My heart sank. When would I ever be ready to face him? When would I ever feel capable enough to defeat him? If only she'd given me this a few hours ago, when I was thriving off the werewolf's energy. Maybe then I could have faced him. But no, then Raina would have died. I swallowed and folded the handkerchief before shoving it in my pocket. Not wanting to linger among the graves alone, I hurried back to Tala's house. The distance wore on my aching legs and made me realize just how powerful I'd been with the wolf's magic. I'd run miles without even blinking. The thought simultaneously excited and disturbed me. Exhaustion tugged at every inch of my body. How long had it been since I'd slept? My steps slowed when I noticed two familiar figures lingering by Tala's front door. Guillermo leaned casually against the door, but his creased brow and tight lips betrayed his concern. Elena paced next to him, her arms crossed and her eyes dark with anger and anxiety. They both rose and straightened at my approach. "Where the hell have you been?" Elena hissed. "You were gone all night. And now it's midday and you're—" Her voice faltered as she gestured to the blood and soot stains on my shirt. Her hand fell limply against her leg. "Desi, what happened?" Guillermo asked, his voice hard. His eyes raked over me as if assessing my injuries. Lilith, how do I explain all this to them? Guillermo's nostrils flared, his eyes blazing, and I knew what he smelled on me. Black magic. I swallowed. Isco's bartender kidnapped Raina. Bay and I rescued her. That's all they need to know. I strode to the front door, but Elena caught my arm. "Desi, what aren't you telling us?" Fear and concern tugged at her expression. An ache rose in my throat. I knew she cared for me, but I couldn't rid myself of the hurt swirling in my stomach. Despite how childish it made me feel, the sting of being left out of their secret missions made my next words come out harsher than I'd intended. "We're all keeping secrets, aren't we?" Elena's head jerked back in surprise. Her gaze flitted briefly to Guillermo, then back to me. Guilt creased the lines of her forehead. "What's that supposed to mean?" I waved a hand tiredly. "You two go back to your private rendezvous. I don't care. I have my own problems to deal with." Elena dropped my arm in surprise, her expression darkening. Anger blazed in her eyes. "Oh, that's right, Desi. Just push us away. It's what you do best." I froze just before pushing open the door. My fingers clenched into fists. I didn't push anyone away. You two left me out of whatever secret plans you're making and didn't even bother to tell me about any of it. Elena scoffed, crossing her arms. That's rich, coming from you. My eyes narrowed. How do you figure? Elena gestured to the front door behind me. You get invited into this home, but we don't? Bay takes a liking to you, but not to us. You, too, go off on your own adventures without us. What were we supposed to do? Just sit around waiting for you to return? Of course we found other things to do with our time. We didn't realize we had to run it by you first, especially since you didn't bother to do the same with us. My fists shook and my teeth clenched, but I had no response, because a small, hollow part of me resonated with guilt and remorse. That's enough, Guillermo said quietly. He took Elena's hand and pulled her away. Desi, I know a lot is going on right now, but don't forget we're still a team. You need to alert us when something like this happens. Got it? My jaw ticked back and forth as I bristled from his words. He's giving me an order when just moments ago I was powerful enough to knock him off his feet? Swallowing, I nodded stiffly. Fire burned in my chest as I watched them leave, their hands entwined. I squashed my fury and stepped into Tala's kitchen. Pots, pans, and broken glass still littered the floor. The sight made my heart clench. I carefully sidestepped the wreckage and listened carefully for Tala and Raina. The house was quiet. My heart raced with fear until I detected a small sound amongst the stillness, Raina's quiet snoring. A tiny smile pulled at my lips as I crept down the hallway and peered into Tala's room. Tala lay sprawled across her bed with Raina tucked under her arms and cradled to her chest. The soft innocence glowing in their faces was almost too much for me. My throat choked with emotion, and I backed away, covering my mouth. Tears spilled down my face. My lips parted as silent sobs tore through me. Sniffing and wiping my cheeks, I returned to the kitchen and carefully cleaned up the mess. Though fatigue pulled at me, beckoning me to the sofa where I knew I could get a few hours of uninterrupted sleep, I still cleaned. I gathered the broken glass and dishes and put them in a bucket. Then I scrubbed the pots and pans, sobbing again when I noticed spots of blood tainting the soapy water. When my hands were raw and throbbing from my efforts, I slumped to the floor, leaning my head against the door. I closed my puffy eyes and drifted to sleep. The door suddenly pushed against me, and I slumped sideways, my eyes flying open as I tried to get my bearings. How long have I been asleep? I wiped my face, but my cheeks were dry. My heart fluttered in confusion as I realized that, for once, I hadn't dreamed of my parents. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt strangely empty. Desi? Bay's quiet voice called through the door. I staggered to my feet and cracked open the door further. The pink rays of dusk gleamed just behind Bay, casting a warm glow on his face. His eyes were more vibrant, and his outfit was clean, emitting an alluring soap and sandalwood scent. I stepped outside, shutting the door behind me. More hunting? Actually, I came to tell you to take the night to rest, he said. His brow furrowed as he looked me over. You haven't bathed? I raised an eyebrow. Do I smell? Bay smirked. I shouldn't answer that. I shoved his arm. The corners of my mouth twitched, but heaviness pulled at me. I couldn't smile. Not with everything that had happened. Do you want to talk about it? Bay asked. My gaze cut to him. His eyes were tender and concerned, his brows pulled together. His expression reminded me of Kismet when she knew something was bothering me. Could he really care that much about me when we'd only known each other a week? It's all still fresh, I said, running a hand down my face. I need time to process it, that's all. Bay pressed his lips together and dropped his gaze, shuffling his feet.
Do you regret it?
I didn't have to answer what he meant. I swallowed and shook my head slowly. No. If Raina, if she'd... I choked on my words and closed my eyes. I never would have forgiven myself. What I did saved her life, and I don't regret that at all.
Have you given any thought to my offer?
I sighed and sank to the ground, propping my head against Tala's front door. Yes, but...
You haven't made a decision yet?
Bay sat next to me and placed a hand on my knee. I grimaced and shook my head. Sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for, Desi. You've endured a lot these past few days.
I nodded, my eyes prickling with tears. I focused intently on the colorful array of clothes that were hanging out to dry on the balcony across the street. The distraction kept my voice even as I said quietly, Sometimes I think it's all too much.
What's too much?
I gestured vaguely around us. This. Magic, light and dark. I paused, shaking my head. Last year, I planned to run away from magic forever because it killed my parents. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stuck with that plan. If it would have been better for me, for everyone. Bay was silent. I couldn't look at him. I felt his long, slow breaths next to me and the shift of his body as he scooted closer to me, his shoulder brushing up against mine.
I don't think it would have been better,
he finally said, his voice a soft murmur.
You saved a lot of lives this week, Desi.
A grimace tugged at my lips. Yes, but how many of those lives were in jeopardy because of me? I pointed to the door behind me. If I'd never set foot in their home, Raina's life never would have been in danger.
Yes, but that demon would have killed her that first day, and the Dark Witch would have killed her mother.
I dropped my head, gazing at the concrete under me. I had no argument, but his words didn't convince me otherwise. El Diablo was still out there, and I was powerless against him. If he arrived right now, we would be nothing but pebbles in his shoe, minor irritants, nothing to hinder him from taking those I loved. How do you handle it? I asked, turning to look at him, knowing there are people out there you can't save. Bay's brow furrowed, his eyes distant as he thought. With a shrug, he said,
I commit myself to working harder, gaining more magic so I can never be powerless against my enemies again.
He tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear. His soft fingers brushed against my cheek. A shaky exhale blew through my lips, and I swallowed, my throat dry. There's no way to ascend as a light witch, is there? A hollow chuckle blew from my lips. Bay offered a small smile.
No. The epitome of light magic is self-sacrifice. And, unfortunately, you can only sacrifice yourself once.
I raised an eyebrow. That's not true. I've done it before, and I'm still here. Bay's lips parted, his eyes widening.
How?
I dropped my gaze. I couldn't tell him everything. With all these demons finding out who I was, the fewer who knew about it, the better. Right after I gave myself up, a friend cast a spell and got me to a healer. They were able to save me. Bay exhaled a soft laugh, his breath tickling my face.
You're incredible, Desi.
I looked at him.
His eyes burned right through me, alight with desire and longing. I bit my lip, and his eyes fell to my mouth. My stomach clenched and my toes curled. Shuddering breaths poured from my mouth. He leaned in. I should have pulled back, or said something, or stopped him, but all I felt was the nearness of him, the warmth of his body. His nose brushed mine. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The yearning in my chest exploded with desire. I wanted him. I wanted to be embraced, to be kissed, to be free to care for someone without guilt or crossing lines. To release my tension and just escape, to lose the crippling thoughts and regrets circulating through me. My hands reached forward, grasping at his shirt and pulling him closer. A low moan rumbled from his throat as his mouth pressed against mine, sweet and tender and delicious. He cupped his hand behind my ear, pulling me forward. I rose to my knees, resting my arms on his shoulders as he trailed kisses along my neck. His other arm snaked around my waist, pressing me against him. My fingers ran through his short black hair. He tilted his head up to kiss my mouth again, his lips soft and smooth. His inviting scent drew me in, closer and closer, as enticing heat swirled within me, mingling between our breaths and our kisses. His fingers rubbed my waist, pushing up the bottom of my shirt so his hands brushed against my bare skin. Oliver's face swam in my vision, his green eyes gentle and affectionate. His smile was so wide that his eyes crinkled. It was the same smile he'd worn when we danced in Santiago. Something raw and painful climbed up my throat. I broke the kiss, my mouth hanging open in utter shock at the wrongness of it all. But Bay misinterpreted my hesitation.
If it's privacy you want,
he said in a low voice, his eyes still closed.
I have a comfortable room at Isco's we can go to.
I stiffened. My insides felt numb, and then nausea swirled within me. Heat stung my eyes, and I sat back, turning away from Bay so he wouldn't see the agony in my face. I covered my mouth like I could erase the feeling of his lips on mine, but it was there, imprinted on me forever. It wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it was delicious and intoxicating. That was the problem. Damn you, Oliver, I thought. Somehow I felt dirtier kissing Bay, who was completely available, than I'd felt kissing Oliver by the church.
I'm sorry,
Bay said in a husky voice.
I didn't mean to imply. It's just, you seemed...
I raised a hand, shaking my head. No, you're right. I did seem... I trailed off, unable to finish. I suppressed a shudder and looked at him with wide eyes. What exactly were you inviting me to do, Bay? A tense silence passed between us. His brow furrowed briefly before his face slackened in surprise and understanding.
No, I shouldn't have. I wasn't thinking.
You wanted to go to bed with someone you've barely known a week, I said, my voice hollow, empty. Is that it? Bay's face drained of color, and he shook his head.
I would never force you into anything, Desi. I just thought, from how you reacted to our kiss, but obviously I misread you. I'm sorry.
Oh, Lilith, what have I done? I covered my face with my hands. This gorgeous, sexy man was offering what I'd asked of Oliver just a few weeks ago. What he'd turned down because of his commitment to the notion of marriage and honor. For the first time, I understood how Oliver felt. The idea of sleeping with Bay just felt filthy, wrong, like an impulse built only on lust. Doing that with someone I barely knew would be unspeakable for me, and that must have been how Oliver felt. I beg your forgiveness, Desi, Bay said, his voice quiet. I shouldn't have kissed you. That was inappropriate. No. I reassured him, dropping my hands. It was wonderful. Perfect. But I don't think I can jump into something like this with you. I finally met his gaze, and his face crumpled with regret. Please, I said before he could speak, don't apologize. I should have been up front with you. I'm afraid my heart isn't free right now, and I haven't really healed. I'm not... I trailed off, closing my eyes. Bay nodded, pressing his lips together. He took my hand and squeezed. I understand. His gaze dropped to the ground. Maybe someday when I'm healed and whole again, I might... My voice broke as I remembered saying something similar to Oliver when talking about marriage. My mouth clamped shut. Bay dropped my hand and offered a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. It's all right, Desi. He rose to his feet and jerked his head toward the front door. Get some rest. Bay, I breathed, jumping to my feet and reaching for his hand. Bay smiled and rubbed a thumb along my cheek. I suppressed a shiver. Warmth snaked through me, but it mingled with a queasy sense of wrongness that I couldn't fight anymore. He must have read something in my face, because he dropped his hand abruptly. I wish things were different, Desi. My brows pulled together, regret pulling my mouth downward. Me too. I'll see you tomorrow. He bowed his head to me. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he turned and walked away from me, his dark figure melting into the evening air. Chapter 29. After bathing and marinating myself in soapy bathwater until my fingers and toes turned pruny, I passed out on Tala's sofa, clutching a loose blanket over my body. I slept hard for several hours, until something hot tickled my cheek. I turned over, groaning, and running a hand over my face. My hand came back wet. I jerked awake, sitting upright and blinking in the darkness at the moisture on my hand. It definitely wasn't water. It was blood. Delicious, drawled a deep and familiar voice. He smacked his lips and groaned with satisfaction. My blood chilled. My fingers brushed against my throat and found 2 small incisions, which prickled with pain. More blood ran down my neck. No, I whispered, cramming my eyes shut. No, this is a nightmare. In the shadows, a flash of flame erupted, lighting up the room and illuminating the deep red blood dripping from my hand to the soft blanket on my lap. El Diablo chuckled and drew nearer to me, his heat searing my skin. I see you, Desi Campbell. I know who you are, and I know who you love. I've tasted your blood, Timecaster, and you are mine. I couldn't move. My hands shook, and my heart thundered in my chest. Get up, Desi, I told myself. Get up and fight. Protect yourself. But I could only sit there, numb with shock, as El Diablo threw back his head and laughed. Which of your friends should I drain first? He said softly. I do crave the blood of a light witch, so sweet and succulent. But I couldn't possibly leave this house when 2 mortals sleep with such blissful ignorance. Their blood calls to me. How can I resist? My arms trembled so violently they became a blur. Bile rose in my throat. You aren't real. You aren't here. In a flash, El Diablo was in my face, his flames scorching my skin, the light so blinding that my eyes burned. Does this feel like a dream, Desiree? He growled, his deep voice ringing in my ears. Silent tears ran down my cheeks, and I covered my face with my bloody hands. A scream ripped from my throat, pouring from my mouth like a desperate plea.
a shrill burst of agony and helplessness. Perhaps someone would hear and rescue me, rescue this innocent family. More victims who would be punished because of me. Long after my scream faded into the night, I kept my hands over my face, gasping for breath as the tears flowed freely down my face. Eventually, the intensity of El Diablo's heat dwindled until the icy chill of fear swept over me, making me shiver. Silence and emptiness pressed in on me, but I still heard his chuckle, still felt the blood on me, still heard his threats. I stayed like that for hours, hands over my face and dried tears mingling with dried blood, until at long last the sun's rays peeked through the curtains, filtering through my fingers. My hands still shook as I slowly lowered them. My brow furrowed and my mouth hung open. There was no blood on my hands. My fingers brushed against my throat. No puncture marks. Completely dry. I ripped the blanket off my legs and stood, searching up and down my body. Nothing but my clothes. No soot, no scorch marks, no blood or injuries. Had he been here at all? Or had it only been a nightmare? It certainly hadn't felt like a dream. I shook my head, gritting my teeth. "Get a grip, Desi," I hissed to myself. But a sinking feeling in my stomach reminded me how powerless I was against him. If he were to sneak in here, who would stop him? But if I took Bay's offer and became a dark witch... Bay... Suddenly the memories slammed back into me at full force, and my hand covered my mouth in shock. Frack, I kissed Bay. My heart raced as I remembered the heat from his body and his delicious scent, and the infuriating wrongness of it all, because of stupid Oliver. With a groan, I rubbed my forehead and stumbled into the kitchen where Tala was making some kind of sweet-smelling bread. I patted down my mess of curls and forced a sleepy smile as she looked up at my entrance. "Desi!" Tala wiped her flour-coated hands on her apron and rushed over to me, dragging me against her chest in a tight hug. "Oh, sweet Desi, you were asleep when we woke, and we didn't want to disturb you." She drew back and peppered kisses along my forehead. I blushed, scrunching up my face against her gestures of affection. I hadn't felt this embarrassed since my great-aunt visited when I was 6 and had covered me in lipstick stains. When she pulled away, I resisted the urge to wipe my face, not wanting to offend her. Instead, I rubbed the back of my neck. "It's, nice to see you too, Tala." "We're forever indebted to you, Desi dear. Raina owes you her life. We will never forget it." My blush deepened and I dropped my gaze. "It was nothing. It was my fault anyway. If I hadn't been staying here with you..." Tala shushed me and jerked her head toward the bowl of dough. "Come, help me." A smile tugged at my lips as I donned an apron and joined her. Tala told me the bread was called pan de sal, and it seemed to me a lot like sourdough. After the dough finished rising, we separated it into rolls and baked them. Tala sliced the rolls in half and spread mango jam in between like jelly sandwiches. The warm, soft dough melted in my mouth and made my taste buds sigh with pleasure. Tala watched me take my first bite, her eyes crinkling with proud delight. "All this food is making me ashamed of America," I said thickly, chuckling between bites. Tala waved a hand, but her face glowed. "I'm sure Americans make delicious food too." I shrugged and grimaced, and we both laughed. Raina emerged, rubbing her eyes, and I set my roll down to inspect her. A few light scrapes ran up and down her arms, but they looked more like scratches from thorns or thickets than anything demon-related. Her eyes were darker and more haunted than normal, but she lit up when she saw me at the table.
"Desi!"
Raina rushed into my arms and buried her face into my shoulder.
"You were so brave to come rescue me like that."
I pressed a kiss to her head, and you were brave to stand up to that man. I hadn't wanted to say vampire. I wasn't entirely sure what they knew about demons. Then my heart sank as I remembered what Bay had said, that eventually their memories would be wiped after the village was cleansed of demons. The thought made me clutch her closer to my chest. Heat burned behind my eyes, and I closed them to ward off the tears. She won't remember me. She won't remember any of this. But perhaps that's for the best. We sat at the table to eat breakfast, and for a few blissful moments it felt like the most normal thing, sharing a meal with this family. It felt mundane and uninteresting and just perfect. Raina laughed at my wild flyaway curls, and Tala told stories of Raina's worst cases of bedhead. I told them about the time I found scissors and decided to chop my hair off at age 9. My hair had been so short that my thick curls poofed out like a giant afro. Of course, they didn't know what an afro was, but when I gestured with my hands how big my hair looked, they burst into peals of laughter. My joy was fleeting, though, as I remembered El Diablo's laughter and my own helplessness. What would stop him from slaughtering them? Bay protected innocence, but he was only one man. He couldn't save everyone. But if I'm more powerful, I can protect the people I love. Like Guillermo said, isn't that more important than my own soul? After I helped Tala clean up, I dressed in my hunting trousers and jogged to Isco's hideout, resolve pulsing through my body. I wasn't afraid. I was certain. Motivated. As I stepped onto the porch, the wolf tar's usual growl greeted me. He opened the door and blocked the doorway, his arms crossed like a bouncer. My stomach roiled and churned with anxiety at the thought of seeing Bay after our kiss. Clearing my throat, I said, "I'd like to see Bay. Is he here?" I hid my hands behind my back and resisted the urge to shuffle my feet. The wolf tar's throat rumbled as he shook his head slowly. Thank Lilith. I didn't realize how much I wanted that response until my shoulders deflated, releasing my nervous energy. Can I leave a message for him? The wolf tar nodded and disappeared inside. A few moments later, he returned with a fountain pen and a small sheet of paper. On the paper, I wrote, "I won't be powerless anymore. Count me in, Desi." The wolf tar directed me to a desk with candle wax and a seal to ensure Bay would be the only one to see the letter. When I returned to Tala's apartment, I found Elena pacing the sidewalk just outside the building. She stopped short when she saw me. I wrung my hands together and bit my lip. She crossed her arms and clenched her jaw, but I recognized the chagrin in her eyes. With a deep breath, I strode toward her and offered a tentative smile. She didn't return it, but something in her eyes softened. I knew I'd have to speak first. "I'm sorry," I said. "You were right. Everything you said was true, and I was just pushing you away because you know about me and Guillermo." I winced and nodded. Elena dropped her arms and sighed. "Why didn't you just say something?" "Because I am still getting past this whole Oliver thing, and I was afraid I would say the wrong thing and not give you the congratulations you deserve. And, by the way, congratulations." I playfully punched her arm. Elena blushed and laughed, rolling her eyes. "He's not some medal I've won, Desi." "Isn't he?" I wiggled my eyebrows. Elena snorted and shook her head. "Speaking of which, what's going on with you and Bay?" My smile vanished as discomfort slithered in my stomach. "Nothing." Elena raised her eyebrows. I swallowed down my nausea and closed my eyes. In a rush, I blurted, "We kissed, and it was a mistake, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore." I heard her sharp intake of breath.
Slowly, I cracked open my eyes to squint at her. Her eyes were wide, but her open mouth spread into a grin. How was it? I tilted my head back and forth, considering my response as I bit back a smile. I mean, incredible, but I'm not ready for it. I think I was just eager to dive into something that wasn't forbidden, or wrong, or immoral. I shook my head, my expression sobering. Maybe someday. I trailed off and shrugged. Elena's brow furrowed. Someday what? Someday I might give it a shot with Bay. Elena's eyes widened for a moment. Then her face smoothed into a hard mask of indifference. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she pressed her lips together and nodded. You're staying then, after this mission is finished. A tense silence passed between us. My stomach wriggled with discomfort as I remembered how she'd bitterly told Guillermo she knew I wouldn't go back to Santiago. Elena, Bay has offered me the chance to train under him. Elena froze and her face drained of color. What? She breathed, horrified. My breaths came hard and fast. This is Elena we're talking about. No nonsense, straight as an arrow, never go to the dark side, Elena. I've made a decision to do this, and Bay— You're going to practice Kulam? She hissed, glancing up and down the street as if someone might overhear us. Desi, are you insane? It's not like that, I said hotly. Bay's not like that. It's still dark magic. Dark is dark, no matter how you look at it. How could you abandon everything Alba and the entire coven stand for? Yes, the entire coven who has been brainwashed into thinking dark magic is this vile, evil thing that never accomplishes any good. I rescued Raina thanks to dark magic. Elena stumbled a step away from me, her eyes as round as saucers. You... My mouth snapped shut, my pulse roaring in my ears. Slowly I nodded. Elena's shaking hand covered her mouth. Anger flared in my chest, and I threw my hands up in the air. Oh, stop acting like I've committed the most gruesome crime in the world. Guillermo has done the same thing. You think I didn't notice that his magic is black? Elena's cheeks reddened. That's different. How? Guillermo serves a light coven, Desi. The majority of his spells come from light magic. Yes, but you two are constantly towing the line. What about this business with the shaman and shredding your soul apart? How is that any better? Elena's face slackened, her eyes widening in horror. You know about that? Stiffly I nodded. Her eyes narrowed, looking me over with suspicion and fear, and I realized what she saw. Someone who would soon be a Kulam witch, someone who knew about her and Guillermo's secret soul bargain with the shaman. Elena, I won't tell anyone, I promised. Elena threw her hands in the air, her eyes hardening. How am I supposed to believe that? I thought I knew you, Desi, but the Desi I knew would have never chosen this. The Desi you knew was a weak, pathetic witch who couldn't protect anyone, I shouted, tears brimming in my eyes. Look at Bay and Guillermo. Every time they perform a dark spell, they grow stronger. Strong enough to get the job done. Elena pointed to me, her jaw clenched and her hand shaking. They are not the same. Guillermo hasn't transitioned completely to a dark warlock, and if it were his choice, he would perform only light magic. But Desi, practicing Kulam, you'll be fully committed to dark magic, and there's no coming back from that. It's too late for Bay, but it's not too late for you. I gritted my teeth, nostrils flaring, and I turned away from her, crossing my arms over my chest. Silence slid between us, and gradually the heat of my anger faded to a dull throb. I can't do this anymore, Elena, I said softly. I can't watch the people I love get hurt and do nothing. Elena was silent, and I knew she had no response. After all, Bay was right. There was no way for a light witch to ascend. Bay offered to bring me to a necromancer, I said quietly. I'll see my parents again. Elena stiffened. I couldn't look at her, at the grief and longing I knew was shining in her face as she thought of her own family. Her voice raw and strained, she said, "And what would they say if they knew the price you paid to see them again?" My arms fell limply by my side. I turned back to face her, my eyes blurring with tears. My face crumpled in despair, and I shook my head. "I don't care," I said in a broken voice. "I have to do this, Elena. Otherwise, I'll spend my whole life wondering, regretting." I trailed off, shaking my head again. Elena's eyebrows pinched, her eyes swimming with sorrow and understanding. Does Oliver know?" I stilled. Shock jolted through me. Why the hell does he need to know? My words came out sharper than I'd intended. Elena touched my elbow. "Because he cares about you, Desi. We all do. Even if you decide to stay in Manila, you'll always have me and Guillermo. And I'm sure you'll always have Oliver, too. Even if it's not the way you want." I exhaled through my teeth, my body quivering with stifling guilt and indecision. Everything warring within me made me want to scream. I rubbed my temples and said in a weak voice, "How do you do it, Elena? How do you keep from feeling so damn alone all the time?" Elena was silent for a long while. She crossed her arms, her brows furrowed as she stared hard at the ground. "I sold the last of my mother's jewelry a few days ago." I frowned at the subject change. "Why does that matter? I thought you said you never wear it, that it wasn't special to you." And that was true, but it still felt like I was giving a piece of myself away. It was literally all I had left of her. Every part of my family is gone. The people, the possessions, the home. She shook her head, her eyes closing. "Sometimes, Desi, I have to trust myself. Trust the woman they raised. Trust what they taught me. If you live your life like they're still here, it helps dull the pain. Just a little. But I swear to you, if you make this decision and throw away everything they've taught you, you will regret it. This is permanent, Desi. The choices Guillermo and I are making are dangerous. And yes, we're towing the line. But we can always come back to light magic." She stepped toward me and clasped my hand. Her fingers were cold in my grip. "You told me your parents died in the ultimate act of light magic, just like my brother did, just like what you did for Oliver last year. Please, don't make a rash decision just because you're hurting. Remember what you're fighting for." What am I fighting for? I wondered numbly. I knew what I was fighting against, El Diablo. And turning dark would help me fight him. But was that enough? Elena opened her arms and embraced me. I held her, my body too numb to resist the gesture. "If you decide to go through with the ritual," she said, her voice muffled, "then I wish you well." Why did this feel like goodbye? Our mission wasn't over yet. We hadn't stopped El Diablo. For all we knew, he was still in the city. But then I realized what she wasn't saying. If you decide to go through with this, then we can no longer work together. Our coven in Santiago was a light coven, after all. Even though Guillermo towed the line between both sides, if he fully transitioned to a dark warlock at any point, he would have to find a dark coven to join. Just like me. I would be joining the Kulam coven and leaving Albaz. Emotion filled my throat. I closed my eyes and held Elena tightly as we both wordlessly said goodbye. Chapter 30.
After Elena left, I scoured the village, half-heartedly looking for Bay and staying on my guard in case any lingering demons caused trouble. But the streets were quiet, empty, devoid of danger, but also devoid of life. Curious gazes peered at me from behind windows. Many villagers caught sight of me and whipped their curtains across the window. Perhaps I'd made a reputation for myself and they wanted to avoid me. Or perhaps all they saw was another untrustworthy American. After my legs felt like jelly from roaming back and forth for hours, I headed back to Tala's apartment. I was about 3 blocks away when screams resonated down the street, followed by raised voices. My heart rate accelerated as I sprinted between buildings and down narrow alleys, pushing myself toward the commotion. I hesitated in a dark alley, peering around a corner to the wide street ahead of me. A throng of soldiers stood in the middle of the road, their weapons at the ready. Dozens of civilians lingered off to the side, some whispering to each other, others pleading with the soldiers. I followed the steely gaze of the soldiers to see who they were threatening, and my stomach dropped. Tala! She sank to her knees, shaking her head and sobbing, covering her face with her hands.
"You were outside last night after curfew,"
one soldier said, lifting his rifle.
"Confess now, or we'll be forced to inflict punishment."
No, Tala moaned, tears streaming down her face. "I swear to you, I was home all night. My daughter—" She choked off, her face crumpling as she wept openly. My pulse roared in my ears, my shallow breaths crashing through me like waves in a storm. It was me. Someone saw me sneaking out, and they thought it was her and told the soldiers. The soldiers aimed their rifles at Tala's quivering form on the ground. Several surrounding villagers screamed, raising their hands and approaching the soldiers in a desperate attempt to stop them. A few men lowered their weapons and rushed forward, forming a barrier to keep the civilians from interfering with Tala's punishment. My trembling fingers shook as they clenched into fists. My feet surged forward, but before I could interfere,
"Stop!"
bellowed a voice. The soldiers stiffened, glancing around. I stilled, eyes wide as I scanned the crowd for the voice I knew so well. His arms clenched tightly around his weapon, Oliver strode forward, eyes blazing and jaw tight with fury.
"Lower your weapons,"
he ordered. The soldier in front straightened, jerking his chin in defiance.
"We're under orders to—"
"I don't care," Oliver snapped, nostrils flaring.
"Lower your weapon." "No," growled the soldier. "My orders supersede yours, and if you report me, I'm sure Colonel Greenwood will see that I was following orders. None of this is out of line."
"All of this is out of line," Oliver roared, jerking his head toward Tala, who watched with wide, fearful eyes.
"You're about to shoot an unarmed civilian who's begging you for mercy. She isn't a Filipino rebel, Jensen. She's an innocent mother trying to protect her child."
"Innocent?" Jensen said angrily.
"She broke curfew.
Did you see her do this?"
"No, but did any of you see her break curfew?"
Oliver asked, his eyes flitting to each soldier behind Jensen. The soldiers shifted uncomfortably, dropping their gazes and muttering amongst themselves. Silence fell. I held my breath, my heart racing.
"As you were,"
Oliver said, jerking his chin.
"Unless one of you witnessed this crime, you aren't authorized to impart punishment."
The soldiers slowly lowered their weapons, their expressions chagrined. But Jensen remained stiff, his weapon still aimed for Tala's face.
"You've broken too many rules for my liking, Garrick,"
Jensen muttered, his eyes wild with rage.
"First your interference with that thieving boy, then your stunt at Paco Church. Now this."
He shook his head and closed one eye, his finger hovering over the trigger.
"No, you can't stop me."
Time slowed as a scream built in my throat. My hands raised, ready to push Jensen out of the way. But before I could, the crack of a gunshot filled the air. Screams echoed, mingling with my own. Panic and hysteria swirled as I thrust my arms forward,
stopping only when I realized something else had already thrown Jensen to the ground. Wind whipped my hair around my face, and I gasped, my blood chilling. Oliver dropped his weapon, his hands shaking, but I recognized the scent of magic in the air. He'd just used his powers, knocking Jensen over with a gust of wind. I glanced at each person there, trying to make sure the bullet hadn't hit anyone. But everyone seemed unharmed. Even Tala, who'd covered her ears, her pale face slack with shock. Curious and confused mutters rippled through the crowd. They knew something weird had happened, but they weren't sure what. They weren't even sure who had done it, judging by their furtive glances and shifty eyes. Oliver flicked his fingers, gesturing to Jensen. A handful of soldiers surrounded Jensen, taking his weapon and binding his hands behind him. As they marched him away, Jensen shrieked, "I'm not the only one, Garrick. You better watch your back." I suppressed a shudder, and my eyes drifted to Tala, who covered her mouth, half sobbing and half laughing. Climbing to her feet, Tala threw her arms around Oliver, speaking so rapidly I couldn't make out the words. Oliver grimaced and chuckled nervously, his hands hovering midair as if unsure whether he should embrace her or push her away. At long last, Tala released him and kissed him on both cheeks. Oliver's face turned beet red, and I covered my mouth to muffle my laughter. Tala hurried into her home, and the civilians gradually dispersed. Oliver lingered, securing his rifle over his back and bending to retrieve Jensen's weapon. When I was certain everyone else had left, I emerged from the shadows. Oliver glanced at me with tired eyes. There was no surprise on his face. "You knew I was there." I crossed my arms. Oliver nodded, his jaw stiff and his eyes guarded.
"Hard not to. You still smell of black magic. Plus our blood oath."
What will happen to that oath when I become a dark witch? I wondered. A tiny sliver of me was worried it would vanish, and that small part longed to stay connected to Oliver, at least in some way. But no. Deep down, I knew it would be better for both of us if the oath were severed. A clean break. I rubbed my nose, dropping my gaze. "Thank you for protecting Tala. I didn't think—"
"You didn't think a monster like me was capable of protecting an innocent civilian?"
Oliver said sharply. I swallowed, my eyes closing. "I deserved that," I said quietly, stepping closer to him. I know we disagree on a lot of things right now, but that was no excuse for how I treated you after the fire. I'm sorry. I owe you my life. I owe you a lot, actually." I exhaled, a half laugh, half cough. Oliver's eyes softened, but his expression remained hard, indifferent. He raised his eyebrows.
"Still think I don't stand for freedom and justice?"
I rubbed my arms as guilt slithered through my stomach. "I know you stand for freedom and justice," I mumbled, gesturing behind him to where the soldiers dragged off Jensen. "But the other soldiers don't seem to share your principles." Oliver's eyes closed, his brows creasing.
"I know. Some of the men can be barbaric. But they aren't the only ones, Desi. Don't be so naive to think the Filipinos aren't committing horrendous acts against the Americans."
"Naive?" I repeated, my eyes narrowing. Oliver winced.
"Sorry, I didn't mean that."
He shook his head.
"I won't change my mind about this, and I'm sure you won't either. But I'd like to think you know me well enough to trust that I would never dive into a battle I didn't believe in."
I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. With a frown, I asked, "What did that soldier mean about the stunt you pulled at Paco Church? Did you get in trouble for saving me from the fire?" Oliver shook his head again.
No. After the men..."
He stopped, eyes tormented, and cleared his throat.
"After they left, I stayed to bury the dead."
My face slackened, my lips parting in surprise. What?
You were right, he said, his voice heavy with emotion and regret. What they did was despicable. Those rebels deserved more respect, even if they were my enemies.
I didn't know what to say. My heart softened, melting into affection and gratitude. Thank you, I said quietly. You sacrificed everything to go into that building, to pay respects to those rebels. I'm grateful for you, Oliver. He looked at me then, his green eyes filled with unguarded, raw emotion.
I know you haven't seen this aspect of war before, Desi. The part where some men make despicable choices. In Santiago, we had an easy fight, and we were on a different side.
He shook his head, his jaw hardening.
I admit I was blinded before. Blinded by my bitter feelings about what happened between us and my desperate desire to please my superiors.
He took my hand, and I was too surprised to pull away from him.
Thank you for opening my eyes, for reminding me that I'm more than just a mindless soldier who obeys orders.
His gaze bore into me, pleading with me, begging me. In his eyes, I saw an invitation, a question I couldn't answer. He drew even closer to me.
Desi.
I raised a hand and closed my eyes, grief dragging me down. Oliver, it's okay. I don't blame you anymore. You had every right to make that arrangement with Gwen, and I'm fine. I'm at peace with it now. The lie fell from my lips as easily as if I'd convinced myself. Though my heart yearned for him, I had to let him go. He was engaged to someone else, someone who was ready to commit to him when I wasn't. Deep down, I knew his love would haunt me forever, tease me with the reminder of what I'd once had. It would taint every other possibility, the possibility of loving Bay or any other man, until I died alone, still dreaming of being in Oliver's arms again. Don't be so dramatic, Desi, I chided myself. You're young. You'll get over this eventually and be with someone else someday, just like him. I wish you and Gwen every happiness, I said, struggling to keep my voice level. My face was smooth, and I hoped there was kindness in my eyes. Acceptance, apathy, everything I needed him to believe. If I let him go, he would let me go too. I refused to be a wedge in his relationship. He had to know I was releasing him, and hopefully someday I'd be freed too. I took a shuddering breath and stepped forward, kissing his cheek. My lips lingered there, tasting his skin. I inhaled his grass and gunpowder scent one last time, savoring the feel and the nearness of him. Goodbye, Oliver, I whispered. Heat stung my eyes as I looked at his broken expression, the devastation and tragic despair in his eyes. I couldn't look at him any longer. I turned away, arms crossed and head bowed. Something churned within our blood oath, some desperate desire reaching toward me. I sensed Oliver stepping forward as if to stop me, but I didn't turn back. I had to make a clean break. Tears filled my eyes as I walked away from him. My legs felt stiff and heavy, like my body knew what my brain refused to process, that I belonged with him. Chapter 31. That evening, I found a note waiting for me from Bay. It read,
"Say your goodbyes. I'll come for you at midnight."
A lump rose in my throat. Most of my goodbyes had already been said, but a part of me, a small naive part, had hoped that Bay would change his mind about wiping the memories of Tala and Raina. But no, of course their memories would have to be removed. They'd endured too much, seen too much. I tucked the note into my pocket and found something already there, Gwen's feather, along with a folded handkerchief. El Diablo's hair. My heart froze. I'd almost forgotten. As soon as I performed another blood ritual, I would cast the locator spell and find him. Once and for all, I would defeat him. For dinner, we had the remaining pandesal with the leftover chicken adobo, making delicious chicken sandwiches. The three of us ate in companionable silence, exchanging smiles and warm looks, punctuated by unsettling grimaces from Tala and Raina, as they no doubt remembered their trauma from earlier. I clasped Tala's hand and offered a comforting smile. Oliver told me what happened. I'm glad you're safe. Tala's wide eyes found mine. You know that soldier? My lips spread into a thin line, but I nodded, my heart racing. Tala squeezed my hand. He's a good man. He saved my life. I said nothing, but again I nodded. He is a good man, even if he makes terrible choices sometimes.
I've seen him before,
Raina said suddenly, watching me and Tala.
After Desi saved me, there was a fire. I ran back to find you, and I saw him there. He screamed your name, Desi, and ran into the church after...
She stopped, clamping her mouth shut as despair filled her eyes. My stomach churned at her words. She saw Oliver run into a burning building to save me. Though I'd known what he'd sacrificed to save me, how he'd used his powers, risking the exposure of his magic, it somehow hadn't registered until now. Oliver abandoned his unit, ran into a burning building, and used his magic in front of witnesses to save me. My mouth felt dry. How did you see him here? Tala asked, arching an eyebrow at Raina. I thought I told you to stay inside when the soldiers came. Raina blushed.
I was watching from the window.
I barely heard Tala's mild reprimand. My thoughts were still on Oliver, the broken devastation in his eyes when I said goodbye to him. After everything we'd been through, everything we'd sacrificed for each other, was it really just over? My shuddering heart felt differently. As I helped Tala clean up after the meal, my thudding heart pulsed in a rhythm, reminding me where it truly lay. With Oliver. I sat with Raina while Tala read to us from the Bible and prayed. I hugged them both, my eyes burning with tears. I couldn't tell them what was coming. I knew they would fight it. Instead, I kissed Raina and held her tightly. Thank you both for taking such good care of me, I whispered, tears rolling down my cheeks.
Desi, you're not leaving, are you?
Raina asked in a hushed voice. Her wide, fearful eyes gazed at me, waiting for my reaction. My lower lip trembled, and I nodded slowly. My work here is done. The streets are quiet. No monsters will harm you.
But the soldiers,
Raina protested, pointing to the window. Oliver will protect you, I said. Though he'd made no such promise, I knew he would do it. I knew in my heart he would keep them safe for me. Tala gathered Raina to her chest and wrapped her arms around her. We'll forever be indebted to you, Desiree. I hope our paths cross again. I bit my lip, emotion choking my throat and cutting off my response. Instead, more tears flowed freely. I fell forward as we all piled together in a sloppy embrace. Raina giggled as she crawled all over me. Laughter and tears mingled, and my throat felt raw with regret and affection, my chest about to burst. Raina's little fingers dug into my armpits as she tried to tickle me. I burst into a fit of chuckles, not from the tickles, but from her determined efforts. We wrestled together, laughing until our voices became hoarse. Finally, we settled breathlessly on the floor, leaning our heads together. After a long moment, Raina threw her arms around my neck, her rosy scent filling my nose as she kissed my cheeks.
God bless you, Desi.
My heart wrenched at her words as she offered one last tear-filled glance at me before Tala led her to bed. When Tala returned, she sighed and slumped on the floor next to me, rubbing her temples.
She fixed a tired smile on me. "We won't remember this, will we?" I stilled. "What makes you say that?" Tala gestured to the window just like Raina had. "No one else in the village remembers these attacks except us. I'm sure it's because you're with us. Once you leave, so will our memories." I swallowed and nodded slowly. Tala's eyes filled with tears, and she clutched me against her in a tight embrace. I closed my eyes, trying to hold back the sobs, but they burst free, ripping through my chest. I buried my face in her shoulder, crying with her as if she were my own mother. And just like Mom, she patted my back and shushed me gently, pressing kisses against my forehead. Like an echo, a faded husk of a memory floated to the surface of my mind. The details were fuzzy, like an old movie or something recorded on a VHS tape. Too weak to fight it, I let the memory overcome me. Part of me had longed for them to return to me, as they had before, so I welcomed it. Like an addict, I couldn't resist, even though it tore me open from inside. "Sweetheart, it's about your great-uncle Patrick." Mom sat next to me on the bed, and I sat up, dropping my teddy bear and Barbie doll to watch her with wide, attentive eyes. I scrunched my face together, trying to remember Patrick, but all I could think of was a huge Santa-like belly and cigarette smoke.
What happened? Did he die?
Mom winced and shared a look with Dad. My heart raced. I'd never known someone who'd died. "No," Dad said, kneeling in front of the bed and taking my hands in his. "He transformed. He practices a different kind of magic now."
What does that mean?
It means our blood is no longer connected to him. Unless he uses light magic like we do, we don't share that bond anymore. And he's a danger to all of us. He's crossed a line he can't come back from. I shifted uncomfortably in my bed, not fully understanding.
Why would he do that?
Mom stroked my curls away from my face. "People make bad choices for all kinds of reasons, sweetie. We can never fully understand unless we're in their shoes. But we just wanted to let you know why we won't be seeing him anymore." I looked at my parents' troubled expressions, still not fully grasping what they were saying. I'd only met Patrick once. I wouldn't miss him. But the regret in my parents' eyes told me they'd miss him. Perhaps they'd been closer to him before I was born. So I opened my arms, and they leaned forward to embrace me. I didn't need the comfort, but I knew they did. I didn't know anything about dark magic, but I was sorry this caused them pain. Sorry this family member broke away from them and hurt them like this. I gasped as the memory faded to blackness. Somehow deep within me, I knew it was the last vision I would have of my parents, because I'd chosen dark magic. Our blood will no longer be connected. My parents had given their life to light magic. Literally, it had cemented their ties to light magic so it would stay with them in the eternities, or wherever they went after death. But me? If I chose dark magic, I would no longer be tethered to them like that, and everything they had sacrificed for me would have been for nothing. "Desi?" I gasped again, my fingers brushing away the fresh moisture on my cheeks. Blinking, I looked at Tala's worried expression and furrowed brow. I forced a smile to my face and kissed her cheeks. "I'm all right, Tala. Thank you so much for everything." I clasped her hands in mine, and she responded with a watery smile. I gathered my meager possessions, the satchel I'd packed so long ago in Santiago, and the leather pouch of Alba's essentials. I found the magic gloves from Guillermo and swallowed, shoving them into the satchel with my other outfits. Exhaling long and slow, I clutched the strap of my satchel and strode for the door. I threw it open and found Bay standing there, his fist raised like he was about to knock, and his wide eyes searching mine. I opened my mouth to speak, but faltered when I glanced behind him. A dozen cloaked figures stood behind Bay, their hoods shrouding their faces in black shadows. My heart shuddered with fear as I remembered when El Diablo had almost sacrificed me and Oliver. His demon followers had looked just like this. Lilith, what have I gotten myself into?
Are you ready, Desi?
Bay asked in a stiff voice, his expression guarded. I scrutinized him, the reluctance and regret in his face. Was he still upset about what happened after we kissed? Perhaps I'd hurt him more than I thought. I cleared my throat and stepped out of the apartment, closing the door behind me. Bay jerked his head forward, indicating that I should follow him, but I grabbed his arm. My wide, terrified eyes watched the demons as they faced me wordlessly, waiting, watching. Bay, I hissed, leaning toward him, hoping the others couldn't hear. I can't do this. I made a mistake. I can't. Bay's brows pinched, his eyes swimming with sorrow.
I'm sorry, Desi.
My mouth fell open. He was sorry? Did that mean he accepted my change of heart? Fear crawled up my spine, raising the hair on the back of my neck. This wasn't right. Then, something heavy slammed into my skull. I barely registered Bay's eyes closing in pained remorse before I blacked out. I groaned, shifting around. The smell of dirt, blood, and black magic tickled my nose, rousing me. Dirt and pebbles pressed into my face. Slowly I opened my eyes, squinting against the blinding pain in my head. Darkness surrounded me. I blinked, trying to make out my surroundings. Rocky walls climbed higher than the cathedral ceiling where I'd almost burned to death. A distant light glowed against the rocks, casting a bluish tint and taunting me with a glimpse of freedom. Somewhere over there was an entrance to this cave, an entrance I would probably never see. I coughed, tasting dirt and blood. I rubbed my jaw and pain seared through my head again. Soft footsteps drew my attention toward the blue glow. I bristled, trying to rise to my feet, but my feet were in chains. Instead, I lifted my hands, prepared to push away any intruders. Several hooded figures appeared before me. The one in front pushed back his hood and smirked at me. Isco, Bay's boss and the Kulam leader. My jaw tightened. What do you want from me? Isco chuckled, drawing closer to me.
What do you think I want, Timecaster?
My blood chilled. So he does know. My nostrils flared and I shoved my hands forward to push him away. Nothing happened. Isco threw back his head and laughed. Panicking, I pushed again, and again, and again, but it wouldn't work. My magic was blocked. I stared at my wrists, but they hadn't put a dampener on me. What have you done to me? I roared, my hands shaking.
Your blood contract,
Isco said, shrugging one shoulder.
It bound you to Bayani's orders. You were prohibited from attacking law-abiding demons.
He spread his arms wide.
And we are within the realm of our law even now. You cannot harm us.
Where's Bay? I snapped. He wouldn't do this to me. He wouldn't. Isco jerked his head to the demons behind him. Slowly, the figure just behind him lowered his hood, revealing the dark eyes and short black hair I knew so well. Bay's face was a hard mask of cold indifference. But something glimmered in his eyes, something unreadable. I straightened, my mouth hanging open. Bay, what is this? Bay's eyes closed.
I'm sorry, Desi.
A long silence filled the air as the truth hit me like a ton of bricks. My stomach dropped, and something within me shattered. Then I remembered Gwen's insistence that I no longer associate with Bay, because she'd recognized his name.
No doubt her council had evidence of him luring naive light witches to dark magic only so they could be sacrificed later. Anger burst within me. Anger at Bay, but also anger at myself for being stupid enough to trust him. "You betrayed me!" I shouted, tears brimming in my eyes. "You lied to me!"
"And you lied to me,"
Bay snapped, his eyes flashing.
"If you had just told me you were a timecaster."
He stopped, his mouth closing as his eyes darted to Isco. I shook my head. Terror rippled through me so violently that my body quivered. I was going to die here, all because I'd trusted the wrong person. No one knew I was here. No one would save me.
"Shall we begin?"
Isco waved a hand, and the other demons surged forward, placing candles in the shape of a pentagram behind me. Each demon bent over to light the candle, and with each flame came a burst of black magic hovering over me like a dark cloud. I suppressed a shudder as whispers and incantations surrounded me. Were the whispers and incantations from these Kulam demons, or were they from some kind of other spirit waiting to welcome me? Someone grabbed me roughly from behind and shoved me inside the pentagram. I yelped and fell over my chains, my elbows scraping on the gravelly ground. No. I struggled against my restraints, trying to rise, but the chains were so tangled that I only flopped over. My feet were useless, but my arms weren't. I stretched my hands forward, trying to crawl or slither away. My fingers just barely brushed against an invisible barrier, like a soft curtain surrounding the pentagram. And I remembered what El Diablo had said last year. The magic locked me in. I couldn't get out.
"Draw your blades."
Isco's voice boomed across the cave. Gritting my teeth, I sat up and watched as Isco and several other demons drew daggers from the folds of their cloaks. All except Bay. He stood there, frozen, watching me. Then he turned to Isco.
"What are you doing?" "What does it look like?"
Isco snapped.
"We're performing a blood ritual so I can ascend. Her powers will provide plenty of fuel. I won't waste this opportunity."
Bay stiffened.
"You promised you wouldn't harm her. You told me she only needed to turn dark, to be part of this coven."
He gestured to the hooded figures surrounding me along the pentagram of candles. A numb sense of horror spread through me. You told me she only needed to turn dark. So all his preaching about using dark magic for good, it had just been to convince me to perform dark magic, so he could turn me over to his Kulam coven. My eyes snapped to Isco. Why had Danilo kidnapped Raina? It hadn't been some weak attempt to lure me out, to sacrifice me. It had been to push me over the edge, to get me to perform dark magic. This had been one huge setup, and I'd fallen for all of it. Irritation flickered in Isco's eyes as he looked at Bay.
"And if I had told you the truth, you wouldn't have followed the order. This is better for us all. Now we can proceed with the ritual, and I don't have to kill you for insubordination."
Isco grinned wolfishly at Bay, whose rigid jaw ticked back and forth. Taking advantage of their distraction, I thrust my arms toward the ceiling, shrieking as I pulled. Heavy weights dragged my arms down. I collapsed, but then came a rumble as the ceiling quivered and boulders showered from above. I flung my arms out again, pushing the falling rocks away from me and toward the demons. Shouts echoed in the cave as the hooded demons lunged out of the way. The cave shook, and boulders slammed into the ground. Several demons screamed. I only needed to get rid of a few, and then the spell couldn't proceed. They needed a full coven. I lifted my hands again, and then froze. My arms shook as I tried to move them, but nothing happened. Then, slowly, pricks of pain shot up and down my body. I jerked and twitched, trying to move my body, but my limbs wouldn't respond. Horrified, I gazed around until I found Isco, his gleaming eyes triumphant.
In his hand was a familiar doll, with a string tied around its neck and several pins sticking out of its body. My body. Isco smiled and shoved another pin into the doll's stomach. A slice of pain tore into my belly. I gasped, hunching over. Agony coursed through me in sickening waves, and bile climbed up my throat.
"That's enough!"
Bay shouted. Isco stiffened and turned to face him. For a long, tense moment, the two stared at each other, waiting for the other to give in first.
"Draw your dagger, boy,"
Isco spat.
"or I'll slit your throat and sacrifice you along with her."
Bay's eyes burned with rage as he watched Isco. "Please, Bay," I begged silently. "Fight him. Don't do this." The moment stretched on forever, but at long last, Bay's gaze dropped. "No," I thought, trying to shake my head, but I couldn't move. Slowly, Bay withdrew a blade from his cloak. The demons shuffled around the rocks and debris, and then they surrounded the pentagram again. My boulders hadn't crushed anyone. They were all still here, ready to sacrifice me. Even Bay. Chapter 32. Bay took his place next to Isco, his eyes vacant and apathetic. He wouldn't meet my gaze as he lifted his arms along with the other demons. "Lilith, help me." Fresh, raw panic blossomed in my chest, so intensely I gasped out, my eyes closing.
"Desi!"
A voice within me shouted like a hand reaching for me from afar. My heart lifted. Oliver. The blood oath was still intact. I kept my eyes shut and repeated over and over, "I'm in a cave somewhere, surrounded by demons. Please come find me. I'm in a cave. Please find me."
"Draw your blood,"
Isco's loud voice commanded. Several demons slit their blades along their palms, and blood flowed freely down their arms. But Bay hesitated. I needed to buy myself time. Clinging to my opportunity, I crawled forward, my eyes pleading. "Bay," I croaked. I didn't have to pretend to look terrified or devastated or angry. The emotions were all there. "Please, you said you didn't believe in causing unnecessary harm to any magical being. This is harming me." Regret pulled at his expression, but he slowly shook his head.
"It'll only hurt for a moment, Desi."
His voice was empty, broken, resigned. "No," I moaned. "No, Bay. My spirit will live on in them, committing all sorts of horrifying crimes that would make me shudder. How can you make me do that? Use my essence, my aura, to hurt others? How could you do that to me?" Bay's face crumpled, his eyes closing. Creases formed between his raised brows. He looked like he might cry. "Good," I thought savagely.
"Bayani?"
Isco said sharply, his eyes wide. Every demon except Bay had blood running down their forearms. "Bay, please," I shrieked. "If you care for me at all, please help me."
"Of course I care, Desi." "Bayani!"
Isco said, louder this time. "How am I supposed to believe that?" I shouted over Isco. "Everything you told me was a lie, wasn't it?"
"No, not everything,"
Bay argued, his voice gaining volume. "Prove it!" I screamed.
"Enough!"
Isco roared, using his uninjured hand to slice through the air. Magic rippled through the cavern like a gust of wind, tussling my curls. His eyes venomous, Isco withdrew my voodoo doll and pressed a pin into its mouth. Needles of agony cut into my lips. I tried to scream, but my mouth was glued shut. Pain blinded me. I slumped forward, tears rolling down my face. My body shuddered and convulsed on its own. I no longer had control. "Stop it," Bay said, reaching toward me.
"Obey me, or I'll prolong this," Isco said softly. "It can be a clean death, or I can cause her an inordinate amount of pain. It's your choice."
Bay's mouth snapped shut. I shivered on the cold, hard ground, my eyes staring vacantly at the rocky wall in front of me. "Please, Oliver," I begged numbly. "Please, come find me."
"Draw your blood!"
Isco barked at Bay. I could no longer see them, but the silence told me Bay still hesitated. I tried to open my mouth, to scream for mercy, but nothing happened. Shuddering sobs pulsed through my body. A swift movement, a rustle of a cloak, and I knew somehow that Bay had cut his palm. It was over. But then he spoke.
"I, Bayani Matapong, hereby nullify my blood contract with Desi Campbell and free her from its terms."
His voice was loud and strong, unafraid. Hope ignited within me, but I was still frozen by Isco's voodoo. A burst of black magic filled the air. Isco roared with fury. And then my limbs were freed. I rolled over, rising from the ground and wiggling my fingers and toes just to prove I could. I glanced around. The demons shuffled about in confusion. On the ground was my voodoo doll. Bay clutched the string in his hand and stared hard at me.
"Now, Desi."
Isco lunged for Bay, but I was faster. I thrust my hands at him, pushing him backward. Bay vanished in a puff of black smoke and reappeared on the other side of the cave as the demons rushed toward him. I pushed again, and 3 demons tripped over each other to avoid my magic. I sprinted forward, but the invisible barrier knocked me backward. Swearing, I raised my hands and tried to push, but it was no good. I had to break the coven. Counting quickly, I realized Isco had 4 extra demons than he needed. I would have to kill 5 of them to break the enchantment. I patted my pockets, searching for some kind of weapon, and then I froze. Gwen's feather. Trust the Nephilim. I withdrew the feather and pressed it into my palm, which glowed black instead of blue. My heart dropped at the sight of dark magic emanating from me. Would it still work? The feather vanished in a puff of ash. Bay cried out as several demons flung him to the ground and held him there. Isco, his face ablaze with fury, forced 2 dampeners on Bay's wrists and tied his hands behind his back. With a grunt, he shoved Bay forward through the enchanted pentagram and next to me. Bay wriggled, trying to rise. I lifted his shoulders so he was sitting. My eyes narrowed as I stared at Isco. I lifted a hand and pushed, sweeping left and right. Isco's feet barely lifted off the ground before he sliced a hand through the air, knocking me backward. A heavy force slammed into my chest. I grunted and fell over with an oof.
"Desi."
Bay tried to slither toward me, but his face fell into the dirt. I rushed toward him and fumbled with the dampeners on his wrists. Another force knocked me backward, and rocks scraped against my arms. Groaning, I struggled to rise, but Isco bent over and retrieved my voodoo doll. Panic spread through me, and I shoved my arms forward, but another demon raised a hand, freezing me in place. "No!" I cried. Isco pulled a long string from his pocket. In one last desperate attempt, I screamed, "Oliver!" Fire burst through the cave entrance. One demon screamed as his cloak erupted in flames. The other demons surrounded him, but I shoved my hands forward, pushing them out of the way. "Let him die. Oh, please, just let him die." Another jet of flames shot into the cavern, igniting another demon's cloak. The remaining demons shuffled about in a panic, and even Isco looked toward the entrance in alarm. Hard footsteps crunched along the rocky ground as Oliver appeared in the cave. Dust, dirt, and soot stained his face and uniform, but his eyes burned with intensity as he scanned the cave. Then his eyes found me. I staggered to my feet. "Oliver," I breathed. Something hot seared in his eyes, but then the demons were upon him. Oliver shot a jet of water at one, and then summoned a funnel cloud. Wind whipped at my face. The demons howled in surprise and agony as they were flung against the cavern wall.
"Desi, the dampeners!"
Bay shouted over the wind. I hurried to his side and removed the metal around his wrists. "How do we break the barrier?" I cried, gesturing to the pentagram. Bay shook his head.
Blood has been shed. It's sealed. Unless you break the coven, it'll hold.
I untied his wrists. Then let's break the coven. Regret swam in his eyes.
Desi.
Later, I said firmly. Fury boiled in me at his betrayal. But for now, he was on my side. I needed him. Together, we flung our hands forward, assaulting the Kulam coven with our magic. Black fumes pooled together, surrounded the demons, and smothered them. Shrieks and shouts filled the air. Somewhere amidst the chaos, Isco bellowed,
"Stop them!"
A sharp pain filled my chest, and I froze, eyes wide. In front of me, Oliver tumbled to the ground. Then a strange sense of energy filled me. Taking advantage, I roared and shot my arms forward, sweeping the demons back and forth like a pendulum. Their cloaks billowed with Oliver's wind, and 3 hoods fell backward to reveal 2 vampires and the wolf tar. Then the energy left me again, and the demons collapsed. Oliver raised his hands and summoned a huge boulder, smashing it into the demons. One of the demons didn't rise. Another burst of energy. I flexed my fingers, pushing a vampire so hard against the wall that he crumpled. "Oliver, stake him!" I shouted. Oliver bounded forward, and energy drained from me again as he raised his stake, plunging it into the vampire. "What's happening?" I muttered, teetering from my loss of strength. Triumph raced through me. Oliver's triumph. And I remembered what he said when we'd made the blood oath.
It's mostly for when we're apart or when we're in battle. It's like our hearts and minds share a connection, feeding energy off each other.
My mouth fell open in shock. Had Oliver and I seriously not fought together since we'd made the blood oath? I'd never experienced anything like this before. A flare of alarm seared through me, and I shouted, "Oliver, duck!" Oliver went down just as a boulder soared toward him, smashing against the wall behind him. Bay's magic assaulted another demon, strangling the demon until he fell still. And that was it. I felt the enchantment shatter around me like a ripple of electricity. I nudged Bay's arm, and we leapt forward into the fray. I joined Oliver, and he tossed me an athame. I swiped and stabbed, using my free hand to push enemies away. When my energy drained, I dropped to the ground to avoid any blows, while Oliver used my strength. Then a burst of energy returned, and I blasted 4 demons against the wall. Together, we were unstoppable.
"Enough!"
Isco bellowed, his voice echoing in the cave. I froze, my eyes wide. Isco held a knife against Bay's throat. Oliver lifted a hand, but I grabbed his arm. "Oliver, don't."
"He's the reason you're in this mess, Desi,"
Oliver growled. "He saved me." I looked at Oliver, my eyes pleading with him. Oliver's lips pressed into a thin line, but he slowly lowered his arm. Isco grinned, flashing his jagged teeth at us.
"Very good. Now, Timecaster, if you'd be so kind as to return to the pentagram."
I stiffened. "Go to hell." Isco chuckled.
"Oh, I won't."
He pressed the blade into Bay's neck, and Bay hissed in pain. A drop of blood ran down his neck.
"But he will."
I reached forward, my heart thumping madly. "No!"
"In the pentagram, now!"
"Lilith, what do I do? What do I do?"
"Desi, it's you or him,"
Oliver whispered next to me. I looked at Oliver, and his eyes blazed.
"I choose you."
I swallowed and looked back at Bay. He closed his eyes, his expression at ease, at peace. He was giving me permission. Then my parents' faces swam in my vision. The ultimate act of light magic is self-sacrifice. I knew what I had to do. Chapter 33. I dropped the athame and raised my hands. "Very well."
"Desi, no!"
Oliver shouted. I stepped toward the pentagram, and something within me shifted and transformed. When I wiggled my fingers, The same electric energy rushed through me, but it was cleaner, more vibrant. And I felt my parents there with me. My light magic had returned. Just before my foot entered the pentagram, a blinding white light filled the cavern. A dozen pearly feathers appeared in the air. Screams echoed against the walls. With a pop, Elena and Guillermo appeared, and there, her wings spread and her cold blue eyes fierce and powerful, stood Gwen. Instead of withdrawing her wings, she flapped them, creating a burst of wind that knocked the remaining demons over, including Isco. Gwen spread her arms wide and shrieked a shrill, piercing sound. Jets of white light shot from her fingertips like arrows, slicing through the hearts of several demons. I pushed Isco back, away from Bay. Isco's head smashed into the wall behind him, and he collapsed, unmoving. I rushed to Bay's side, inspecting his neck, but all I saw was that single drop of blood. I helped him up, and he grinned at me. "Thanks." I slapped his face. He rubbed his jaw and stared at me. Though his smile vanished, his eyes still danced with amusement. I deserved that. "Are you with us?" I asked. Bay glanced around the cave. Elena and Guillermo fought the wolf tar. Oliver and Gwen grappled with 2 other demons. I tried to ignore the twist of jealousy in my stomach at the sight of them fighting together. To my surprise, just behind Gwen was a man with light brown hair and a thick mustache who I recognized. Colonel Greenwood. He battled the remaining demons, shooting fire from his fingers like a flamethrower.
"Yes," Bay said. "I'm with you."
We bounded forward, joining the fray. Blue magic glowed from my fingertips as I attacked, and a small smile spread across my face. Seeing my light magic return was like being reunited with an old friend. Oliver borrowed energy from me, and I drew back. Then my energy returned, and I surged forward again. Within minutes, the demons were either dead or incapacitated. The wolf tar's wrists were cuffed with dampeners. Isco still lay unconscious on the ground. The others had been killed or banished. Breathing heavily, I scanned the cave, ensuring everyone was unharmed. Elena rushed toward me, and I embraced her. "Thank you," I whispered. "I'm so sorry. So sorry." "It's okay, Desi." She squeezed my shoulders before releasing me. "Are these all the demons?" I nodded. "I'm sure more are coming."
"No, they aren't,"
Guillermo said, wiping sweat from his brow.
"Our coven arrived today and infiltrated Isco's hideout."
"And El Diablo?" Guillermo shook his head. I looked at Oliver, whose worried gaze matched mine. "He has to know," Elena said. "He was planning a merger. He has to know we've taken Isco's coven." I withdrew the handkerchief from my pocket. "We can still locate him. Do you have the ingredients for the locator spell?" While Elena dug through her bag for the potion, Oliver took my arm, leading me a few feet away from the others.
"Desi, there's something I need to tell you."
"Whatever it is—"
"No, it can't wait,"
he said firmly.
"I've tried to tell you for days now, but you—"
He trailed off and shook his head.
"No, there's no excuse. I should have shouted it at you, forced you to listen."
He pressed both hands over mine.
"I'm yours, Desi. Only yours. I ended my arrangement with Gwen."
My head reared back and I gaped at him. "What?"
"It was a horrible decision, and I was a fool, a coward. I rushed into it as an act of desperation. But Desiree, my heart has always belonged to you. This agreement with Gwen, it was strictly platonic. We had no feelings for each other. We'd never even kissed, I swear. I don't love her, and I never have. I love you, Desi. You're brave and strong, and you fight passionately for what you believe in. You have more spirit and goodness in you than any other woman I've met."
My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't breathe. couldn't move. I was stuck there, frozen, listening to these words that I'd longed to hear. Oliver stroked the back of his hand against my cheek, and I found myself leaning into his touch.
Will you be mine again, Desi?
His tender voice was barely above a whisper. He leaned in, his scent overwhelming me. His lips brushed against my nose, my cheek, and then I stiffened and gently pushed his chest so that he backed away from me. "Oliver," I said in a strained voice, "you don't know how much I want this, but we still want different things. You want marriage, but I don't." Oliver shook his head.
No, I've changed, Desi. I thought I knew what I wanted, but when I lost you,
His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard.
I realized you are everything I want.
Warmth spread through me, and my heart lifted. But discomfort wriggled inside me, breaking through my love-struck haze and bringing clarity to my mind. I inhaled deeply. "Even so, you hurt me. You broke my heart. I don't trust you anymore." Devastation flared in his face. His brows pulled together, his eyes hurt.
Desi.
"I'm not saying it can never happen, but you're right. You have changed. I have too, and I need to come to terms with that." My face scrunched in a grimace. "I can't make you any promises." Oliver watched me, his expression unreadable. Then he pressed his lips together and nodded.
I'll wait for you, Desi, however long it takes.
Heat and desire blossomed in my chest. I lifted a trembling hand to touch his cheek. He closed his eyes, leaning into my touch. My voice barely above a whisper, I said, "How would you feel about me coming to visit you in America?" Oliver's eyes snapped open, disbelief etched in his face.
What?
I swallowed, my heart racing, and offered a small smile. Hope sparked in his eyes, and a wide smile stretched across his face. Understanding floated down our blood oath as he realized what I was offering. It was a small step toward what he'd wanted all along, us living together in the U.S. I couldn't commit to that wholly just yet, but I could take the first step.
Desi, that would be wonderful,
Oliver said, his eyes alight with excitement. Then his face fell, his smile replaced with concern. "What is it?" He cleared his throat.
I don't have a job anymore. When I broke the arrangement with Gwen, I sent in my resignation from the council.
My jaw dropped. "What? Oliver!"
I have no regrets. It's what I should have done in the first place.
"What will you do?" I breathed, my throat dry. He left the council for me. The job that meant more to him than anything. He left it for me. Oliver shrugged, grinning.
I don't know, but I'll stay by you, Desi. Whether it's in Santiago, America, or even here if you want to stay. Where you go, I go.
I shook my head at a loss for words. I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything.
I shook my head again, more forcefully this time. No, I do. You were right. You were open with me about marriage, and your expectations, and what you wanted, and I kept pushing you away. I don't blame you for agreeing to marry Gwen. You gave me a chance, and I didn't take it. I lifted my eyes to meet his and tried not to tremble. Struggling to keep my voice even, I said, "If we try this again, I want to be fully committed to you. I want to do this right." I took a shaky breath. "I want to be with you, Oliver, but I just need time. Time to get past this and process everything." Oliver's eyes were soft and tender as he opened his arms, and I fell into his embrace, sighing against his chest.
Take all the time you need, Dulzura. Will someone tell me what the hell happened here? A voice boomed. I drew away from Oliver and looked around for the outburst. Colonel Greenwood approached, his face red from exertion and his spine straight, making him appear nearly as tall as Oliver and much more authoritative. Oliver stiffened and saluted. Colonel Greenwood, sir. At ease, the colonel said. His eyes fell to Gwen. Miss Peters, can you bring me up to speed? I thought this one, he gestured to me, was working under cover. Can you explain to me how her cover was blown and why I had to leave my unit to fight her battle? I have every right to arrest her for breaking our agreement and causing unnecessary bloodshed. We're losing enough lives already with the mortal war. Miss Campbell called for help, Gwen said, so I responded. It appears the Kulam coven were prepared to sacrifice her for their own ritual. Miss Campbell exposed this operation. We neutralized a threat to the city thanks to her. My eyes widened, my heart twisting with discomfort. Here she was, praising me, when she knew I was the reason Oliver broke up with her. Colonel Greenwood's cold eyes found mine, and I tried not to bristle under his scrutiny. I've heard a lot about you, Miss Campbell. He stepped toward me, and I stumbled backward, alarmed by his close proximity. You've caused quite a bit of trouble for the council. Why couldn't I speak? Something about his presence filled me with ice and dread, numbing my body. I opened and closed my mouth, but no sound came out. Suddenly, hasty footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. My gaze snapped to the disturbance and found Kismet, her blonde hair disheveled and her eyes wide with panic. "Desi, look out!" she screamed. I jumped backward, but I wasn't fast enough. Long fangs protruded from Colonel Greenwood's mouth. His grip like a vice, he snatched my arm, holding me in place. Then he plunged his teeth into my throat. A disorienting numbness swept over me, dulling my senses. The pain lingered, but then vanished, overwhelmed by the serene, floating sensation of having my blood drained. I vaguely registered shouts of alarm around us. Muddled shapes and figures swirled. The cacophony of voices around me intensified, as if a huge crowd stood there, watching and reacting as this vampire drank my blood. Then agony spread through me as the colonel withdrew. I stumbled backward, groaning as my bottom hit the hard ground. Slumping over, I blinked, dazed, and vaguely registered the presence of several more people. Squinting, I recognized Ulan and his receptionist, Delisai. Ramon was also there, along with several other coven members from Santiago. And there was Kismet, her body stiff. The veins and tendons in her neck and arms stood out as she struggled against some invisible force. Colonel Greenwood laughed, and the sound was so familiar it sent chills racing down my spine. A valiant effort, Kismet. But you're mine. Don't move until the spell is cast. The spell? No, I breathed faintly. El Diablo. Colonel Greenwood was El Diablo. My eyes rolled, searching for Oliver. There he was. The color drained from his face as he staggered backward in utter shock. Even Gwen stared in blatant horror, her gaze flitting from the colonel to me and back again. Then the cave exploded into motion. Elena pushed, but the colonel, El Diablo, blocked her assault with a burst of his own black magic. Ramon flung several knives, and one sliced across El Diablo's arm. El Diablo grunted and blasted Ramon against the cave wall. Ramon fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. I shifted, trying to rise, but my body was too weak. El Diablo had taken too much blood. Now then, let's get started, shall we? El Diablo said with a triumphant smile. He stretched his arms forward and pulled just as Guillermo teleported. The air rippled, and Guillermo appeared in front of the pentagram. Then he flung a dagger into El Diablo's chest.
El Diablo groaned and slumped to his knees, but an insane smile spread across his lips. He stretched his hand, and the crowd collectively staggered forward from the force of his magic. Elena threw up her arms. She grunted as she pushed against El Diablo's force, but she was no match for his power. Several people stumbled and toppled over, jerked back and forth by Elena and El Diablo's tug of war. But despite Elena's efforts, Bay, Isco's limp form, the Wolftar, and Oliver all soared into the pentagram, pulled by El Diablo's magic. Bay and Oliver yelped as they flew forward and collapsed next to me in a pile. Gwen's blinding light filled the air, and Ulan waved his long fingers together, chanting something inaudible. El Diablo waved his hand, muttering a spell, and magic floated over us, solidifying the pentagram in place. Gwen and Ulan's magic burst forward, but ricocheted off the barrier of the pentagram. How's he doing that? I couldn't even utter the question. I rolled and shifted, trying to rise. How is he powerful enough to seal a pentagram by himself? Oliver's warm hands found mine as he tried to rouse me. My fingers brushed against his in the barest of movements, all I could muster with how weak my body was.
"Stay with me, Desi," Oliver murmured. "You have to fight."
I groaned and wriggled. Oliver pulled at my arms until I was sitting up, my head leaning against his shoulder. "How?" I murmured, my wide eyes fixed on El Diablo. Oliver shook his head, his expression dazed.
I don't know. You must have sacrificed a full coven before coming here."
I blinked. "No, I mean, how did you not know?" Oliver didn't answer. I feebly nudged him with my shoulder. "Go, fight him."
"I'm not leaving you, Desi. If I leave your side, he'll drain your blood and you won't be able to stop him."
I knew he was right. Suddenly, a narrow stream of Gwen's light exploded against the barrier of the pentagram. Something cracked in the air. She was breaking through the enchantment. Bay lunged for El Diablo, pressing his hand to El Diablo's throat. With his other hand, Bay summoned a thick ball of black magic and shoved it toward El Diablo's face. It was almost over. He couldn't win, not against all of us. Then a shrill scream filled the cave, and Bay froze, his hand inches from El Diablo's face. I stiffened as a loud, ragged sob pierced the air. I know that voice. I scooted forward, peering around Oliver's head to find Howard, his hands on the shoulders of a woman who was bound and gagged. The beads and trinkets around her neck clattered as Howard shoved her forward. She fell to her knees, and my heart dropped to my stomach. Sophia. Bloody cuts crisscrossed up her arms, and her face was riddled with bruises. Her eyes were strong and defiant, but fear glimmered in her expression. Anger blazed in my chest, and I climbed to my feet, my teeth clenched. "You bastard!" I stretched my hand toward El Diablo, who still lay weakly on the ground with Guillermo's dagger protruding from his chest. Despite his injuries, El Diablo laughed. Blood gleamed on his teeth.
"Touch me, and your friend dies."
He nodded toward Sophia. I stilled, my heart racing. Why? Why is she here?
"Well, you weren't exactly forthcoming about the spell I needed,"
El Diablo said, grunting as he removed the dagger from his chest and dropped it to the ground.
"Fortunately, she was."
I shook my head as horror filled my chest. No. But the puzzle pieces were sliding together. Howard's appearance in Santiago, Sophia's mysterious and abrupt vacation. From his pocket, El Diablo withdrew a vial of a familiar murky brown liquid. The ingredients for the time travel spell. He winked at me before smashing it to the ground. A pearly white smoke drifted into the air. I shook my head as panic blossomed through me. "Why?" I shrieked at him. "You wanted to ascend, to bring justice to demons everywhere. Why do you need this spell for that?" El Diablo grinned widely at me,
Oh, child, this is all part of that plan. All my pieces are in place, and now I need only to appear at the proper time to set it in motion.
Bay lunged for him. El Diablo snatched the bloody dagger and sliced right into Bay's stomach. Bay fell over, oozing blood. Horror and disbelief numbed me as I stared wide-eyed at Bay's figure. The color drained from Bay's face. His brows pulled together, his expression so weak I barely recognized him. "Bay!" I screamed. I reached for him, but Oliver knocked me backward. I fell to the ground, and Oliver crouched over me, shielding me with his body. I wriggled and tried to push him off with my hands, but his muscled body was unyielding, and I was too weak to fight.
"Stay put, Desi," Oliver growled. "I'm not letting you get hurt."
Peering under Oliver's arm, I noticed Kismet surging forward, no longer contained by El Diablo's orders, as he focused on the spell. El Diablo raised his arms and uttered the incantation.
"Ancient powers, I summon thee."
Guillermo and Ramon rushed forward, but Howard and the other demon engaged them, keeping them from the pentagram.
"To gather winds and carry me,"
El Diablo bellowed. A heavy wind swept through the cavern, tussling my hair and stinging my eyes. Oliver stayed over me, his eyes shut tight against the wind.
"Hasten my journey through time and space,"
said El Diablo. Elena pushed, but El Diablo raised a hand, knocking her over with his enhanced magic. With his other hand, he sliced through the air, and the wolf tar fell forward, moaning.
"And bring me to my desired place,"
El Diablo finished. "No!" Kismet screamed. A ripple of magic tickled my arms, and somehow I knew Kismet was there in the pentagram with us. The wolf tar shifted, but El Diablo buried the dagger into the wolf tar's throat. He gurgled and choked, and then went still. El Diablo turned to Bay, who struggled, clutching at the wound in his stomach. And then I realized what was happening. El Diablo needed us all to die. He needed to siphon our powers so the spell would work. Already the fierce wind picked up speed, building on the momentum of the wolf-tar's death. This was why he needed the merger, so he could have all the Kulam warlocks in one place to sacrifice them. And both timecasters, too. I shoved Oliver's shoulder and slid out from under him, tackling El Diablo's legs so he fell over, groaning. His foot collided with my face. Pain sliced through my mouth and jaw, and I tasted blood. Isco grunted, struggling to rise, but El Diablo flexed a hand toward him. Isco clutched at his throat, gasping as El Diablo choked him with my magic. The magic he still had from drinking my blood. Isco fell over and stiffened, his body convulsing. His eyes rolled back, and then his head slumped over, motionless. His eyes wild with bloodthirsty power, El Diablo then faced me and Oliver. Wind swirled around me. Lightning crashed, screams echoed. Then Kismet was there, stepping in front of me.
"Out of my way!"
El Diablo rasped, his eyes flashing. "No!" Kismet cried, her fingers clenched into fists. How is she resisting him? I blinked against the wind, trying to watch the two of them, but the tornado billowed against me. My eyes darted around, searching for something, anything that could help. Through the fierce wind, I barely made out a vibrant array of colors. Ulan and his magnificent robes. Somehow, I knew it was him. For the briefest moment, my vision focused through the tornado, honing in on Ulan's grim stare. And deep down, I knew this face, marred with regret and agony and shock, was the exact face from my scrying vision. I'd seen this precise moment in time. The wind pushed against me, blinding me and obscuring Ulan and the others from view. I staggered backward, away from Oliver. I called his name, but I couldn't see or hear him amidst the raging storm. A blinding white light engulfed us. Whether from the spell or from Gwen's powers, I couldn't tell. I screamed. Oliver shouted something. Kismet's hand reached for mine, but I couldn't lose Oliver. My fingers stretched forward until they found him, his hand warm and familiar as it clasped mine. My mind conjured that image of Ulan's face, a mask of horrified remorse. This is it. This is what my scrying vision warned me about. We were at El Diablo's mercy. We had no choice. We would travel to wherever he intended to drop us. I crammed my eyes shut, my body quivering with fear and the icy chill of the wind. The spell consumed us, sucking us away from the world we knew, away from everything and everyone, to some unknown destination, right alongside our greatest enemy. This has been Devoured by Darkness, a dark fantasy romance, written by R.L. Perez, narrated by Rebecca Winder. Copyright 2020 by R.L. Perez. Production copyright by R.L. Perez.